Welcome back to the Calgary RC here. It's regional championship time here in Canada. My name is Pastry Time. I'm joined by Mason Clark, and we are 3 rounds through our tournament so far. Round 4 is coming up in just a moment. Seen some pretty banger games already, Mason. And I think we have something even spicier than that lined up for round 4.
Yes, we have Dom Harvey, the Amulet Master himself, battling it out in our feature match area this round, seeing if he can move on to 5-0, and as I'm sure Dom would put it, do his job by winning the RC with helping getting Amulet banned or at least nerfed a little bit here. So we'll have to see if Dom can, put up his promise to do the best he can to help the deck get hit.
Does the Amulet player want the deck to get banned? That's a very interesting concept. Let's have a look here. Amulet Titan.
Dom's the man of the people,
I guess,
he wants them to be happy.
He wrote the primer so everyone could read it, the Tome of Titan, and now wants to get it banned. That is truly, that is selfless work that only a Canadian could do, I think, as we'll have a look at the list here. Now, Amulet Titan, you may be familiar with over the course of the time in Modern. Some sort of Primeval Titan plus other stuff deck has been around for a while. This deck is so different from where Titan started. How about you walk us through what's happening here? Because there's some pretty complex stuff happening at the end of these combo lands.
Yeah, it used to just be you double strike and buff your Titan and hit for 16 or 20, right? That was the joke. Nowadays you're gonna make infinite Titans, give them all haste and attack. That's the easy version of it. We'll get to the hard ones if we need to. Dom with his actual best start here, turn 1 Saga into Amulet is really, really good for this deck.
Are you responsible for it? No, there's MH2 as well. Dang it.
That's
I'm really
MH2.
trying to give
Can't
you
blame
props
on that
here.
one.
Good card though. Really genuinely wonderful Magic card. Which again maybe says more about me than anything else. Deck is looking beautiful, by the way, for Dom, which I'm not surprised by. Someone that's committed a lot of time, blood, sweat, and tears into Amulet, probably going to make the deck look just about as shiny as he can. That is some beautiful foils on one side, but Valentine Webb on the other. Also 3-0, of course, is the 2 undefeated players here in round 4. Steam Vents into white bordered Preordain.
Yeah, and another prowess player. We saw that prowess was pretty popular with our players this weekend. It was one of our top 5 most played archetypes and doing well because it keeps being in our undefeated feature match area.
Yeah, it seems to be. As I'll have a couple considers there. Draw a card off the Preordain, pass it on back. Draw a card, take the Saga up. What do we have left? We have another Amulet. And I don't know if you know this, but do you know what typically comes out of the Urza Saga? Actually, it might not matter because untap make 4 more mana.
Yeah,
6 total?
Dom might win this turn. He could go like Pact for Grazer, which he is pacting, then play Titan, and then we'll make a bunch of Titans and kill Web here. Yeah, as there's Grazer and Dom showing, hey, I have a Pact, I have a Green Sun Zenith, you're dead here. And you see the little smile there from Valentine as we are going to now make infinite Titans here and just attack for lethal.
How about you walk through this line? Because it's not simple to make Infinite Titans, as it turns out.
Yeah, so you're going to see here, we're going to use the Green Sun Zenith to go get our Primeval Titan.
Mm-hmm.
Then we're going to go grab Lotus Field and Mirror Pool. We're going to untap them before the Lotus Field sack trigger
That's how Amulet works.
Yep. So now we've floated 7 mana, and then we're going to use the Mirror Pool +5 to make a copy of the Titan. So now that we've done that, we can go get, Echoing Deeps, another one, and loop and do that over and over and over again, creating a bunch of Titans. Eventually, you ending at the Haste Land and whapow attack.
That is sick. One of many lines Amulet has available to him. That one wasn't even the most complicated, but Mason Clark obviously has it on luck. That is a very fast win. Is that a turn 2 kill?
Yes, that was saying hi on camera.
Hello. Yes, you did die on turn 2.
Yeah, you don't get much screen time against Dom when he's playing Amulet. He kills you so quickly, so you gotta get it where you can. But yeah, that's turn 2 kill. And at the beginning of the show, right, I was joking about how bad can any matchup be for Amulet if it has access to those draws, right? Like, who cares if the matchup's 90-20? If I'm on the play, you're probably not gonna win. So here we see that happen, and we go to the sideboard here, and Dom, luckily it's open deck list, knows what's happening on the other side of the table. Also kind of knows this is a matchup where my opponent can kill me quickly, but I can kill them quickly as well. And I have a few tools that are okay in this matchup, but I don't really need to worry because they can't stop me incredibly consistently.
I just want to point out No, one, first of all, absolutely wonderful game by Tom. Can see why they're an Amulet Master. Love to see it. As someone, I'm like an Amulet enthusiast. Like this deck is so interesting to me. I love complex combo decks, and this certainly ticks those boxes. Just the fact that there are no living wishes because it's not legal in this format, and there are two lands in this player's sideboard is incredible. One of them is a Surveil land, by the way. The other one, I would have to take a guess. I think it might be a Scry land, or it's a Flight land.
It is a utility land that is probably not going to come up in this matchup. One
Uh-huh.
of the nice things about Amulet is you get to have access to so many cards no one's ever played before,
Yep.
and never really had a want to play. And Dom has been doing this to players for years. I remember Dom once tricked me into playing Wayward Swordtooth. That's a little searchable card up for everybody back in the day before MH1. And so, there's a lot of room for experimentation and just different tech things. And one of the nice things about this deck, you might also notice the deck has 61 cards in it. You have so much access to all your cards that this is one of the decks where having actually just another card and a unique bullet is actually worth the little minor hit of consistency because your deck is so consistent with all these green suns and packs and Titan Search the Lands. You just have a lot of pseudo copies of all your cards. So a lot of customization available here for the Titan deck.
Yeah, all right. Well, I was curious about is it Sidebot? So we have swapped over there looking at the deck, and I was looking for one card in particular. In fact, there's a couple versions of this card that you could possibly play, and I see zero of them. There are no Blood Moons or Blood Moon adjacent cards in this Izzet deck.
Yeah, it's one of the awkward things about the Izzet deck is, and when it first popped up on the scene, we did see some Blood Moons early on. But what it turns out is it's just too clunky and awkward a lot of the time. Like, yes, sometimes you play it and you get them, and that's good. But on average, across all your games, you're actually just kind of better off hoping to kill them and hope that like Unholy Heat, which is good in other matchups, hits a Titan here and makes it awkward for
Mm-hmm.
them. Now it's a weird thing about Titan where if Dom went for that line and we had Unholy Heat, Dom would have lost. But if Dom kind of sniffs the Unholy Heat, he can win in different ways with different combinations of cards and sort of dodge the Unholy Heat. So it's really a matter of we're going to try and win the game as quickly as possible here and not worry too much with actually stopping the Titan deck. The Titan deck's also just kind of keeps Blood Moon in the back of its mind constantly, right? We saw Force of Vigors and stuff like that. It tries to be prepared for those cards anyway. So kind of a risky but honestly reasonable approach of just I'm going to be a bit quicker.
Yep, for sure. So we are going to have some time, I believe, to check in on table two. That's one of the nice things about Amulet Titan killing someone in about 35 seconds on turn two. We have plenty of time for the backup feature match. Enjoyers out there on the stream, welcome back, by the way. We did have a quick dip down, disconnecting the stream, but everything should be good and ready to roll. So thank you so much for joining us here for the LC Calgary. My first time commentating a Magic event, not my first card game event, not my first esports adjacent event either, but certainly Magic is a game near and dear to my heart. Very glad to be here alongside Mason and learn as we go. Modern is, again, truly kind of a cool format right now. So very cool to see so much stuff that's happening on as we are over to the feature match. It's Energy once again versus Blink, something we've seen a lot of, but Azorius Blink this time. We've seen almost every color combination of Blink.
Yeah, you mentioned liking poppers, so you probably recognize Cryogen Relic here. Kind
Mm-hmm.
of a thick one here for Jonathan Miller. Sort of, a way to tap some stuff down, stop some pressure, but also a good card advantage engine, excuse me, there. Outshined a little bit by Quantum Riddler when it comes to the 60
Yeah.
card, rares allowed formats, but not a weak card by any means. And we see Jonathan actually rocking both as it looks like there's a warped Riddler here.
Yep, just hanging out in the left side of your screen, on the bottom side of the screen, as you can see. Energy again, going to try and just do its thing, play consistent cards, play good spells, and try and fight off whatever the Blink plan is. The Blink, very good, flexible deck, very consistent, plays lots of cards to say draw a card on them, which is, at least my favorite thing to do in Magic. If a card says draw a card on it, I'm probably going to want to play it, or at least take a look at it, as Energy is going to untap here. Static Prison is going to tick down to an energy amount that is something, looks like 0, because Felly is going to be coming back out of jail.
Yeah. Voice of Victory is still tapped from the Sun counter. Very weird card.
I don't know if you've ever gotten proliferated before by stun counters, but it is not very fun as Flage going to come into play. Trust does Lightning Bolt down the Tamiyo and then go straight to the graveyard to be reused later. As some creatures are going to swing in. Looks like 2 different tokens are going to join the party with the Ocelot Prides. That's plural, mind you. Very good news for the Boros Energy player.
Yeah, and if you're attacking with both prides here, I have to imagine it's bad news for Jonathan, as that's probably lethal. Your Flage did gain life this turn, so Eden would have had the Ocelot Pride trigger. So I have to imagine, yeah, that you have to chump block to not die, or you're just dead. And now the fun part: cats, cats, cats.
Everybody. Oh, no, not that song. Okay. Well, also Pride's going to trigger us. We go to the end step. 3, 4, 4, 5, 8 permanents. That's not to say he's bossing. Doesn't matter. Jonathan Milling going to scoop them up instead. Decides that it's enough cats. Doesn't want to see how many triggers happen. Just wants to shuffle up for the next game.
Yeah, and that's one of the nice parts about Ocelot Pride there is it sometimes can just win the game on its own if left unchecked. Where you had those mid-game points, and it's like, wow, I have some good cards, but there's just 9 cats.
Yeah, it's a lot of cats. It turns out they keep printing small one-drop animals in Modern Horizon sets, and they're pretty good. As we go back to our feature map, Dom Harvey up 1-0 in this best of 3 in actually record time for the stream. That is the fastest on-camera game we've seen, both in terms of how quickly actions were played out, but both the number of turns played in the game. But it looks like we're shuffling here. Don't think we're mulliganing just yet. Looks like we're just getting to the point of presenting decks and drawing our first opening hands. So Valentine gonna want a different game this time around. In fact, you know what? Would probably not be unhappy with a turn 2 kill of their own. Not sure, is it prowess? Has the tools to get it done that consistently, but certainly a deck that can kill very quickly if left unchecked.
Yeah, and this is also a deck that, while theoretically you think you need a ton of pieces, right, in order to kind of win, which is sort of true, you can mulligan really well. If you have, double amulet, a land to play those amulets, a bounce land, and a titan, well, that's going to produce a kill, right? Or at minimum, lots of mana. So Dom can actually mulligan down to 5, 4, even 3, and sort of, just hope to top deck the right pieces and get out of it, which I think is a hallmark of a really good deck currently in Magic is, hey, I can go super low and I can still win the game and play. And it's okay if I'm on 5 or 4 cards. If I get the right combination of them, I'm going to win. It looks like there might be a message. Hi, Mom.
Oh, hi, Mom. Love that. Hope you're watching Valentine's Month. I mean, look, you need something to do while your opponent's mulliganing. By the way, speaking of people understanding the assignment on coverage, not only is Valentine writing messages to their mother on stream, which is very wholesome, don't forget to call them, Dom is putting die on the table to indicate how many mulligans have been taken already, I'm pretty sure, which is something I very much appreciate watching the stream. That is someone that has been in the feature match a few times, let's say.
Yeah, Dom knows straight into the feature match in either the top down or on the table view. Oh, I like some Valentine. Look at that, giving us a little show of the hand, letting us see, hey, I've got a consign and some creatures and a couple lands. Pretty great hand here on the play.
Yeah, clearly kept already. As Dom has been resolving some mulligans. I do agree with you, though. Definitely a sign of a good deck if you can mulligan aggressively and still get away with it. Amulet's so consistent, but so many different playlands available to you. If you have the brain to put the pieces together, you can spin nothing into something pretty quickly, as Dom's decided these 5 cards are good enough, and Valentine's going to be on the play, and off to the races. Fetch land, go is the first play.
And I think Dom just drew an Urza Saga.
Pretty good.
Yeah, sort of an amulet on suspend here.
And there's the ordered foothills going to go off to the void. That is the graveyard. Going to go get a land, and I guess no 1-drop. We can infer from how this turn started. So maybe a surveil land here, get a little bit more selection. Can't imagine there's something else you want to cast at instant speed. No brainstorm in this format. I might be wrong. There's a steam vent, so we're just going straight to the face.
Maybe deliver. Yeah, it's possible we're just fetching and just untapping already. That also could be true. No, it looks like we are darting.
Oh, wow. Okay. Not the spell I expected to see at the end of turn, but that is the one that gets cast. Understands that, again, has to be aggressive in this matchup. No prowess trigger to speak of. No monks out of steel cutter. Just a 1 damage, honestly, to the face of the amulet player.
And this is an alarm bell moment for Dom. That's a play that's setting up to sort of say, hey, I think this game's only going to last 3-ish turns, and I'm not going to have the mana to get what I want out of that prowess trigger, and instead I want to have it in my graveyard to be a free spell when the time comes. So this might tip Dom off into maybe playing something like Arboreal Grazer a little earlier and using it less like a ritual with the amulets and more just as like, hey, I need something that can block.
Yep, a few turns. And just as a reminder, how many turns does it take for Urza Saga to find an amulet again?
It is 3, so we're almost there already.
Might not be enough if Valentine's plan is to kill very aggressively in this matchup, so certainly has to be aware. There's a very shiny Besaju, and there's a Green Sun Zenith for 1! It's happening.
Yeah.
There's our boy, Arboreal Grazer.
A little blocks diamond here. Gonna put a land into play. And
What?
yeah, happy to feel free to use that one in the future. But now, even though we're not getting the, ramping effect of what happens when you have amulets like we saw in game one, we are just getting lands in play, right? And Dom just has lands like this fetch land that he's happy to have here and combo off next turn with an amulet and some bounce lands or Lotus Field if the need be.
And as a reminder to everyone, it might look a little silly to have a 0-3 on the table with the 6-slot show off there, but little Grazer might be lazy, might be a little sloth, does have reach, of course. So can get in the way of the slick shot show off, which I think is going to happen at light speed once Valentine turns that creature sideways. But maybe a few more spells to play before that moment as we play a mountain here. Line things up. Are we going to bolt the Grazer? That would be extremely funny to me. No, we're going to play DRC instead.
Yeah, but I think your wish might be granted. I think we just wanted to surveil.
There we go. Bolt the Grazer. Get it out of there. Pump up my slick shot show off. Dart in the bin still if we need to make more happen. 2 cards in the graveyard. I think it's a land and a dart. So that should be halfway through Delirium if my memory is serving me correctly here. Obviously, if we can get 2 Delirium this turn, that would be absolutely wonderful. We have free reign on Valentine's side to try and deal as much damage as possible this turn.
Yeah, and I think there's a consign on top. I think we're trying to figure out if we want to keep this consign because it doesn't kill Dom, but it kind of buys us some time. And I think our intention might be to consign this Urza Saga's trigger in order to stop the search. We'll have to see what Valentine wants to do. Valentine, excuse me.
Yep. So again, just as a reminder, I believe I'm remembering this correctly, but the saga, the ticking up part, you cannot stop. But the ability of the saga to do something, give itself an ability, or search in this case, is a trigger that needs to resolve. So that is the part that's getting consigned here.
Yep. Dom does still get the mana from it.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got that floating. You might see something like, play like an Ice Tilt Explorer or something cool. But ironically, though, if Dom had got it, I don't think he could have won. But he is dangerously close. With the amulet in play and 4 landscape shift is lethal, assuming that you don't have one of the needed lands in hand or one of the being the sacrifice lands. But Dom knows that, probably a lot of pressure coming his way. As there are 2 creatures that we saw Valentine use that dart on turn 1.
Tap land go, not necessarily the turn you wanted. Only 1 card in Valentine's hand, though, but that's going to change in a minute. Another consign ripped off the top of the library, counting for Delirium now. Is Valentine. Unfortunately, I don't think you can consign. You know what? We're gonna do what I call the elemental blast check. Can you just consign for fun? No, you cannot. You do need targets. So there's no way to get a surveil that way.
You can consign the surveil trigger in order to get a surveil. Maybe not the best way to do it, but you can.
True. That is correct. I guess you could also do it with the prowess trigger. Might be a bit more fitting. Lightning bolt to the face. Surveil happens. And the consign stays in the hand. So not going to be doing that here, at least for now. Does have a look. No. Doesn't. It's...
Okay. So we put Mutagen Growth in the graveyard.
Not, I don't think Delirium is on. Land instant.
I don't think so either, but I think we're darting in order to maybe surveil into Delirium and at worst get 2 from our slick shot.
Seems pretty good. A little bit of extra damage here from that bird. A lot of damage being done here on this turn. Looks like Dom just taking it all on this point. Amulet. Don't know how much interaction you could possibly have there. Honestly, the little blocking Grazer was really the source. But untap with 3 lands and scoop things up. No escape shift, no amulet, no nothing there for Dom Harvey. That consign actually pretty relevant on that search trigger for the Urza Saga. Seemed to be enough alongside the pressure to force us to game 3.
Yeah, and that's one of those spots where, consigned, like we said, sometimes it's good enough, sometimes it's not, right? The fact that it stopped the amulet there and kind of stone rain Dom and his whole game plan seemed to be about that ended up being enough to see what happens for game number 3 there. But in this game, we got Wan Shi Tong on the battlefield. This is one of the more exciting cards from Avatar.
Our second Avatar card of the day. We've seen the Fire Nation, thanks to Zuko. Now we're seeing, I assume, the Water Nation. I haven't seen the show. I do have to apologize. Riddle are also going to join in the party.
People have told me it's like a librarian. It's like kind of like the trope
That's what
of
it's.
like the old
Uh-huh.
wise owl that keeps all
Mm,
the knowledge for all the nations. That
I
was
love
my
that.
understanding. Yeah.
It's a good card, I can tell you that much. Draws
Yeah.
cards, does other stuff. That's basically the text on the card that is relevant right now. Also does happen to flap and fly in the air because it is a bird. But Eden did win game one, looking good here in what I assume is game two, unless some really interesting things happened while we were away in our feature match. But I'm going to untap here for the Boros Energy player and see what we can see. What else do we have here? With a couple blockers on board. That Riddler also ready to go, not just from the warp zone, but on the battlefield well and truly. So, as we've talked about, big butt on that creature is a 4/6. So, tough to get through for these smaller Boros energy creatures.
Yeah. Johnny seems to be the pickup for Eden here. That kind of makes the cats quote unquote unblockable because you don't
Mm,
often want a giant to flip.
makes a ton of sense. Pretty good on the backside of that one. So, we'll see how all things go. Ajani is going to hit the table.
And we are
What do we
city
have?
blessed as well now.
We're blessed. Let's go.
Yeah, so we're gonna get double the 2/1s at the end of turn. So you get to attack with the 1/1 cat token for free. If Jonathan blocks, it will be disastrous.
Just see what happens. Maybe you can trick him. Probably not.
Oh wow, there's so much energy. So obviously we don't know exactly the energy count, but Eden just paid more. So that Ragavan now is a 6/5.
Mm.
Blue eyes coming in.
And an angel. And flying, all the things you need. Unfortunately, the big old owl from Avatar, not quite so big, even though it does get bigger in a hurry, as players do like to crack fetch lands in Modern, and it does get bigger and draw you cards when your opponent searches. We're going to have to double block the giant Ragavan. Looks like 6 power on one side. Gonna kill the
Yeah.
Riddler, gonna trade off. Was enough, clearly. No, it wasn't enough. Hell, no, it was enough. Okay, I was gonna say, you don't make the double block unless you're definitely killing that Ragavan.
Yeah, and the surveil. And now we're going to gain 2 cats from the Ocelot Pride and then an additional 2/1 cat. That's going to be an additional 3 life, which is going to be an additional jump of the Guide of Souls, which once again, you see why this Boros Energy deck so good when it gets going on the ground against these fair decks like we saw in round number 1.
Yeah, it's kind of this nice little marriage of lots of really good cards that are good on their own, but then lots of cards that synergize with each other. So, you can be good on smaller boards when you're trading cards off with your opponent, trying to be attrition-y. And then once you get a bit wider, this happens and your board absolutely explodes into lots of cats, mostly, is how things work. So many tokens, much life, such energy is all getting made here by Eden. Wow.
Indeed.
Jonathan drawing a card here, going to see what they can do. Wang Tong does have Vigilance. Going to go over the top, deal a little bit of damage. Follow up is.
Supreme Verdict.
Oh, there we go. Pretty good one. Clears up the
Yeah.
board, gets rid of the cat problem we're having. A Johnny, of course. Still a creature, didn't flip, so not immune to the effects of the verdict. And it's just a Vexing Bauble now left for our Boros Energy player.
Yeah, and yeah, the City's Blessing stays around. I think that's what that yellow sleeve's indicating. So future Ocelot Prides will be blessed. Eden does get a redraw off Vexing Bauble, if worst comes to worst, but I think she maybe just picked up Flage, which I have to guess is one of the best cards possible if it was.
Is that good? Is this card good?
Oh, it's Voice of Victory. That's still great.
Exert the arena, though, so wanting to attack right now, make some more tokens, mobilize it up, deal some damage. Of course, this will go away at the end of the turn, but they'll deal some damage. This card's pretty good against your opponent that's trying to play instance on your turn, often with the interaction spells, blink spells, or counter spells. So Bauble and Voice of Victory going to combine together to turn pretty much all of the interaction off. So it's failure now for Jonathan Miller, trying to rebuild this board back and see if we can't make it happen against the whatever top deck Eden happens to have.
Yeah, I was a little interested to see would Eden pop the bauble. Looks like still respecting Solitude at the moment, so doesn't want to pop the bauble to get a card in exchange. Can't get evoked Solituded.
Voice again swinging on in. Failure gets in the way of one, and the other warrior is going to hit. So damage still being done. Voice of Victory doing its job, but what's the other card in hand? It's only one right now. It is a land for Eden. And a few more cards there for Jonathan Miller. So feeling pretty good if he can get back on board, maybe deal with his voice, go a little bit bigger than Boros Energy is trying to do right now. Again, Energy did the thing, but that Wrath really undid all of the hard work those Ocelot Prides were doing.
And There's the land number 5. So Solitude is hard castable from here on out.
Take a damage, fetch a land, and have to cast it now if you want it, thanks to Voice of Victory. But can cast it. And that is the choice.
Yo, Surge Foil as well. A
Very
nice.
nice.
Yeah, loves the blue-white cards.
I like for a second, Aiden's like, Bobo? Like, no, I paid 5 for this. Like, oh, okay, you got it.
I
Just
don't
making
want to
sure.
draw a card. No, I don't want to draw a card yet.
Yeah, not yet. Failure. Ooh, Blinking Solitude. Don't matter all that much, but does make failure a bit bigger.
Good girl gets in.
And comes on back as we pop on back over to our feature match, already underway with an Amulet on turn 1. Typically what you love to see if you're an Amulet fan.
Looks like Dom maybe took a mulligan, but is on at least 6 cards, maybe 7.
Valentine start there pretty good on the other side. DRC into Bauble for the first Surveil. Obviously, the card's going to replace itself as well. Such an innocuous little card, printed all the way back in Cold Snap, because, I don't know, they decided they wanted to do more Ice Age back in the early 2000s, but shows up quite a lot in Modern these days, especially in this Is It Prowess deck, as Valentine's going to get a look at the top of Dom's deck and then draw a card in the upkeep. Do we have the turn 2 kill again?
Valentine knows that there is a Titan in hand. I believe that was the card revealed off of the bauble. So knows that that part of the puzzle is there. And if Dom's thinking this long, it's either because I'm maybe dead or Dom's setting up the next couple of turns.
Yeah, something's cooking. It's just, what turn is it cooking for?
Mm-hmm.
Knows the list, so knows all the interaction is possible. Not a lot Valentine can have here with only one tapped land in play. This is not a day's format. Thinking. Lots of thinking here from Dom. That's not good news if you're sitting across from the Amulet player.
It looks like Dom has a lot of spells in hand.
That's not good for the deck that has like 40 lands in it.
Yeah, sometimes your deck, you need to have the exact right spells, and we saw in game 1 the right combination of spells is great to have a bunch of, but you really want to do something like jump ahead on mana. And I wonder if Dom's thinking about doing some sort of weird line with like Green Sun Zenithing for like a Dryad Arbor type card if he has that in his deck.
The hands are on the table. Things are being counted. Again, not good news if you're sitting across from the Amulet player. But what is the line after all? Is it just a little value line? Are we trying to get ourselves some mana? We are going to untap. That's a
Crumbling Vestige.
Okay, I thought so. I was like, I know they play a lot of that land, so make a mana when it comes in. Then, of course, untaps itself. Pretty fun land in this deck. Makes a lot of mana for a common. As Green Zenith is the core that should be for 1, it looks like.
Yeah, it looked like we signaled 1 there with the floating mana from the Vestige. Green Sun also bizarre card goes back to our deck. Every time someone picks it up and puts it in their deck, my instincts are immediately like, we got to get a judge. Game states, every single time.
Boreal Grazer is the pick here. Going to trigger once again. Again, good on blocks and good for a little bit of ramp here. So whatever the line was, Dom deciding to take a turn off, so to speak, and set up for the future turns. There's a bounce land into play. It is, of course, untapped thanks to the Amulet, but there's nothing to follow up, it looks like here, unless... No, there's a pass back. He says, me? Valentine's like, I'm alive? Beautiful.
And it looks like we have a hand with a lot of Mutagenic Growth and a Stern Scolding. Maybe going to fire off a growth here in the upkeep in order to surveil, make our draw a little better.
That. Again, all the little lines with surveil. We've seen a lot of surveilled lands this tournament, and now we're going to see maybe some surveil DRC action. Yes, we are. Good call, Mason. That is the line that Valentine wants to take here. Just a little bit more selection, a little bit closer to Delirium. We're going to be attacking anyway. We know Graze is going to be blocking, but, might as well get something in unless we draw a removal spell. Don't think that's what's in the hand. Again, Dom will snap this block off at instant speed, if he's allowed to do so.
Yeah, it looks like Swiftspear the pickup. Not the worst card ever, but not inspiring confidence.
Yeah, I mean, could maybe block it and hope your Grazer lives. Probably unlikely. Instead, DSC is going to go in. Now has to do some math, maybe wanting to know if actually. No, never mind. Grazer goes to the bin. Don't need to think too hard.
Yeah, this is one of those spots where Dom could maybe not block, but Dom kind of knows, like, okay, it's very likely you're going to hit Delirium. So at some point, this is going to be 3. I might as well do 3, gain 3 now, excuse me, before you get the opportunity to do something like redirect lightning from Avatar, The Last Airbender, and change the copy of my Mirror Pool copying, excuse me, to Arboreal Grazer. That's a card that some of these prowess players are battling with this weekend.
That is so deep.
Yeah.
But that's the kind of thing you do when you play this deck thousands and thousands of times, right? Tens and thousands of words on the deck. The Amulet Tome has changed hands many times, but it was written by one man on the right side of your screen who was thinking once again. And like I already said, if the Amulet player is thinking this hard with the Amulet of Vigor in play, you should be afraid.
I like this line as well from Valentine, where we didn't play the Swift Spear because now Dom has to think about, okay, I know what cards you have in your deck that can cause problems for me. Can I beat them? Can I, outplay them? Because typically, if given enough time, Titan can beat most problems, especially just a single card, right? Even if there's like 2 or 3 of them, you can maneuver through them all. But your deck's really good at pressuring me, and if I give you one turn, is that going to, compound more and more and more? Do I need to pull the trigger now, force you to have it, and sort of go through it all, or do I just land go? We know Dom has at worst a Boseiju in hand, I believe another Crumbling Vestige, so combine those with the Scapeshift in hand and one more turn, we would have a kill, barring something like Consigned Memory or Surgical Extraction.
It's so interesting, right? Because, obviously the land stack Amulet gets better when you have more lands in play, which is not surprising to anyone, I don't think. But you have to just do so much math because there's so many iterations. It's all of your combo lines, all the things available to you, all the things your opponent could have that could disrupt you. And also just like you have to do the prowess math for yourself. Like, can my opponent kill me if I give them a turn? What if I give them 2 turns? How much trouble am I in? So there's a lot to think through here. Because again, prowess seems like this very, tempo-y blue-red deck, but it can be extremely explosive. And Dom has decided that land go is the path forward. Scapeshift on the mind, most certainly. As Valentine now has to consider end step. Is there anything I want to do? Do I want another Surveil? Is there a burn spell I want to point at Dom's head? Do I want some selection? Knows that it's really going to be a race, right? So this burn spells aren't doing much else. They're not going to get pointed at creatures, most likely. They're definitely going to get pointed upstairs.
Yep. Dom also has access to, with the Vestige, just hard casting a Titan as well next turn. So I'm going to be really interested to see sort of what spells we represent. Because if you do tap out and you don't kill Dom, the only thing that, oh my gosh, and we just drew it. Surgical was the only card that could interrupt it all. And we've drawn it. So now, even if we do tap out, we do have some interaction.
Very nice peel there from Valentine. Again, I'm going to do a bit of damage. There's a Swift Spear we saw earlier. Now there's no Grazer to get in the way. And again, Valentine, I think pretty cleverly bluffing interaction, at least, right? Certainly spells he could have had, but I want to send in now just 4 or 2, depending on how big the DRC is. There's a few cards in the graveyard, so it may well be online. But Dom Harvey's life sort of going down. It must have been 3 because that is 15 now for Dom Harvey. And again, untaps can play a 4th land, has escape shift, but so much to think about. Surgical, one of those cards that is just often invisible, although not always, I will say. Sometimes it's pretty obvious when your opponent has it, but do have to think about it, right? It is one of the free spells you know about. It is an open deck list. You know all of the interaction your opponents could have.
All right, and looks like production helping us here, scooting it.
Let's go, production.
All right, looks like we have Delirium. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we're online.
Yeah.
Instant creature, land, artifact. At least there's Vesuva copying. Is that Vestige just got pointed out? Or bounce land?
I believe so. Yeah, typically you want to do Crumbling Vestige in these sort of spots. Oh yeah, Dom's pulling out the mana trackers. Vestige is just like a bounce land, but you lose one of the colors, gain a colorless, and gain a land. Nice.
Right.
Dom has the trackers just off camera. Come on, Dom.
Love that.
Match it with that graveyard. You knew stuff over there wasn't working, bud. Come on.
Yeah, the person that showed us a die to say how much mulligan. Oh, look at that.
Oh, do not appease Dom like that. No, this will go straight to his
production.
head.
All right, so many lands have been tapped. There is now a little bit of mana floating, and there's quite a lot in the pool, unless we're calculating all these lands that are getting tapped. Something is happening. Valentine also making sure I understands what's going on. How much mana do you have? Am I dead? I would like to not lose this round, please. I would much prefer to stay undefeated here at the RC. Although both players obviously would. Both 3-0 here coming into this round. The fingers once again tapping the table for Dom Harvey. Things are cooking for the Amulet Master here.
Yeah, and so now Dom is thinking about, okay, if I play a Titan and you can sign, what happens? If I go for the Scape Shift line, what happens? Really just, can beat any one of the cards, but Surgical could be a really frustrating card. Luckily, though, I think Scape Shift here, you can often beat just the Surgical. Surgical and Consign might have been too much for Dom to fully, quote unquote, beat this turn. But he's going to get a lot of mana here. As I imagine we're going to get a couple Lotus Fields and a couple, bounce lands, make a ton of mana, and present a Titan.
Yep, makes a lot of sense. Escape Shift, of course, have to sacrifice your lands. You get that many lands back out of your deck tapped, although obviously Amulet of Vigor can have a few things to say about that, but you don't have to sacrifice them until the spell resolves, as High Mom is pushed into the feature match. Once again, Valentine knows that might be a little AFK here, although I do kind of like this as some showmanship perhaps. Just saying, you know what, I don't have anything. I'm going to say hi to my mom and lean back in my chair, but he knows does have a spell he can cast here.
It makes you realize too that Dom is the villain, because if Dom had put his mana tracking in a place where we could see, then we could easily see the full High Mom.
That's true.
And, everyone's a villain in one side of the story. Just a matter of your perspective. It looks like Dom is going to go T-West with probably a bounce land here, with the goal being to get a Summoner's Pact to probably go multiple Titans that direction. Could also go Aftermath Analyst. That is one of the ways that this deck combos and kills from here.
Does Analyst lose to Surgical?
Yes,
Okay.
in most of the time it does.
Okay, I like that. That's the qualifier, by the way. This is how complicated this deck is. Like, yes, the graveyard-based kill loses to the graveyard hate spell sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes what ends up happening is you just get so many lands back and you make so much mana that then the Titan can just get cast and you do that, right? So it really depends on how in you are on that. It looks like Dom has decided, okay, I'm definitely getting these, and now it's the last land that I need to figure out what I want it to be.
Looks like casting quadruple Demonic Tutor. It's chill.
Yeah. So all of these stacks go on this the stack for all the triggers go on the stack for people at home. We're going to almost assuredly put it to where I'm gonna untap them all, make mana, then I'm going to bounce the T-West to my hand, then I'll sack 2 to the Lotus Field, probably one of those being the Lotus Field itself. Then we're probably gonna go and transmute for the Summoner's Pact, or we'll cast the Titan straight up. Whichever line Dom decides will then decide the rest of our plays. Sort of a choose your own adventure. Turn to page 32 if you want to do Analyst, 24 if you want to play Primeval Titan.
Very literally, by the way, there is a book that Dom wrote you can read if you want interested in Amulet. Looks like 8 mana can be made between those lands, and there's one floating if I did my math correctly. So that is Transmute Pact Titan. That is all neatly there. But TOS coming back to hand. Looks like the other lands are just untapped for now. Not getting tapped for mana just yet. There's 2 more. Here we go. Up the mana counters go. 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know what is the 4th die for? Is it just another color?
I think it's colorless. The lack of
that would
color.
make sense. Doesn't have a mana tracker for colorless. I see. That's something to put in the deck box for next tournament, perhaps.
Yeah. Only, and this is important too, that only 2 of those lands go to the graveyard. Because of Aftermath Analyst, this is why I mentioned sometimes you go for the double Lotus Field and you sack everything. Because then you get all the lands in the graveyard, but you won't be able to buy back the Lotus Field if you do this, which means you have less bursts of mana from the Aftermath Analyst. But it does mean if you get stopped here, you have a higher starting point for next turn. And this sort of walking the line of, what happens if I get stopped versus, do I need all the mana this turn, is part of, what makes the 5% of incredibly hard Amulet games so hard and why so few people win them. But the average person, if you know what you're doing, you can just win from a lot of these points, even if you just, shove a lot of the time, right? Because you generate so much mana.
Yep, for sure. And it's 7 mana floating by the looks of things. So it is going to be Analyst. It's going to be the line of choice. We are going for the win here on Dom Harvey, not just for the Titan. Although, again, Titan may also have turned into a win. Like I said, lots of ways to bake a cake with Amulet. Not too sure what metaphor I should be using there. But regardless, Aftermath Analyst is the choice. In we go. So Surgical still in hand for Valentine. What's going to happen now? We're going for something?
Yeah, Stern Scolding. So that's going to counter the Aftermath Analyst. So it doesn't ever hit play. This
Yeah.
is a card that's a little, it's really good against this exact spot and sometimes really good against an early grazer. And you can see now Dom is a mana short, I believe, and has to
Oh, the
concede
pact.
because of the pact. Yeah. Really well played there from Valentine and sort of hung out there. Yeah. And you see sort of stress there.
Well,
And Dom played around everything but that card.
yeah, I mean, if it was Green Sun Zenith, that doesn't work, right? That card goes straight into
Mhm.
the battlefield. But because you actually have to physically cast the creature you get, got a creature
Yeah.
that was small enough to get Stern Scalding. Again, had to think of every possible card that Valentine could have had. And that's probably a one-off Scalding, if I had to guess. Or at least it's a small number. There are not going to be too many of those in the list. Decided to go for the Analyst kill instead of something like a Primeval Titan line to maybe not win the game on the spot. Although, again, there's potential, but at least to move things forward and make some more mana, get a big creature on the board, try and threaten. Instead, it is Can't Pay for Your Impact Trigger and a victory for the Prowess deck. 4-0, the first Prowess deck to win on stream, I believe, against a very
Yeah.
formidable opponent. But 4-0 now for Valentine Webb. Very, very nicely done.
In a matchup that is really tough as well. This is the thing
Mm-hmm.
that makes or breaks a lot of tournament runs, right? You need to win all your good matchups to top 8 in RC typically, and you need to steal a couple bad matchups. That's what I always tell
Yep.
people. And stealing around against Dom Harvey is good enough, let alone in this bad of a matchup. So big congrats there. Played well and took a little bit of a risk when it comes to sideboarding, bring in the Stern Scolding. But this is the upside of bringing in a card like that is they might play around all these lines, but are they going to really play around everything? And could they even play around everything? And if they are going to play around Scolding, well, it's one Scolding versus 4 Consigns, right? So math says you should play around Consign more than Scolding.
Mm-hmm.
Really well played there, hit the right spot. So congratulations, moving on to 4-0. Dom's still very much alive at 3-1 with 5 rounds left in the day.
Yeah, likely see him again across the weekend if
Mhm.
Mastery holds. And like you pointed out, definitely not a good matchup. Died on turn 2 to start off the best of 3 and I managed to take it home at the end of the day. That is 4 rounds through the RC now. There's about 10 or 12 minutes left in the round, so we're going to go to a break. But when we return, it is the 5th round of the Calgary RC coming up. Don't go too far away.
All right, I'm here with Noel Robin at Regional Championship Calgary, Cycle 10. And Noel, you have been to many regional championships before. Is this your number 4?
Yeah, this is. So I went to the very first one.
Mm-hmm.
Then I went to the second one, but I didn't play in the main event.
Okay.
Because I wasn't qualified. Then I just played in Montreal recently. So yeah, this is number 4.
And you did incredibly well in Montreal, if I'm remembering correctly. Also,
I did, yeah. I finished 20th, I believe.
nice.
Yeah.
And so, what have you brought to Calgary for this weekend? Are we doing anything something like the stock Jeskai Blink? Are we trying like a low horse like Flip Belcher? I just had 2 Belcher players to interview, so give me something. Give me
No,
something
yeah,
new.
we're playing the Cats this weekend. We are on Boros Energy.
Okay.
I picked it because it's easy to pick up and play, I think. And I think it's the best Blood Moon deck in the format. I think Blood Moon's really well positioned right now.
I'd agree with that.
So that was part of it. And I've been testing with Team Worldly Council this season. My first time being part of a major testing team.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you. So
how's testing with them been?
It's been great. Yeah, I obviously I'm a father, so I don't have a ton of free time. But when I can, I test. It's really cool being part of like a spot where you can swap ideas and bounce things off and do testing gauntlets and stuff like that.
Awesome.
So
that's great
really
to hear.
cool, yeah.
Leading up to this event, obviously you just told me how your testing is going. Has there been any like new avatar cards you've added into the deck? Anything edge of attorneys that like change it from like the stock normal energy?
Yeah. Nothing too crazy. The big one I think is the Legend of Roku, the new saga.
Okay.
It's basically an upgrade to Showdown of the Skulls. So you get one less card up front, but you get a 4/4 Must Answer threat on the backside, which I think is worth more than a card.
Fair.
And I've seen some lists already playing 2. We're actually playing 3 this weekend
We're
in
on
our
a full
build.
3?
Yeah, just because it's really good in any grindy matchups. Good in the mirror, good against like zoo type decks, good against Jeskai. Any deck that's like trying to grind you down and wear you down. It almost is like a One Ring type effect.
Gotcha.
The One Ring's broken. We don't talk about that card. But
it's banned for
the
a
idea.
reason.
Yeah, it's like harmonized with the left side. But anyways, yeah, that's really the big new card. Nothing else is too crazy. I don't know. The list is pretty stock for the most part, except for we're on 2 Ragavan main instead of the full 4.
Fantastic.
So I think Ragavan gets hated out pretty easily in this format. So we're just playing more interaction instead of Ragavans.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, I wish you nothing but the best of luck, and
awesome.
I'll catch you later on in the week.
Yeah, thank you very much.
see me fall, I'ma get it all. Climb till my feet are up, push till I see the top. I won't ever stop, never see me drop.
I was born to be a legend, and I will not surrender. My legacy remembered. I was born to be a legend.
I'm a legend. Time is running out. Don't waste another second.
Doesn't kill me, makes me stronger.
Hello and welcome back to Regional Championship Canada. We're in round 5 of this modern RC and things are heating up. We've seen a little bit of everything, Mason. My name's Pastry Time, joined by Mason Clark, and it's been fun so far. We've got Prowess, we've got Blink of every flavor, we've had Amulet, we've had a turn 2 kill, we've had all sorts here, but so far it seems like Prowess and the Blink decks are the ones to beat here in the early rounds of this tournament.
Yeah, they're off to a strong start, and those are also a lot of decks that were heavily played by players. So, people seem to have, the horse in the right race, as it were. But this round, we've got a little bit of a spicy one coming your way.
Oh,
I
yeah.
believe it's a 5-color birthing ritual deck.
5C birthing ritual. Let's have a look. WBRG. That is all the colors, but this deck is trying to do something pretty interesting. So, maybe simple stuff out of the way. Omnath, Leyline Binding. If these cards care about having lots of colors, that makes a lot of sense. And we have some Cascade cards, and we have this birthing ritual. What on earth is going on from that point?
Yeah, so you see the 2-color birthing ritual deck, and that deck's like a value pile, right? It's got a bunch of force negations and flare denial and subtleties and just creatures that draw a card. This is doing some of that with the birthing ritual and a bunch of creatures that have value. But instead of trying to just sort of be like generically, I'm going to, exchange resources over the yours that matter and kind of figure it out from there. This deck is just, I'm a bunch of really strong cards that can take over the game, and I'm using Birthing Ritual to find those cards more and more and more, and my Shardless Agent will always hit Birthing Ritual. So the idea being, I'll Shardless, I'll hit Ritual, then ideally I'll jump my Ritual, using my Ritual, jump my Shardless into something like Omnath or Superior Spider-Man and take over the game.
Yeah, and just, in case you haven't played Modern for a bit, or maybe just want to know what the giant paragraph of text on birthing rituals, I'm going to read it for you all real quick. 2-mana enchantment from Modern Horizons 3. That means, everyone, yes, it is Mason's fault. At the beginning of your end step, if you control a creature, look at the top 7 cards of your library. Then you may sacrifice a creature. If you do, you may put a creature card with mana value X or less from among those cards onto the battlefield, where X is 1 plus the sacrificed creature's mana value. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order, as you do so often these days. Look at 7. If they match, you get to get one. That's basically it. Birthing-ish. Everyone knows Birthing Pod. That one's not around anymore. This is, something else, but, a little familiar perhaps to the fans of that card.
A nod to Birthing Pod, right? Obviously, you don't get that same control,
homage.
but, you get a little bit of extra stuff, too, for that. So, not so bad.
Not so bad. Of course, their opponent on the other side will have a quick look. It is Boros Energy. The rock solid deck of the format, back in business as always. 1 Blood Moon main this time around, 2 in the sideboard. Seen quite a few Blood Moons hanging around the main decks of Boros Energy this weekend. Otherwise, it's 4 of all the good cards. We're straight into it. Adam Bruni on the play on Energy, 3-0-1. Jesse Spears on our 5-color birthing ritual deck, 3-1. Adam looking to stay undefeated still technically, as Ragavan rolls on in shortly. It was the first turn play. There's a tap land. Again, want to play all those land cards in this 5-color deck. Get those land types for your Leyline Bindings. So do have to play some slower lands here, and that means Ragavan's going to get in quick here.
Yeah, and that 1 Blood Moon in the main deck here for Adam, that's his best possible play right now, and he's going to be really happy if he can find that card sooner than later. These 5-color decks, even though they'll sometimes play a basic or 2, and often, as long as it had that basic that kind of matters, in this case being the island and the forest, they can kind of operate. They really can't play to the level they want to. So that's a card that Adam's really hoping to high roll here. If not, just connecting with this Ragavan and getting all these extra resources, despite what you get off the top of your opponent's deck, is going to allow him to take over this game on the board very quickly. And he's going to need to, as if the game goes long, Jesse will outvalue him typically.
Yeah, I can't imagine there's all that many playable cards for Adam to hit off the Ragavan, given how high the cost on some of these cards are. But of course, the treasure every turn and the damage is nothing to sneeze at. Looks like we fetched for a shock on turn 1. Now shocking again down to 15. Ragavan already charging in. So Jesse, I believe, at 18 here in this game. And we're back with Goblin Bombardment.
Yeah, classic card we saw in our first round. Really good, just invalidating removal to some extent. Always turning your creature into at least a deal 1. One of the awkward parts about Jesse's deck, due to having, the Birthing Ritual always be the hit off the Shardless Agent, not a lot of cheap cards that you can play in those first couple turns of the game. Happy to get a, Surveil Land or Triome, sculpt a little, and then start trying to take over the game.
Yep, some of the people may be familiar with things like Crashing Footfalls, which was a modern deck at some point, not so much anymore. Same kind of thing. You can play some cards, especially cards that are bigger than they're printed due to maybe having other cards attached to them. But for the most part, you are just kind of shields down for a couple turns. You play your tap lands and see what you can find. As Jesse going to go ahead and find a Thundering Force, Surveil for 1. And see if he likes the card or not on top of the deck. Maybe, maybe not. That's the fun part. You get to choose. In Bombardment, like you mentioned, nice bit of reach there for his energy decks, and obviously probably best used to flip a Jonny ASAP. It's kind of the obvious use for that card, but certainly a good one, especially in the slower matchups. You can get a pretty significant amount of extra damage dealt over the course of a game, especially if your board goes very wide with something like Ocelot Pride.
All right, and Jesse does have the Leyline Binding. We have full domain with our lands currently. So we're going to be able to interact with either the Ragavan or the Golem Bombardment if we want to. And it does look like we're going to cast it, I imagine, on the Ragavan if we're doing it this early.
Yeah, it certainly seems to be the case. Oh, into the graveyard. Decides I'm probably not going to kill the Leyline Binding, so just go ahead and ping you for 1. And here's Guide of Souls. A little bit more. Anything else? Another Ragavan. Gain a life, but no dash. Could have used the treasure potentially, but again, just kind of wants to replay the Ragavan and keep the pressure going here. No, and not enough energy to trigger for Guide of Souls anyway, so probably doesn't feel worth it as we play a land and pass the turn back over.
Yeah, notably, Jesse did get rid of Shardless Agent there. So maybe needing a land or already has one rolled up, that is a good way to sort of, always find your ritual and get the engine going.
Important to note that you do get to look before you sacrifice the creature. So if you don't have a hit, you don't have to just randomly put your creature in the graveyard. You get a little bit of agency there, even if you don't get, your entire deck to search through only 7 cards. But, there's usually something good in the top 7 from most of these style of effects. As we are just going to be fetching again, that is a Flooded Strand. A second very beautiful looking Flooded Strand I might add sent to the bin. And the basic planes. We shall respect the one of Moon in the main deck. Once again, open deck list here at the RC, so both players know what is up, and Jesse decides wants to hedge a little now that Domain's already on.
Yeah, with that planes in play, if Blood Moon comes down, any land will allow you to cast Leyline Binding, extra copies from your hand, which will get you out from the Blood Moon. So you can give a small nod there. And with a deck like Boros Energy, you're wanting to do a lot of damage. So saving a little life from the fetch also sort of has, dual incentives here. As we're going to go and see what will we hit this time.
More time to... Always have to ask the question, but it is, at least in game 1, always Birthing Ritual, which means at the end step, we're going to have a trigger, and we may or may not have something exciting happen as cards from Cascade get randomized. Always fun to present the pile to your opponent, but most opponents do turn it down.
I ain't got time for that.
Yeah, it's true. A lot of magic to be played. Here's a treasure getting popped. What do we have? Take out your creature. Galvanic Discharge. One of the most played cards on the weekend. I have to imagine seeing this round after round here on camera. Pretty good bolt spell, as it turns out. And Shardless Agent's going to hit the bin. We won't get... Well, we will get a Birthing Ritual trigger. It just won't do anything fun. In fact, it only... That's fun. I didn't realize it only gets the second part of the trigger if you control a creature. So it just triggers and then nothing happens. How exciting.
Yeah, what fun. You see Adam here also really valuing the Surveil. We could have kept the treasure, had more mana on the future turns, and just got a non-Surveil land here, but Adam really wants to find something that can help maybe take over the game or close it out, since we do have a little bit of board pressure here.
Yeah, we are going to get... If we have another creature, also some chance for Guide of Souls to flip somebody over, so land can go to the bin. Maybe looking for another creature to just trigger Guide of Souls yet again here for Adam. Wants a bit more action, you have to think, with the way that sequence worked out, and the land going to the bin would certainly indicate that, but the creatures are rumbling on in. Guide of Souls and Ragavan going back through. No Guide of Souls energy being expended, don't have enough. Instead, it's just a card flipped over the top, and yet another treasure getting made. Adam not necessarily finding more pressure, which it seems like something they wanted here.
Yeah, and Superior Spider-Man, a card Jesse doesn't mind losing in this spot. It's kind of a cute little tool, something you can use to jump with the ritual, get some value, like another Solitude, etc. And I know Adam can't cast it because he only has 1 treasure, so Jesse, I think, really looking for something here that's like Quantum Riddler or something like that, where he can play it and then jump it into anything with the ritual and maybe still have some mana up to interact.
Makes sense to me. Is Jesse going to untap? Adam, I think a single card left in hand. Looks like some consideration here for Jesse, just deciding what do we want to do. We lost our first creature for the Birthing Ritual. We have our Namesake enchantment in play if we keep presenting creatures to our opponents, they are going to pretty much have to do something about it. Or as you said, the value train is going to tick for too long. That is a creature, but not today. It's going to be played as a land here. Which Glade Meadow? There's another one. That's why. Going to take out this bombardment, it looks like.
Yeah, it's expensive, but this is sort of, what Jesse's going to do. He lost a lot of life this turn, but he's going to answer this bombardment and then ideally turn this Witch Enchanter into something like Solitude or Omnath or Quantum Riddler or Elish Norn and just use that to maybe take over the game.
Seems good. We'll take out that bombardment, put a body in the way temporarily, and force Adam to have a removal spell here. Fetch already popped though. Marsh Flats into the rubbish bin, so have to imagine there are more bolts of some kind where those came from. Again, Boros Energy, lots of good individual cards, lots of really efficient cards, and they all work together and individually well. So a deck that many players have sleeved up for this regional championship, and you can kind of see why. Lots of players doing well in it so far. So a win in our very first round, all the way back in round 1, and now still an undefeated energy player here on the right-hand side of your screen as players are just quickly chit-chatting about what's happening up next.
Yeah, it looks like this Surveil's pretty challenging. It makes me wonder, is this like a medium plus card in this spot? Like maybe in the Jonny is an example of like sometimes it's good, but it might not be enough to win from here, especially with the bombardment going away. It's definitely a thinker here for Adam.
Now, I'm also curious what the other card is, because I'm not exactly sure if it's a removal spell for this potential creature. I mean, you also are gonna, it's not a winning game to kill every single 2/2 that gets cast when there's so many heavy hitters in this Birthing Ritual deck. But you want to try and hold off for as long as you can. Jesse isn't 9, so there are some lines here where you can get pretty aggressive and deal some damage, especially if you can find another creature, maybe jump something in the air with the Guide of Souls. You would have loved to have Bombardment do more damage. That could be the other thing. Maybe just thinking about, do I want to toss a creature at the face? Probably not. Just going to let the Bombardment go. And Witch Enchanter is going to stick on the board for now, it looks like. And Birthing Ritual, here we go. Look at 7. Anything good?
We found a Solitude at worst, so that's a pretty strict upgrade. Just on base stats, you're up, a point.
Seems good. Witch Enchanter probably going to go into the graveyard. Goodbye. This all happens at once, so no space to do anything other than watch your opponent pick a card. And I'm guessing that's a Solitude. There are so many alt arts in this game right now, but that's probably going to be that Evoke Elemental you spoke of.
It is indeed that Evoke Elemental. Question is, do you want to go after Ragavan or Guide? Guide can maybe get a creature big enough, to sort of jump over the Solitude so it can't block, but Ragavan, if there's an answer for your Solitude, would be really frustrating.
Going to take out Ragavan, leave the Guide of Souls there. 2 energy still on the left-hand side of your screen as we learn all the alt arts of Solitude this weekend. Most likely. A Jonny into play, though. Very nice full art of Jonny. That's going to be 1 life, 2 life, because it does make a cat. Up we go. Can we throw the cat at the face? We cannot right now, because again, the bombardment did go, but the Guide of Souls is going to jump in, and we're going to do a bit more damage here. Again, this does present a 2-turn clock, I believe, although Solitude's going to get in the way potentially. Does not fly. Looks like it flies in some of its artworks. Does not, in fact. So that 4/4 Angel now the Guide of Souls transforms into with those counters. Not going to be blocked by that Solitude, and Jesse's going to go down to 6, getting a little low on life here now.
Yeah, and this is an interesting spot. Jesse kind of wants to get in with the Solitude and gain some life, but if we do, the Jonny flips and we lose currently our only creature. Something like Omnath would be great here, but we actually have double planes, right? That Witch Enchanter that isn't flipped over there is just a white source, meaning on 4 mana, we cannot cast Omnath in order to sort of, keep digging. We do have a Shardless Agent. That's going to find Birthing Ritual number 2.
Seems pretty good. Like you said, what is the hit? It's always the same. It's the nice thing about building these Cascade decks. Funny that a mechanic that was supposed to kind of, be card of energy, be some kind of fun, kind of little gambling, see what you flip off the library, has certainly become more of this. I am just looking for a single card that powers my deck, and we're going to find another copy of the ritual here in just a moment. Trust me, it's in there. Got to look at all these beautiful full art cards that Jesse Spears has, and there's that other Birthing Ritual.
Yeah, there's the Vocalist. We'll mention that one if time comes up with it, but that's kind of the cute one in this deck.
A little bit of additional things can happen. Good times.
I'm really interested to see, is Jesse going to attack in with this Solitude in order to gain life and then try to find an answer to a Jonny that then will flip? Or are you going to just, end our turn, quote unquote, and start triggering rituals and just have more bodies to choose from to sack to?
What if we go up the chain? Do it twice.
Yeah, I mean, that would be really good if we could get that going.
Not sure exactly what sevens might be in the deck, but it's fun to think about. Certainly an option that Jesse could have. Still, though, you do need to hit the correct sequence of those 7 cards and then the next 7. But it looks like we are going to go all the way to the end step. Solitude not interested in rumbling with that cat token and flipping a Jonny over. So look at the first 7 here. Again, nice thing you get to choose the creature to sacrifice after you look. So you're going to have to match up exactly the values there. And that looks like a 3 going to turn into a 4.
That's a Starfield Vocalist. I said I talked about it if it comes up, so here it is. This is a card from the most recent space set, Edge of Eternity. If a permanent entering the battlefield causes a trigger of an ability, permanent you control to trigger, that ability triggers an additional time. So Panharmonicon for our EDH friends out there. That means we can kind of sack the Solitude and get 2 triggers out of it, as we have found another Solitude here. So sort of also like Elish Norn, which is in the deck, but at 4 mana and more anime as wow, that's a big version of Starfield Vocalist. Really stealing the show.
We love that. Love to see it, especially most critically 4 mana, but warps in for 2 if you need to play it for cheaper. Again, one of the things that this Birthing Ritual deck is definitely leaning on are the alternate costs that Magic has generated on creatures over the course of the game, lining them up nicely with potential sacrifice effects. If because if the creatures are temporary, just turn it into another creature. Seems pretty good. As Jesse's board looking pretty domineering, but again, only 6 life left. It's 2 lightning bolts away, folks. There are ways around this. The Solitude is cleaning up the house, and the land goes down, and the hand goes over. Can't be good news for the Boros Energy player. Out of pressure now. With Bombardment gone, with the creatures gone. Jesse's Pierce 6 life looking a lot safer as Witch Enchanter comes back down. Bolts himself because he wants to play something here.
Well, I think Jesse has an insane turn. I think he gets to go second Vocalist into Quantum Riddler, which would trigger 3 times.
There is the Riddler. Warp in for 2. Trigger. And then some more triggers happen. Yeah, Adam doesn't want to see it.
I respect it from Adam. We would also be able to sack those warp creatures in. And Adam kind of knows, like, hey, I'm not going to win. Even if I draw a Flage, I put you to 3 and you're going to gain enough life. And you see a little head nod there, like, okay, yeah, that's tough.
Nice deck. Yep.
Yep.
Pretty cool deck. 5 colors, Birthing Ritual. Things just shoot out of the library. And yeah, they're pretty big. Ways to generate plenty of additional value thanks to that Vocalist. We pop on over to our backup match. It is Titan versus Blink this time around. And Titan is looking like it's doing stuff, which again, usually good news for the Titan player.
Yeah, it looks like Dustin's trying to do the best Mario impression and take Bowser down, but... Sorry, I think I'm very funny, and in reality, I'm mediumly funny.
Oh, I mean, medium plus. Please, at least give yourself some credit. The floor is quite high there for Mr. Mason Clark. Shifting Woodland, going to shift into something we're pointing at lands in our graveyard.
I think it's Aftermath Analyst, and with the triple amulet, this should be a win, as long as we have something to do, and we look to have Urza's Cave. We didn't get to talk about this with Dom, but we might get to talk about it now.
Well, many lands are coming back, so it certainly is an Analyst, given what's happening here. I'm going to put a whole lot of triggers on the stack in just a second, trying to get a look at Winnie's hand real quick. So, Solitude, I think a card I've seen every single game today, makes a lot of sense. Pretty good Magic card, but not sure there's much in the way of interaction from this point onwards. Analyst is already doing its thing.
So it really matters how much mana Dustin here has floating, because we have a Solitude, so we can pop the Bauble, so we are allowed to evoke. And then if there's not enough mana floating to then sack your Aftermath Analyst, right, you can remove that when the Shifting Woodland targets it, and sort of go from there. But I think we're going to have enough mana, and we're not going to do it like yet. Like sometimes players shortcut things and they like make mistakes and lose because of this, but it looks like that's not happening here. Now what's going to start happening? Oh, sorry, go.
No, it's like I imagine the order of these lands is also the order they're triggering by the looks of things. There's a lot going on this board.
I imagine so as well. So that Urza's Cave down there is what makes this not just a loop of like doing the exact same thing over and over. With Cave, you can sack it to then search for a land. Ideally, you'll search for something like Lotus Field the first time, and then get another one and loop, loop, loop. Now all your lands are back in your graveyard, and you just can get through all your cards in your deck and get the Infinite Titans that way. But it really depends on the way you want to play it, because we don't know the hand. There could just be Titans in hand, and we're not going to, waste our time doing that, / maybe play around some stuff. I assume we're in game 1, but we might be in game 2, and we might be playing around sideboard cards as well.
Yeah, could make sense here. But again, a lot of complex stuff happening here. The amulet book has been opened. The mind's eye is sifting through the graveyard, trying to figure out everything that can be done. But usually, if there's this many lands and some amulets in play, again, things are going well. So Winnie's gonna bide their time, see if we can't find a point of interaction. And it does feel like at this point, as Besager goes back to hand, Teleria West goes back to hand. Plenty of options now. The Cave now ready to pop. Cave's going to go into the bin. Love, again, the fact that this deck uses every single part of its 61 cards. You know, Lotus Field makes a ton of mana with Amulet of Vigor in play, much like a bounce land does. But it also does the extra thing of sacrificing your land, so you can loop them back in with things like this. There is so much happening. And Dustin seems to be all over it as far as the amulet line goes. Aftermath Analyst, definitely, I think, one of the more complicated cards in the deck when you really start getting going, but seems like Dustin's got it fully under control here, and this game should be wrapped up in a moment, unless we're missing something on the other side.
Yeah, I think so. I'm trying to figure out what's below Vexing Bauble. That's a crazy Vasuba. I'm just gonna call a spade on that one.
That's very true.
That has to be like an altar. Either way, I think those are 4 treasures down there. I think we've hit with Ragavan a bunch of times this game.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that's part of what Wendy might be thinking here is you can do all this, but I can like solitude and then maybe like get you. And you do have a ton of mana here. You can sack bobble it. Oh, that was his bobble from the Ragavan. Okay, that's why I was like, maybe this is a sideboard game if that's in our deck, but I couldn't figure out why the side summoner's packed. This all makes a lot more sense.
That's a one of usually in the Titan decks, right? You can find it off of Saga. Yeah. So very funny to see Ragavan find it there and get played by Winnie. Clearly was stopping something from happening here for Dustin. In terms of Summoner's Pact, most notably, I'd have to say, but does turn on Evoke Elementals on the other side. So see if it makes a difference here. Mana is getting tapped here for Winnie, so interaction is coming. That's a fetch land, though. What are we trying to find here? What is the angle? There is so much mana ready to happen. Does Winnie have an answer to what this Aftermath Analyst line? We saw a pretty funny one in the last round to answer Analyst. Going to have to do a little bit more than Stern Scolding to win this game.
Yeah, I think there's something. I feel like we're missing something here.
We're always missing something. That's part of the fun.
Yeah, it is part of the fun. It looks like we're just sacking a bunch of the treasures. Assuming those were treasures.
I think so. It would be very funny to me if a hardcast elemental happened after Vexing Bauble got Besaged, but we'll have to see. Lots of hands flying across the table. Also saw at some point Dustin kind of doing the double wavy arms action, which is that's when you know the amulet land's getting spicy. When they kind of have to, brush them, fan themselves off.
The more you act like a muppet with their hands, the more I know I'm dead. And the arms start waving around. I'm like, oh, it's over, Kermit. I get it.
Yeah, Summoner's Pact was the answer to our question, so Vexing Bauble had to get Besaged. I saw another one as well in Dustin's hand. So there's Titan. What else are we going to get? I guess we're just shortcutting to 2 lands. There must be an unbelievable amount of mana ready and available. So what 2 lands are we getting here? There is more to come. That Shifting Woodland is still tapped for something. It would have been untapped by Amulet, so I assume it's targeting something. It's
also possible we just floated all the mana, like you were saying before, because you can activate that one while tapped. So
that's true.
It is one of the weird lands. Yeah, that's a swing and a miss moment. Good intentions.
I mean, it does sweet things. We can't say that isn't true.
That's super true. I think so. Yeah, I think part of what was happened is we were just looking when we searched for Summoner's Pact for what we're going to actually grab off the Titan, because clearly at this point you're like, okay, I'm presenting like basically near a loop. There's almost no way you can win. You have to have something. And so I think now we're like getting Otawara, getting the Surveil, and maybe setting up to like bounce the Otawara as a way to protect the Titan, because you can just, Otawara your own Titan.
Yeah, seems pretty good. In fact, I think that is bounce on Otawara, so that's going to bounce back, and we're going to have to find out another day, because we're back to our feature match. Adam Bruni on Boros Energy, down a game here in this best of 3. Ragavan on turn 1 up that mountain, and the Birthing Ritual deck is going to pass it on over. I believe there's an Expedition Misty Rainforest as the first land for turn. A very beautiful card. As Ragavan's going in, anything to cast? Birthing Ritual, one time. Childless Agent. You know what? Kind of a fun one.
Yeah, close one. If you had a splash in your deck, you might have been able to do it, but a little late right now. Let's see if we had that Blood Moon. We had 2 in the sideboard, 1 in the main. That would be a near game-ending play, I imagine.
Well, there's the land. I feel like if we're looking this long at the hand, Blood Moon is not... Well, maybe. I imagine the
Yeah.
Bogman is slamming down on this turn if he has it. So maybe something else. There's 2 mana. Gonna be a bombardment once again.
Yeah, second verse same as the first when it comes to the way this game's playing out.
Adam just gonna pass back. It looks like, yeah, just swinging for Ragavan again. No, they already swung in. That's what happens. That's why there's a treasure on the table. So land gets played, 2 drops gets deployed. Fetch land happening. I believe
Yeah.
in the end step.
No, so Jesse drew for turn.
Okay,
So I
interesting.
think Jesse maybe was saying, I kind of want to like potentially draw lands, and I'm willing to take more damage to ever so slightly have that land in my deck. And then potentially I was drawing something like Birthing Ritual here. And so is
Right.
now fetching in order to play it.
Yep, and is playing, or at least trying to play around Blood Moon as well.
Mhm.
Gonna go ahead and get a basic island as the first land for turn off that Misty, and then we'll see if there's another basic to follow. We saw our plans in the last game. There is another oh, that's a forest actually, I think.
Yep.
And that is gonna be Birthing Ritual. Good call, Mason.
Yeah, it's easy when the deck only has 1/2 drop. It makes the commentary
Yeah.
drop pretty easy. You'll get used to it, you know. It's kind of like Zeri, whatever the little cat's name is. You know, it's like that. Job's easy.
Okay. Zero Yumi, yeah.
Yeah, Yumi, that's right.
Yeah. Don't think whatever that is in Magic, I don't think we're going to bring that meta game to this game. I can tell you that much. As Ragavan pops on in again, makes treasure number 2. Now, actually, does Ragavan let you cast it indefinitely? It does, right?
Yeah, you
It's
have
still
red
possible.
white. Yeah, I
don't
kind
think
of
you should
think
do
this
it.
is the play. Oh, that's the textless version. So we want to get text check real quick. That's what the players are smiling.
Is that
It's Omnath. Yeah, that's the Flubber Omnath. It's not actually Universes Beyond Flubber, but it looks just like it.
Certainly does. Pretty good card. Is playable. Yes, is actually playable right now. There's 2 of the on-color lands and then 2 treasures. We're going to read the card and decide if we want to do it. Hasn't played a land this turn yet either, right? So we'd get at least 1 landfall trigger. And a lot of decks in modern, I don't know if you know this, Mason, they do play fetch lands.
Yeah, and I mean, if you fetch here, you're gonna gain 4 mana, which would be really good if you had any sort of play. Like you could play your Flage or any one card. I have to imagine if we're fetching now. Oh yeah, it looks like Adam's gonna be realizing in real time. If I don't fetch and I just wait, I can get more mana. I
That
think
hand
now
is calling a judge.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you almost surely what's gonna happen, but obviously we'll wait for the judge. Typically in this kind of spot, what's gonna happen is Adam started to do a fetch, but didn't actually do anything, right? And so they're gonna say no information was gained, nothing really happened, probably. And as such, Adam's probably gonna get to rewind. Obviously, we can't hear everything that's being said right now by those players, and that sometimes does matter a lot when it comes to like being able to rewind. But typically here, if you were to play, let's say basic mountain, they would let you take it back and play, let's say basic island if it was in your hand.
Right. So we'll see what happens here. Like, obviously, pretty high impact, the difference between playing this fetch before and after the Omnath. And Adam did indicate that he wanted to play that fetch before instantly realizing what went wrong. So the judge has been called. We saw their shoes just at the bottom of the frame shuffling over to the table. So we'll get this resolved as soon as possible, and we'll see what happens here. I think regardless of the result, Adam definitely wants to shake it off a little. That is the kind of thing that even no matter what happens, can maybe put you on a little bit of tilt. So important to stay even keel and keep this game rolling.
Yeah, it's one of those things too where it's like, mistakes matter, they compound, and like you want every little point. That being said, sometimes, you got some points to spare. Don't let the mistakes compound and like, oh, I did something dumb, I'm gonna do something else dumb. Speaking of dumb, let's check out the Titan board state here. All right, Winnie, your solitude wasn't good enough. What else is in hand that you think could maybe make you survive?
I see Ragavan. There's an Ottawa. Going to go ahead and bounce a Titan, trying to save it from the Solitude that was incoming. That was the line you called out last time we looked at this matchup. And when he's going to think, maybe looking to respond. Dustin again, lots of waving hand motions, trying to indicate you are dead. These are many, many Titans going after you and your life total. This is 18 right now, and a bunch of triggers as they all swing on in. And yeah, we're just going to take the damage. It's chill, I guess.
Oh, you know what happened maybe in this game, and that's part of the reason why this has been so weird. I bet you Winnie's Ragavan hit some piece of the combo with the trigger, like the exile trigger, and that's why Winnie hasn't conceded, because Winnie knew like Mirror Pool isn't in the deck. That is sort of my guess from this position, and so that's why we're having to like actually continuously sort of play this out, because Winnie knows that she isn't dead. That is my sort of guess right now, because otherwise this doesn't make much sense.
Right. So I can tell you what else is happening, by the way. Primordial Titan is finding all the lands remaining in the deck. There's basically like an Otawara loop happening where Titan's getting picked up and replayed over and over and over again. There's a huge amount of lands in the thing. Otawara is continually bouncing all the non-land permanents, I believe, is what Dustin's trying to explain right now. And you know what? We'll have to find out later because we are back and looks like players are still discussing what's happening.
Yeah, maybe there was an appeal on the judge call, but you were totally right. So one of the things that happens with the Titan deck is you do enter in-game loops of you can Boseiju everything and Otawara everything. And I think what's happening there is because we don't have the ability to actually make infinite Titans, we're not Otawaraing down those solitudes. We're letting them stay in play because that would actually, believe it or not, be worse for us to give them back solitudes.
Yeah, not as familiar with Modern necessarily, though certainly learned plenty today and decided to learn more as the weekend rolls on. But very familiar with shenanigans in CEDH at least. So sometimes I know you have to play to some really silly outs, and it seems like that's what Dustin is up to on the other match there. As we are back to our feature match, players still disgusting. As looks like we have a little extension for that judge call, and the overall results we'll find out soon because they're going to keep playing Magic the Gathering, tapping some lands, and it looks like Marsh Flats was played, appears to be the call. Unless Omnath wasn't on the mind at all.
Yeah, I assume that maybe the ruling from the judges, the fact that you fetch means you gave information. But because Jesse allowed the fetch, meaning, Jesse could have done something like solitude in response, right? And so whether that's a play Jesse would or not want to, you gain some amount of information. It could be the reasoning here. Either way, we're going to play as it lies. It looks like we maybe have a Jonny in hand. So obviously having the Omnath and the Johnny would have been nice, but this is still a pretty great place to be.
I think Adam, though, definitely has to think about future turns here in this spot. Not just like, what do I play this turn? Maybe want to play something else. We are going to actually pop this, and Omnath still coming into play. But as we can obviously see, that fetch land is in play. Draw a card. Man, this card has so much text on it. I know it doesn't look like it because there's a Texas version on the board right now, but Omnath does an unbelievable number of things.
It is kind of a wild card. It's ironic, really, for it to be a textless card. But I like this play from Adam. Even though obviously we missequenced it a little, I do think just from able to make out from his hand that just playing the Omnath here actually is the best thing in the long run, even though you miss out on that, sort of burst of mana and being able to play a Johnny right away and flip. I think you're going to need the resources here to battle Jesse.
Makes a lot of sense. Can also gain life in a pinch with that fetch land if that ever comes up. Probably not going to come up at 20 life. Card draw only happens when it comes into play, though, so not going to get that one again. My goodness, that would have been a fun card. Instead, Jesse going to go ahead and play this Thundering Falls, get a Surveil going. And this is kind of where the problems can start, right? Any random dork that gets played with this Birthing Ritual in play could be something ginormous, and that's a pretty good dork to have here. Quantum Riddle are going to draw a card here for Jesse Spears.
Oh, okay. Adam has Blood Moon in hand.
Pretty good card.
I think maybe that's where we tricked ourselves along the lines of we were going to slam our Blood Moon. But, one of the nice things about Omnath that never really comes up these days, but, every now and again does, is if you get 3 lands in a turn, it does do 4 damage to each opponent. So the fact that we have held this fetch might end up actually netting us 4 damage to Jesse, and that could be really big here if Jesse gets one of these more mediocre creatures, as we do want to sack the Riddler for basically anything here since it is warped in.
And there we go. Looks like Omnath is met with yet another Omnath.
Little flubber fight.
Right, well, Riddler warping into, I guess now it's in the graveyard, but it was warped in, drew a card, and now goes ahead and moves on in. And I think, misspeak slightly earlier. Unlike Birthing Port of Yore, it is not exact. It is +1 or less, where X is the mana value of the creature you sacrifice. So you can find things that are smaller. You don't just have to go exactsies. And here comes a Solitude in Adam's turn here, just trying to pick off the Omnath, I think, in upkeep, probably, before the additional lands can be played. Obviously, there's 1 land here still, but gaining 4 life, maybe not so interesting at this point. We'll see if Adam wants to pop the land, as Omnath is going to get targeted by Solitude here.
Yeah, this is a nice play from Jesse. Adam didn't fetch, I think, wanting to do the 4 damage thing with Omnath. And I think actually Adam, so that way if he does fetch, he can't surveil and gain 3 life and, fix his draw a little. So he has to kind of play with what he has.
even better. Of course, Boros Energy, not a deck known for its counterspells, so it makes a lot of sense. Not really afraid of interaction that be coming through. Solitude's almost always going to get its job done here and take out the Omnath, so Adam does have to think, do I want this for life or not? What land do I want to get? What else is in my hand that I want to play? If that Bloodmoon is in there, do I even want to play this turn against 2 basics? Am I fetching a basic with this Marsh Flats to maybe try and turn my Bloodmoon on? And of course, I think the big one, that's a lot of damage you're missing out on. This Omnath is also a 4-4. So, going to get in the 4 life here, going to fetch a plains, and that to me indicates that Blood Moon is going to be on the menu. Of course, Jesse playing around it so far with 2 basics. Going to have a mountain. Again, he's playing all 5 colors. Like, with 2 basics and a mountain, you can certainly still do some things here. In fact, Jesse isn't going to lose a color of mana right now if Blood Moon gets played.
It's a very funny spot. I wonder if Adam's going to Thraben Charm here and just knock out the Omnath, and then maybe use Bombardment to like shoot face or whatever. Because if you Thraben Charm, you'll kill Omnath, then the Solitude will die to the Evoke trigger. The board will be empty. All right, looks like we're going to actually just ping it there. Maybe we have something like a Galvanic Discharge to finish it off. Adam trying to build his collection.
That's my Omnath. I do need that back. Well, if I don't bring it into the next round or the next game, in fact, my deck will be illegal. So good spot there from Jesse, making sure he gets his Omnath back. And there's the Jonny. With a Bombardment in play, usually a pretty good sign for the Boros decks.
Yeah, and Jesse is sort of paused here. I wonder if Jesse has another Solitude to maybe kill this Johnny with the cat trigger on the stack. We'll have to see. If not, though, we're going to get to use a Johnny to kill this Omnath. All right.
Cat goes in the bin.
Yep.
Flippy floppy. And looks like more cats. They are going to indeed scratch. And that's going to be Omnath down, Ragavan in, card revealed. Another Shardless Agent. It's feeling like Christmas over here for Adam. Ragavan and Ajani now online. Cat token still in reserve. Bombardment still in play. It's under the Ajani, just kind of hanging out in the non-creature permanent section of Adam's board. Is Jesse going to untap? No Blood Moon, but still needs more things to come out of this birthing ritual. Board's getting pretty big now for Adam, building up that critical mass we see Boros Energy get to so often in its games where it's left unchecked.
So funny, all the basics we have here.
And been a pretty consistently good option. But wear tear, at least one of the sides there, I think the tear side from memory. The white side at least going to go ahead and take that enchantment out. And then here comes Starfield Vocalist back in play. Once again, warping away. And there you go. Thraben Charm this time for Disenchant. Going to take out that Birthing Ritual. And that puts a real damper on the line that Jesse took here.
Yeah, really, this kind of shows like one of the awkward situations for Jesse's deck. He does a lot of strong things, right? Like he can take over the game, he can get a lot going, but a lot of cards he's having to play in order to kind of make these things work are a little awkward. Whether it's, the big creatures or Birthing Ritual in itself or having to skip turn 1 basically every game. So there's a lot of power, but comes a little, junk in the trunk.
Certainly does. Sometimes you look at 7 cards and, oh, it's all garbage. Unlucky. So we'll see what happens here. Adam dismantling all these pieces bit by bit. Warp creatures not so good when the thing you built your deck to get value around does get disenchanted by your opponent. And again, Cat's going to keep rumbling in. Ragavan going to keep peeling cards off the top. Treasure going to keep getting made. And Johnny going to keep doing something. Doesn't really matter what direction you took a Johnny up in. It's usually pretty good. And Season Pyromancer. Oh, baby. Always a good time drawing 2 cards there, exchanging that one, making a token. And again, the board's getting bigger. No Bombardment is good news for Jesse because that would do quite a lot of damage even at this juncture, but the creatures are still rumbling in.
Yeah, and I mean, that extra body is so huge when it comes to a Johnny's 0 and dealing damage here. It's going to knock Jesse down to 8 currently. 7 if we play something beforehand. It looks like we drew another Blood Moon, even though I got rid of the last one.
Makes sense. More tokens happening. There's a guide. Getting out the energy counter, it looks like, as well. Wanted to make sure I keep track of that as well. Again, lots of different game objects to keep track of here in Boros Energy. So there's the energy. And then I believe Johnny made a cat Getting a life, getting an energy, pass the turn. What do you got, Jesse?
Justin's
we got
got
nothing. We
game
got
number
game
3. Yeah. I'm going to be on the play, and even if you have Ragavan, I can at least play my ritual before I get hit.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously, play draw often making a difference. As we pop back to our other match, Amulet Titan, I have to assume won game number 1, despite how convoluted the route seemed. And double Spelunking, double Grazer looks decent. That's an Echoing Deeps hanging out. Looks like it's going to get played, but no Amulet. Although Spelunking does a decent impression, so
Yes, Spelunkings notably in multiples don't stack like Amulet does, right?
Mhm.
Amulet, you have 2 of them, you're over the moon. You have 2 Spelunkings, well, you're safe from a wear tear.
It's a
That's
draw
really what's
card.
going on here. As we see, Lithuanic Barrage came in to answer Ashiok and does that job very well. That card is really hard for the Titan player to beat while it's stuck on the board here. So we're gonna have to see what Winnie also has in hand to maybe sort of close this out. Possibly and very reasonably could have kept a hand that's just Ashiok, Felia, 4 lands, 5 lands. Like that is a fine keep in this matchup.
Makes a lot of sense. Also, just realized that I believe Deeps was the card played off the Spelunking. I guess it may be a Grazer came off, but if it was the Deeps, you do get to gain 4 life, which is, I don't know, that's kind of fun. But certainly not quite as powerful as the triggered ability of Amulet of Vigor. Again, one of those things that I think if you look back at World Wake when that card was first printed, probably think, oh, that's not going to be a big problem. And, now Amulet Titans here, 3-1 in the RC. In fact, there's 2 Amulet players 3-1 right now, as we know, Dom losing the last round after being undefeated. But Dustin's still looking for a little bit more. Again, the dice are coming out. The Primeval Titan just straight up getting it put onto the board.
Yeah, and this
Vigor?
is really, really powerful. We can't. I don't think we can make infinite Titans from this spot. But we can't just haste this Titan. We can also just grab T West plus a blue green bounce lane and get another Summoner's Pact and sort of keep going. Winnie has a Charmaw in hand, and it's funny, this deck, at least for a lot of the builds now, actually has more lands that make colorless than green on their own. So that card actually randomly does just sort of stone rain people a lot more than you'd expect from, sort of a quote unquote mono green deck. But here, Dustin just didn't have any colorless land, so it's stuck in our hand this whole game.
That's funny. And indeed, it's going to bounce the T West. More cards coming down. Is that a stock up? That is a stock up.
It is. Yes. More divinations in the sideboard. Amulet players actually, some of them have this in their main deck as a way to sort of just be like, hey, I am a combo deck. I do kind of want A plus B. And there's plenty of matchups right now where I actually just want to sit around and slowly make my land drops and not worry about winning. Because once I get to that point in the game, I will win. I just need to make sure that I get there.
Well, it's currently 3 lands to 5. There's a Primeval Titan in play versus a Felia. Have to think that Primeval Titan wins that fight most of the time, but we'll see what Winnie has to bring to bear in this particular board state. Again, Amulet Titan doesn't always have to do the fancy thing. Can sometimes just play a big 6-drop and see what happens after that. So good at building critical mass. Also very good at killing you in very convoluted ways by comboing you. So tons of fun as Arena of Glory. I have to imagine it's getting exerted there. And here we come with, oh goodness, that's the big dragon that blows up lands. The one you mentioned earlier.
Obsidian Charmaw, and I'm curious what land it's going to blow up. I mean, with Felia, you can blow up 2 lands. Not so bad, although I don't think this Felia is going to survive the combat step if it does due to Titan.
Are a lot of non-basic lands though. So actually using kind of Ancient Tomb mode on the Arena of Glory there, making an extra mana. Making sure this 5-drop could come out, as you said, not reduced by any colorless lands, which is quite funny. I don't imagine Dustin played around it, but worked out nicely anyway, as when his sideboard card trying to get some damage done. Felia is going to charge in. So as the Charm it's a hasty 4/4 flyer, going to get blinked out of the way, so no damage done. Felia going to get blocked, but again, we have to take out the lands. 1 bounce land already picked off. Back we go, and another bounce land. I have to imagine Simic Growth Chamber number 2 is going to hit the bin. And we're back. Looks like an Urza Saga's ticking up, but we got more things to think about here in our feature match area. Final game between these two. Adam could stay undefeated with that draw, going to 4-0-1, or Jesse picking up win number 4 with only 1 loss. It's Ragavan into Guide of Souls, though, as the first 2 plays of the game. That is maybe not the order you necessarily want, but you can't complain about either, I would say.
Yeah, having the turn 1 Ragavan really is the key part of all this, right? You just want to have all those extra resources and the ability to threaten that turn 2 Blood Moon.
No treasure there, no Blood Moon, but still a land to potentially use for Surveil. Still some interactive spells. We already saw Thraben Charm being used for its disenchant mode when Birthing Ritual came down, and this is, the turn where Birthing Ritual can come down naturally, as we noted already. The only 2-drop in this deck, trying to cascade in there to get it out for the most part, but Jesse wouldn't be unhappy to play his deck's namesake card, just Natty. Going to go ahead and Surveil first to get a little bit more selection as Thundering Falls is found off this Flooded Strand.
Yeah, and so this next turn here, Jesse really wants to play Shardless Agent. Ideally, something like Leyline Binding here to kind of relieve some of the pressure would be good, but we, at kind of minimum, need to get Agent or something like that down so that we can start going up the chain and start taking over this game.
That's true. But Ritual itself is not very good if you don't have creatures to sacrifice to it. You don't even get to look at the top 7 and have some fun. You just get to pass the turn as the trigger dissipates. So there's land number 3, Shardless Agent. We saw a bunch of them get stolen by Ragavan in game number 2. Does Jesse have one in hand? We're going to fetch land and find out. But if this land is untapped, I have to imagine Shardless Agent is the card that Jesse's about to put on the stack.
All right, looks like we're getting the planes. That's going to allow the Wear Tear in our hand to fight over Blood Moon if that comes down later, or Golem Bombardment, which has been a thorn in the side of many players this weekend.
Yeah, it's only, halfway through Saturday, so we're going to see plenty of those, I imagine. And here we go. There's that Shardless Agent we expected. And we'll do the, the customary ritualistic flipping of the cards until we find the only 2-drop in our deck. It is sideboard, though, so, I don't know if there's a hit that Jesse could have added, but there's a chance. Gotta show him.
Yeah, and I know it's on bottom, too.
It's true. Gotta get the information.
My
Maybe
favorite thing that
we
ever
shuffle
happened.
later.
Yeah. One of my favorite Mad tournaments of all time is I played against Living End, and they revealed there are 7 other Cascaders during the Cascade. And so when I countered that Living End, I felt very confident it wasn't going to come down again for a little bit. Sometimes that information matters a ton.
Certainly so. You do have to reveal the cards. And players like Mason will take note. Shuffling here for Jesse. Big stack of cards. Hand them over to the opponent. Nope, not even close. Just put them under the deck. Not interested in presenting your little random pile to Adam. And I think that's totally fine. Adam doesn't seem particularly perturbed. As land's getting untapped, Surveil land getting found, unless we're trying to interact with this Birthing Ritual, which I'm guessing is more where we're at. We're likely in main phase 2, if I had to guess.
I think so as well.
Not just for Vintage and your mana drains. Now coming to Modern, the second main phase.
Yeah. So good, they did it again.
Just a lot of thinking here. Again, 15 minutes or so left in the round. Should be plenty of time. This table did get an extension as well. So I think the timer on your screen should be accurate after the little judge call. But only game 3, plenty of permanents on the board. Time shouldn't be a factor for either of these players to really worry about. But do want to think through your decisions fairly carefully. Need to play fast enough to keep the game moving, but don't want to make mistakes at this critical juncture. It is game 3, round 5 of the Regional Championship. Definitely want to keep your record as clean as you can. There's Sacred Foundry, so it's going to be a spell cast here instead. No Surveil, so I have to imagine one form of disenchant is going to be aimed at this Birthing Ritual or a removal spell at the creature. Both would do the job here for Adam.
Yeah, maybe something like a Thraben Charm going after either the Ritual proper or the Shardless Agent. I imagine you go after the Ritual, but I could see a world where maybe you want your Ragavan to connect, and so you hit the Shardless Agent.
Well, that costs 1, so that's going to hit a creature. No, I got baited. It's the other side. Wear Tear, one half of that card, going to disenchant the old Birthing Ritual. We're going to untap. And do we have a removal spell to make it even sweeter, perhaps, for Adam? Just want to take it all out and get the Ragavan in. A quick pick at the hand. He's keeping it pretty close to the chest. So we'll have to wait with bated breath.
Pride was the draw.
Pretty good card.
Yeah, not bad at all. Especially with this Guide of Souls, no matter what, you're going to get that first trigger. Maybe something like a bombardment with it could help clear the way.
Discharge. Seems pretty good. Put your pride alongside that. Swing everyone in. Maybe hold on to your treasures, Try and get that City's Blessing a little bit closer by holding on to your wares. Maybe swing it in first. So yeah, looks like creature's going to send in sideways. 3 damage over to Jesse, down to 13. Card flipped over. It's a Misty Rainforest. Ragavan is not allowed to play lands. Didn't make it that good. And another treasure will go over to Adam. And we'll see what the follow-up is. Probably the Ocelot Pride you've already spotted.
Yeah, Pride would be a great play here. Honestly, yeah, this looks like there might be a Seasoned Pyro.
Also seems pretty good. Not for right now, although there are treasures, as you mentioned, so certainly is a play you could make, and in fact does cash it in immediately. As always, Mason seeing all the angles, and we're going to go up to 3 energy. Make sure we get some permanents on the board, and we could maybe be blessed, although we did sack our treasures, so it's an equivalent exchange if we get both elementals, 2 treasures for 2 1/1s, but the 1/1's going to be a little bit better. Instead, just a land go into the bin, 2 more cards drawn up, and Adam feeling pretty good about his position. Flooded Strand.
I think Adam's already played a land for turn.
Yeah, that's
Both
what I
on the
was
draw this
just
game,
thinking.
and Jesse has
Yep.
not. Yep.
Thanks for the info. Yeah, a little flustered at times in the feature match here for Adam. Again, can be hot under the lights. Jesse, though, immediately catching it. No harm, no foul. Players are aware. Illegal action will be unwound, and a cat token will be made as energy ticks up once again for the Ocelot Pride. Getting quite close to the city's blessing. That's 5 plus 3. That's 8 permanents I can spot right now. Only 2 away. That should be pretty much there by the time Pride triggers again. If it does. Does Jesse have a Wrath in his board? Wouldn't be bad in this kind of spot, but
Yeah,
not
card like
sure it's
Supreme
something
Verdict here.
available.
Yeah, if there's a verdict or anything close to that, Jesse would probably have the game. I don't want to say wrapped up, but he would have a lot of breathing room. We know Adam has 2 lands in hand. Jesse doesn't know that, but it would take some really good rips to get out from here. I'm curious. We do have the Vocalist in hand, so we could do something like warp it into like a Leyline binding. That could be
Mhm.
kind of nice. Warping it into a Quantum Riddler, maybe with a Solitude evoked first, so you draw like 3 or 4 cards, depending on how everything breaks out. But just hard
there's-
cast the Vocalist.
Oh, wow. That is a blocker, basically, I think, at this point.
Yeah,
Vocalist and pass the turn.
Jesse definitely has a Solitude in hand. I don't know if there's a white card to go with it.
Yeah, it's tough. The 5-color deck does not have all colors in their hand at all times, and the pitch elementals do require a specific color to match. So we'll have to see. We'll be decent here if he has it. Jesse maybe just trying to bait Adam in a little longer, but this, I can't. No matter any way you slice it, does seem like a tough board to overcome with just a Starfield Vocalist. I mean, there is toughness on that creature, but not that much toughness. This is actually, never mind. It's a 3/4. That thing's a house. They put stats on anything these days.
Yeah, well, it's a 4-mana creature. Most of the
Yeah,
you
that's
gotta give us some stats.
Back in my day, it was Jace the Mind Sculptor, and we liked it. No.
Yeah. Nowadays, people don't even play that card in Modern. I bet you
I
there's more
know.
Vocalists at this RC than there are Jace the Mind Sculptors.
I 100% believe it is Pyromancer number 2. He's going to do the Boogaloo. Ragavan goes into the bin. That's going to make an elemental. Can't play that one. We already have one, and it is legendary. So we're going to make a token, draw a card. We're going to be blessed by the city. We're going to trigger the Guide of Souls. We're going to make sure our Ocelot Pride is back on. And there was no sweeper on Jesse's turn last time, so it's just going to be a block and pray, maybe a Solitude in the mix to try and make things a bit easier, but not so easy regardless. And as we kind of noted before, the only 2-drop in Jesse's deck is that Birthing Ritual, so can't play something like Wrath of the Skies, which we typically see against these kinds of decks. Has to play sweepers that cost a little bit more, as Adam's building up quite the impressive board here.
Yep, and like you said, we are blessed by the city. That's a state-based thing, so when it happens, it just occurs.
Flavorfully, that makes a lot of sense, that being blessed by the city would be state-based.
Yeah, that's very true.
All right,
And
send
now-
in the creatures, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, you can
Something's
give
going
your Ragavan flying. You could give your Ocelot Pride flying if you wanted to gain life, but your Guide of Souls is going to gain a lot of life because you also get extras of those Pyromancer tokens thanks to Ocelot Pride here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, quite a few permanents going to be spit onto the board in just a moment. It looks like it's Ragavan, an Elemental, a Seasoned Pyromancer, and a Guide of Souls trigger all going to be happening here. So Vocalist going to get in the way of one thing. Ragavan is going to be turned into an angel, a flying monkey. Have to see it to believe it, but it is terrifying.
A little Wicked tie-in for this weekend.
Mm-hmm. Can't wait.
It's a great movie. Saw it last night.
Oh, let's go. Love
Yeah.
that for you. Love that for me soon, hopefully, is Ragavan to the skies. And stuff with Vocalist in front of... Pick your favorite. Season Pyromancer. Sure, why not? And there's a Solitude.
So this is maybe really huge. Jesse can kill like Ragavan and Pride.
Ooh.
Ends up taking very little damage. Adam does gain a lot of life, but not the end of the world. And now you have the Vocalist in play. So if you have like Omnath plus fetch land, you're going crazy really quick. If you have, even a hard cast Solitude, that's going pretty crazy pretty quickly here. So this is sort of what Jesse needed. We needed to have things get into combat, barely, get hit here and have it all work out. And it seems to have done that.
Yeah, looking good. Again, kind of held the Solitude. Really hidden in that hand. Letting Adam just play everything out. There's the Omnath you mentioned. Trigger. Draw 2. Never felt so good to have a land. To have a fetch land, especially. There's a land coming down. Which one is it?
I think it's the Steam Vents, but you'll still get the 4 mana because remember, it's each time the landfall triggers with Omnath. So in this situation, if I remember correctly, we're going to go up 2 life, and then we're going to then gain 4 mana. And if we have a card like Elishnorn, Solitude, I guess Solitude you actually can't cast because it's the Steam Vents, but there's plenty of things we can slam here. Quantum Riddler. Jesse might be turning the corner here, especially if Adam doesn't have anything to play.
Yeah, it looks like it, especially because Omnath actually gains you 4 life, not 2. It's even better than you might have thought. But you are correct with the way Omnath's trigger works. It does care about number of triggers. So that should be the way it's working out here. Jesse going to count up mana, taps 1, and this should be a 5-drop. Another Vocalist.
Oh, and it's the Leyline Binding as the last card in hand, which will get 3 triggers. Yeah, so that shock land for the Steam Vents there wasn't the perfect land, but it was good enough with Omnath and a Vocalist.
That is completely disgusting. As Jesse, I think explaining to the judge that Omnath and Starfield Vocalist does interact this way and not the other way that you might think. It is tricky. Whenever you see triggers an additional time, you just assume that doubles the trigger. Not always the case, depending on how the trigger is worded. Although it looks like players may be having a quick discussion. Nope, never mind. The discussion is over. Negotiations have ended. We are simply exiling 3 permanents with Leyline Binding and shipping the turn back to Adam, whose board has been absolutely devastated. No sweeper required for Jesse Spears.
Yeah, and now Adam has some draws that can be good, but a lot of the best draws here were things like Seasoned Pyro into something, but we've used a lot of our Seasoned Pyros already. So there's still some in the deck. We're going to get to Surveil for it. But if you're an Adam fan, we are, sort of in dire straits at this point.
Build the City's Blessing, though. That cannot be taken away.
Yeah, that's yours. You take it with you.
All right, Surveil land here. Desperately digging. Fetch land in hand. One more card. What is it? Adam flicking by a little faster than I can see. Might be a Ragavan. That would be the 3rd if that's true, and that would not be it. Is Osler Pride going to hit the bin? Another card being peeled off here. Needs something good. I think a Gulp of Bombardment was just the draw, but that is not going to be enough reach with Jesse at 9 life. And more is likely forthcoming with the Omnath as the lands will continue. There is the Bombardment. That's going to resolve.
I think he had a Jonny in hand, though, from a turn ago. And if that is the case, a Jonny would be able to take down the Omnath. Adam's got a little bit of time on the clock issues. We're at 3-0-1. We don't want to be 3-0-2.
Certainly true, and it isn't a Jonny. That is a very good find here. Cat token coming. No response from Jesse. No extra Solitude to try and take out the Ajani before the potential flip. As soon as this token is made, that bombardment basically means the flip is close to guaranteed. I guess you can still respond now with the trigger on the stack. But I don't know how many cards Jesse has in his hand. I think it's only 1.
Yeah, I think it is 1. I think we played almost everything here. If Omnath does get answered here, Jesse has plenty of good cards to draw, especially with the double Vocalist. I mean, imagine, Quantum Riddler, another Omnath, plenty of good things. But we have to have something, as a Jonny will just sort of shoot and take over. Looks like Adam maybe beyond just passing.
Interesting. So can still flip a Jonny by sacking the cat, but won't get to use the loyalty abilities. Kind of interesting. I don't think it's significantly less vulnerable as a creature versus a planeswalker, especially with Leyland Binding floating around, but maybe trying to insulate against a card like Solitude that is so common in so many of these decks. Big dragon there for Jesse, and many triggers are happening.
If I remember correctly, this one destroys non-basics, and then you search your deck for basics and put stun counters on them. I could be mistaken, but I think that is this dragon.
Well, it certainly destroys non-basics because 3 lands just hit the pin for Adam.
Yeah. Yeah, and I have to think, this is it. Wow. This is not the perfect thing, but also kind of shows what Jesse's deck can do against something like Amulet Titan, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what if you just double Stone Rain your opponent too? That's pretty good.
Oh, we have failed to find, and our 1 basic is stunned. That seems pretty good. There's still a Fluttershound on the table, so Adam should presumably be able to fetch another non-basic, as Magmatic Hellkite was the card found. Good old Dragons of Tarkir. The most recent of the Tarkirs. The most recent set to have dragon in the name, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. I think Dragon's Maze.
Yep. Another one.
Dragon.
A little further away. Are there any other dragon sets? That might be it.
Dragons of Tarkir, Dragon's Maze. I think that's it.
Wow.
I remember-
That's
I remember they
honestly
were-
kind of surprising.
Yeah, I remember they were really excited with Dragon's Maze. Like, 'cause that was right when I first started playing. People were hyped, and then I don't think there are many dragons in Dragon's Maze, which is truly a decision of all time.
Right, well, Tarkir Dragon Storm is actually the name of the set, and there's Dragons of Tarkir as well. So I've already ruined it, but that is it. Just those 3 sets: Tarkir twice, and then Ravnica, believe it or not, once. As we are, we're going to continue with this game. Back to the action. Tangent. We can move off the tangent we may or may not have been on. As Jonny, no, just surveil land right now. Again, finding more lands. Not a whole lot to work with here for Adam, but might be enough to get over the line. Again, you don't need that many game objects to fling at your opponent with Goblin Bombardment to win a game with Boros Energy at this kind of life total. 9 seems like a lot, but it's not nearly as safe as it might seem for Jesse.
Yeah, I wonder if Jesse has if he has another binding in hand, that would be a really powerful card. With just one card, though, there aren't many things that he can have that are super great. Stun counter on that mountain, so it doesn't untap. But you're right. I mean, Adam has plenty of draws here that maybe present lethal. Like another Jonny, for example, would get there.
What a fun way to go. If we do, in fact, find the line, we'll have to find out in just a moment because it's only one card here for Adam. Time is running low on the clock as well. Players will, of course, get some extra turns, but do want to make sure we can end this game if we can. I mean, wonder how dire it feels for Adam. Maybe trying to play for a draw in extra turns, but it does seem tough given the board that Jesse's assembled.
Yeah, I think Adam can. I have to assume he can play for a win here because he gained so much life off the guide, right? Like he is at 23. There is a lot of damage on board, don't get me wrong, but I think what maybe what's happening here is, okay, can I throw something at the dragon and then transform my Ajani, then shoot the Ajani in order to then attack for a bunch of damage and hope to set up lethal in the next turn? One of the big problems, though, is Omnath is gaining you 4 life with any land drawn, meaning that lands are no longer a good draw for you as Adam, and that's always a tough spot to be in.
That's true, and it looks like time may be called around. We'll get confirmation in just a moment, but we may well be on turn 0 at this juncture. It looks like someone is talking to the players, and there's a 0 on the screen. So I have to assume that's where we are, in extra turns now between these 2 players. Adam could hold on to the undefeated record, doesn't necessarily want 2 draws, and Jesse obviously would love to win. In fact, both players would, and they should still be able to play for it here, but not a lot of turns left to get to that point, and this Guide of Souls was the draw. Not a bad one, but better when you have some extra permanents to maybe play for, and there's Bombardment going to the face. Not yet. Still thinking about flipping this Ajani over. Do need to deal with the mass of big creatures on Jesse's side, and they're only going to get bigger as more things are found for these vocalists to sing about.
Yeah, so by my math, Adam can get Jesse to 2. Which is, believe it or not lethal. You can jump with the Guide of Souls, but the dragon has flying. You can throw the cat at the dragon, then Ajani can shoot the cat, and then you can throw another cat and hit for 4. But then when Jesse isn't dead, you're basically in the same spot. So looks like Adam's just wanting to hold his resources here.
Yep, again, Johnny does a lot of damage, but does not deal enough, even with the Goblin Bombardment. So, a tenuous situation. Again, if Jesse finds any action for these vocalists, I feel like it's going to be pretty academic to finish the game from here, and we do at least have something. Ooh, Shardless Agent. Now it's getting spicy. I'm going to find ourselves a Birthing Ritual. Wait, no, Cascade is on cast, so we're not going to get any Starfield shenanigans. But
yeah,
we are going to have a Birthing Ritual.
Yeah, you get the one ritual, no, board full of rituals, but that one ritual with all the different mana values in play, we're going to be able to upgrade that into something.
And again, finding something for this vocalist's Solitude, perhaps. Always an option. Maybe more land destruction, although probably not what you need right now. Kind of already decimated Adam's mana base. And again, the game's not going to last so long that you're going to be able to lock them out of the game that way. So instead, the creatures are going to probably start to turn sideways. You do want to whittle down Adam's life total, and honestly, this board as well. It is getting a little scary from time to time, especially if something like Ocelot Pride comes off the top here in extra turns. That is a way we've seen these Boros decks make a lot of tokens.
Yeah, and this is a weird spot for Jesse where, if there was like 5 minutes on the clock, we would not be attacking with all these creatures,
Right.
It would be like maybe we're sending in one of these things, if that, we're actually just going to grind you most likely. But due to the fact that Jesse knows that getting a draw here is pretty bad, is going to try to actually win the game.
And of course, the Jonny can't get attacked as a Planeswalker if it isn't a Planeswalker, but it will become one in the middle of combat. A block there with the cat token, sacrifice to bombardment, deal 1, Jesse goes to 8. Damage comes in, but a Jonny is now flipped onto his Planeswalker side. And that 0, that middle ability is the one we're looking at. Make a cat token, deal damage to any target equal to the number of creatures you control, as long as you control another red permanent. And very conveniently, that bombardment that we keep talking about is another non-Ajani red permanent. As Vocalist number 3 comes down, and we're going to look at the top 7. This is going to be a spicy one.
Yeah, this is a pretty big spot. Okay, Quantum Riddler was found. And you can sacrifice your Hellkite so that you actually get the extra Vocalist trigger as well if you wanted to. Gonna decide to sack the Vocalist in order to keep the Hellkite for future turns.
Yep, kind of wants the flyer at this point, perhaps. Again, have to be concerned about Guide of Souls jumping up into the air, but Riddler does also fly. The big bird with 6 toughness that we've talked about for so much of this tournament so far is going to do a good job at getting in the way of an Angel. As we're just counting through all the triggers, Quantum Riddler is going to draw quite a few cards. I believe 4 is the answer to this question.
Well, it depends.
One, then one.
The first trigger could have drawn Solitude white card, and then you evoke and you draw another 2. So that's why Jesse was kind of pointing out, like, yeah, even though I draw 4, it's 2, and then maybe 1, maybe 2, depending on what happens.
Right. Does make sense. Probably would have wanted to do that, especially with double Starfield Vocalist still in play. Instead, Jesse just draws his extra cards. And we're on extra turn number 2. 5 total starting at 0. We started with Adam. He was 0. Jesse 1. Adam now at 2. Needs to find a way to hold onto this game. Preferably pick up the win, but it's looking very tough against this board that Jesse has put together.
Okay, going face. Probably a good sign for Adam.
Yep, going to deal 3. Go to 5 now for Jesse. Again, enough power on the board to deal the requisite damage, but enough blockers on Jesse's side to make that not a thing. And 5 cards in hand now as Jesse untaps on extra turn 3.
That land is going to trigger every part of Omnath.
Oh, goodness. And that's it. That's going to be enough damage, it looks like. Just extends the hand over. So many creatures there for Jesse. And he's going to win in extra turns. 4 and 1 now, 5 rounds through the RC. A nail-biting game in the feature material, going the distance. But the 5-color Birthing Pod deck does pick it up here at the Calgary RC, hosted by FacetoFace Games. As a reminder, by the way, if you look at some of these old arts you've seen, maybe some Sweet Solitudes, maybe some Birthing Rituals, if you feel like this deck is good, head on over to FacetoFaceGames.com. Get yourself some cards and maybe join an event. They host plenty over in Canada. If you're that way or want to travel that way, you too could play some Magic, be on camera, and have Mason and I talk about how great you're playing.
It's been a blast, speaking of talking about playing with you here in day number 1. But that's unfortunately the end of our time together.
That is round 5 is the end of the road for us. For today, we will be back tomorrow. Don't forget, rounds 10 through 14 are going to be a doozy, and we'll be bringing you all those before the win and in. And the top 8, of course, does all happen live on stream. Have great news, though, for people that love Magic and love Modern and want to watch more of it. We are handing you over to quite the commentary team. Liam Kane and the Canadian that has made the most recent top 8 at the Pro Tour, and it was a Modern Pro Tour, by the way, Jonny Guttman, are going to be joining the booth to bring you all the action in round 6 and beyond, and they'll bring you round 15 and the top 8 tomorrow as well. But for now, Mason and I are done. My name is Pastry Time Mason Clark. It's been my pleasure here for the RC Calgary. We'll see you all in a minute. Enjoy round 6 coming up.
I'll walk through fire just to feel the pain. Still hear the wind whisper your name.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much to Mason and Julian for covering the first 5 rounds of the face-to-face Canadian Regional Championships in the lovely, beautiful Calgary, Alberta. I am joined by, one would say, one of the greatest Canadian Regional Championships competitors of all time, Liam Kane.
Welcome. Great to be here. You would say that. I don't know about everyone.
I think at least some would say that. Put you in the conversation of the all-time greats along Derek Pate and Patrick Wu, kind of the Mount Rushmore of the regional championships. We are here for round 6, and we are starting it off with a doozy of a feature match. We have some other great Canadian Magic players, Kevin Anktil playing against Daniel Fournier. I will, with no bias at all, be unabashedly rooting for Fournier, and I will continue to root for Toronto players as the event progresses. But this is looking to be a cool one. I want to talk a little bit about some of these decks that we are going to be seeing.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. So two titans of the regional championship circuit going before. Both of them have made top 8s in the past. But let's get into the deck list first. So we have Daniel Fournier playing the Jeskai Blink deck. We've seen a lot of this on stream. 3 Ragavan in this list, and wow, no more lies making the main deck for him. And yeah, other than that, pretty normal list. But we've seen it play, win on coverage, lose on coverage. Yeah, so we'll have to see how it performs this match.
Yeah, looking pretty stock. So I guess some of the interesting points you point out, that no more lies, nice catch-all spell that exiles, going down on the Ragavan numbers, going down to 3 Fable. A lot of people are playing 4, squeezing in that main deck Wrath Disguise. Doesn't look like he's going to be in the matchup where you want that main deck Wrath Disguise. But what people are really here to see is this unbelievably cool Grixis mid-range decks from Kevin Anktil. This is something that I'm sure chat and many people watching will be excited to get a chance to watch. Talk to me about this one.
Oh wow, look, the mirror of 3 Ragavan decks. This one, wow, it's got everything. It's got Wan Shi Tong, new card from Avatar. It's a beautiful Grixis mid-range deck playing only 2 red cards in the main deck, those being Ragavan and Unholy Heat, the powerful pair from MH2, and we're getting right into it. And Daniel opens up with the play with a Ragavan on turn 1. We'll see how Kevin responds. And it's Unholy Heat taking it out straight away.
Yeah, that's about everything you could want from Kevin. Ragavan is a card that just, we've seen it time and time again. It snowballs these games starting on turn 1 fantastically, but he had the answer. Fournier is just playing a land and saying go.
And it looks only 3 cards in hand from him, so he must have taken a mulligan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, down to 5. So that's quite a disadvantage for Fournier in this to start off the match.
And that is not something you want to see, especially against a deck that is effectively just a pile of 1-for-1s. It's a lot harder to compete with a 1-for-1 deck when they're starting with many more cards than you. And this is looking already like a pretty tough game for Fournier.
Let's see. Kevin leading on the Soporific Springs on turn 2, maybe hinting that he has a land light hand. Could be holding up some sort of interaction, because there was the threat of Ophelia into a Quantum Riddler, which makes the mulligan to 5 into a joke. So how many cards you would draw off Quantum Riddler would completely undo a mulligan. So making sure that he can prevent that from happening. But as it turns out, Daniel just has some lands and a Fable of the Mirror Breaker in hand.
And this is the powerful part of this new card from The Last Airbender, Wan Shi Tong Librarian. Kevin is able to represent Counterspell, but also Wan Shi Tong, and could, maybe get a fetch land and get that extra card draw ability. He's also representing Dress Down. That's a lot of powerful cards that he is representing with just those 2 lands.
Yeah, and it works out. Daniel chooses not to play a Fable of the Mirror Breaker, just passes the turn instead and holds up No More Lies.
And that's a heads up play from Daniel, realizing that this untapped sulfuric springs is it's a real cost to pay those 3 life, and representing that means there's a very high chance of a counterspell being in his hand, and he cannot afford from this Fable of the Mirrorbreaker to get countered, and he's playing slow and looking to draw out of this double mulligan.
Yeah, and I didn't say this when talking about his deck list, but it does look pretty well set up to play the slower game better. That with the No More Lies, less of the Ragavan, maybe because of the tension it has with Strict Serenade. So and the Wrath of the Skies being in the main deck, it looks like Daniel wants to set himself up to play reactive games quite well, and it'll be more difficult now that he's on the play and down cards on the mulligan, but he might still be able to do it.
But that is just another land into the graveyard, not what you want to see if you're Fournier. And just another land being drawn. He is looking to get into the squeeze pretty quickly. Looks like he's forced to pass it back. Can't cast the Fable again. Next turn is kind of setting up for this Fable plus No More Lies turn, but against this Grixis midrange deck with looks like 7 cards in hand, you gotta be hard pressed to imagine that's resolving.
Yeah, and it's very difficult because his No More Lies could have an expiration date. Well, Grixis with so many cards in hand and double Soporific, it seems unlikely actually. As soon as I say that, Psychic Frog gets hit by it. We'll see if Kevin perhaps uses a counterspell to protect it, and he chooses not to. If he does have that counterspell, he didn't get to spot it in his hand. Pretty smart to realize that there's much scarier cards that Daniel could have that he doesn't care, and a Psychic Frog would be outclassed by them. So.
I gotta say, I love this play from Kevin. He has the counterspell in hand and says, "You mulligan to 5. I have so many cards. I am not taking any risks with forcing my Psychic Frog down. I am going to take my time. I'm going to make my land drops. I have so many more cards than you." And Fournier did not get the chance to resolve that Fable the Mirrorbreaker that is just rotting in his hand because of the choice from Kevin to not play the counterspell, the No More Lies. I love that play.
And what a beautiful follow-up of Preordain off of Soporific Springs. Truly, like, I mean, if you like Magic, then you like this Grixis midrange deck, and he's 5-0 with it.
It is looks like a second, or is that the Ragavan coming down? A clock begins.
Yeah, and another land drawn for Fournier, so not quite a competitive draw to keep up with what Kevin is going, but it looks like he might be lining up the Fable. Now he's too far behind that he needs to go for it. Actually, he has double Fable, which means he'll be able to force one of these through the counterspell, no matter how many Kevin has.
Yeah, there we go. There's the double Fable. Fournier's kind of been setting this up effectively from turn 3. Obviously didn't know he would draw the second Fable, but knew he would get a time where he could put enough things on the stack in one turn that would get one of these powerful spells to resolve. And his spot does not look great, but at least he is getting to resolve a proactive card, and he's a long way away from being in a spot we'd call good, but this is how it starts.
Wow, and look how quickly the second one comes down right away. I mean, not that he had any other option, but yeah, the Jeskai deck is just so full of expensive and powerful spells that it makes sense the way he's played it a lot. Now we'll see how much Fable can do against 4 cards and a Ragavan.
The problem when you talk about these kind of expensive and powerful cards that are in the chess guy deck, Kevin is trying to take one of those. Misses this time, but the
He should have
threat
known.
is there.
Daniel's drawing all lands this game, so the Ragavan is not going to get him anything useful.
He is sitting there with what looks like Quantum Riddler, Unholy Heat, and Force of Negation in hand. Really has an answers to creatures, answer to non-creature spells, and in addition, just the way to refill once those cards, even if he's even forced to cast them. It's unclear if Daniel will be able to put anything on the stack to make Kevin want to tap his mana.
It looks like a consign was the draw, so not what he was looking for here. Maybe he can consign a Surveil trigger. I don't expect that he will, but yeah, he's just going to fall further and further behind. He's going to lose his mana advantage because of the Ragavan, and well, on cards, he was behind the entire time.
And you see, maybe this is part of the rationale for Kevin choosing to play this kind of off the wall Grixis deck is, everyone's packed their decks full of consigned. The only colorless spell in his deck is the Mishra's Bauble. He's kind of juking the kind of removal that's being played, and it in this game one where Fournier is looking to have a lot more dead cards, it seems like an appealing strategy to take.
Yeah, it looks really well set up to play these Quantum Riddler mirrors. You have your own Riddlers, such a powerful card, and yet you have the Unholy Heats that can take care of your opponents. Of course, he's choosing to sandbag it, go for the frog first. It makes a lot of sense. Wait till you get the maximum value, continue holding up the force negation. Yeah, masterful from Kevin, but he has the cards and Fournier does not this game.
It is one of those things. Again, you talk about what makes these great players great, and part of it is when you have a spot that is so incredibly favored, not slacking off and making these kind of lazy plays. Here, he is meticulously thinking about what he wants. He's thinking about the clock. He's thinking about what Fournier could be drawing. He's not just saying, "Oh, well, my opponent has all lands and I have a bunch of great cards." He is just he's taking his time, he's thinking it through, and I've really liked the way he's played this. Not that even if he played it a little bit worse, would he still be in a great spot? Probably, but I think this is telling of someone who really knows what their deck is doing and how the matchup plays out.
Oh wow, a second consign from Fournier. Did you see what he did? He discarded a Quantum Riddler to the Psychic Frog, so trying to recognize he has an advantage and trying to convert that into a win and not messing around at all.
And the consigns do not look pretty. I would guess those are some of the first cards to get moved to the sideboard as Fournier is looking to recover from a pretty tough game one. Mulligan to 5. The opponent just seemed like they had it all. You drew about 8 lands. If I'm Daniel, I'm just looking to put that one in the rear view mirror and move on to the post board games as soon as possible.
But he will shake it off, no problem. Yeah, he's a pro. And we're going to take a look at our backup feature match where we have Tim playing Boros Energy against Gabriel on Mono Green Brood Scale. Brood Scale on the play, turn 2, facing down a Guide of Souls from Tim. Have you played do you know much about this matchup? Have you played it a lot before? I know you were a Brood Scale enjoyer at one point.
I have played limited amounts of the Brood Scale deck and limited amounts of this matchup. I had always felt that the Boros Energy deck has a pretty reasonable advantage. I think the fact that the whole combo is interacted by creature-based removal, and the Boros Energy deck has so many incredibly efficient forms of creature removal. It has a Jonny, it has Bombardment, it has Galvanic Discharge. I found that assembling the combo is really quite difficult, and you don't really have the option to take this like bigger, late game approach from the Brood Scale side very often.
Yeah, but that is the way Gabriel set up his deck with the Devourer of Destinies. It looks like he is able to, because we know that Boros Energy is considered to be unfavored against more of a normal Tron deck, with the expensive cards like the Emrakul and the Devourer. But Gabriel has those, but also this Brood Scale combo that's maybe not at its best against the excellent creature interaction that Boros Energy has. So it'd be interesting to see how that changes the dynamic.
Yeah, this chunkier kind of more Emrakul focused Brood Scale deck might have better chances against the Boros Energy strategy. We also saw him pick up the kind of all important card Kozilek's Command in basically any deck that's playing Kozilek's Command. It is the best card in that deck, and this Brood Scale deck is no exception. It is just an unbelievably efficient card with that Eldrazi Temple, and Gabriel is looking for a way to kind of stymie the bleeding and to make a lot of mana, and fortunately Kozilek's Command does both of those things incredibly well.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we see Urza's Saga in hand, so that could be a way to start turning the corner once he manages to stabilize with the Kozilek's command, could find a combo piece. Energy has a tough time dealing with the big constructs if they can get that large. Now supported by a Pithing Needle that can actually... well, what do you think Pithing Needle is likely to name if it's to be cast at this game?
It does seem like the obvious face-up one is to deal with that backside of a Jonny. The two main options I think you're looking at are generally going to be a Jonny or Goblin Bombardment, but when you can't see the Bombardment and you can see the Ajani, it feels like that's gotta be the safest option. Is there anything else that's kind of eyeing you?
No, I can see that as well. But if he might choose to go after the Ajani, and that's what he does, names with the Pithing Needle. But it depends on what he wanted to target with the Kozilek's command. Because if you were very scared of bombardment, if you were trying to set up maybe a brute scale combo, then you could be safe in name bombardment and just remove the Ajani with the Kozilek's command. But I mean, of course, one is on board, so it makes a lot more sense, or a lot of normal sense to just name that card.
And Gabriel seems to agree with us, but the pressure is coming from Tim here, and the life total's going down. That Gabriel's being very disciplined with this Kozilek's command, choosing to not go after that Guide of Souls aggressively, perhaps waiting for some other play post combat. Maybe the Ocelot Pride is something that he's eyeing as a target, because the one damage is not free, but that Kozilek's command perhaps is just looking to not use it as removal at all and just scry and look for
Yeah,
creatures and try to ramp
scry
into
and
something
get
powerful.
spawns. That could be on the menu as well. Now, Tim did not have a creature pre-combat, but that's because he's going to play a Blood Moon instead. And notably, this is before Urza Saga gets its second loyalty counter, so it's going to be quite effective here. This will probably prompt the Kozilek's command in response, or at least the floating of the mana, because it's going to turn off the Eldrazi Temple and that Urza Saga. So a really good 1, 2, 3 from Tim.
Very powerful, but when the Blood Moon comes in, not off a Ragavan, it doesn't appear to be this incredibly powerful shut off that turns off the entire game plan. Tim already has the Talisman in play. Now, a few lands that still tap for mana. The basic forest we can see off the Kozilek's command, which is looking pretty appealing, along with that Unholy Heat, which is an excellent way to use a surplus of red mana that you're just given. So, however good the Blood Moon is, it doesn't really seem to fully shut down Gabe, maybe just a speed bump.
Yeah. Switching back to our main feature match, we have Daniel again going first with the turn 1 Ragavan. Kevin responds with a Tamiyo that can threaten to block the Ragavan unless there's a removal spell for it. So we'll see if Dan thinks it's really important to just push through, or if he has any other alternatives, and he does, he goes immediately for the Galvanic Discharge on the Tamiyo, leaving that Arid Mesa. He's going to create a treasure and does have a Mystical Dispute in hand that could protect against Kevin's next play.
And if you're Daniel Fournier, you are already so much happier about how this game has started than the last one. Your Ragavan has gotten to connect. Tamiya's off the board. You have Mystical Dispute to protect from hopefully whatever the next proactive thing Kevin does. And the game is far from over, but
again, only 3 cards in hand. So does that mean more mulligans for Daniel this game?
It looks like it. That seems to be this time at least only a mulligan to 6, I believe.
Yeah, to 6,
which is a little bit better. But in these matchups, which are, we watch a lot of these modern matchups, and they're combo decks versus combo decks, or interactive decks versus combo decks, and it almost feels like the quantity of cards don't matter because it's just about drawing that really specific piece of interaction or that really specific combo piece, and some cards are just, like the Quantum Riddlers they're both playing are worth so many cards. But in these matchups where both players are playing a lot of removal, a lot of counter spells, these mulligans can really hurt.
Yeah, absolutely. So even within the fair, this is like the furthest from a combo matchup where you can get. And one of the things about Modern is players who come from other formats are often afraid to mulligan as much as they might need to, because they don't recognize that it's all about trying to hit your most explosive draws, or to make sure your deck is going to function at a high level, and quantity of cards doesn't matter as much. Now, this is much more the traditional, mid-range or control mirror, where it's all about interaction and card quantity is going to matter a lot. But still, I would prefer to be down a card in Daniel's position than Kevin's, without a doubt.
Yeah, again, we talked about Kevin making contact with that Ragavan, potentially hitting some incredibly powerful cards off of Fournier's deck, but now we have the other way around. This Ragavan can easily hit a Psychic Frog or a Wan Chi Tong. There are even just a Mishra's Bauble is an excellent bit of card advantage. So
Oh
there are a
my.
lot of nice plays available to him here.
The Wan Chi Tong goes the other way around. Will we see Kevin fetch first before the Ragavan hits? What if a Wan Chi Tong gets flipped? That would be disaster with the Delta still in play.
We'll see. Might be too difficult to stomach, especially with potentially losing your Surveil. But that is two
Yeah.
Ragavans connecting.
And it is the Psychic Frog. Wow. And Daniel choosing to get the Meticulous Archive off of his Surveil, switched out the Elegant Parlor for the Archive, and this lets him use, well, I guess it wouldn't leave a difference. It would be the, yeah, it lets him have an additional blue mana up on this turn, which is important because he has a Mystical Dispute in hand.
Yeah, it's great. And now this is a cute one. Kevin has the ability to try to subtlety the Psychic Frog back to the top of his library, as it's a card that he'd really like to draw to block this Ragavan. This is
Wow.
really an interesting interaction that you don't get to see that often, trying to subtlety your own card.
So I wonder if he'll hold priority and then fetch the Polluted Delta once the subtlety resolves or not.
You'd have to expect it that this is where the Mystical Dispute gets cast. It just seems too
Yeah.
juicy to get to keep your. But it looks like I think I can see another Mystical Dispute from Kevin. So it looks like that Psychic Frog will likely be hitting the top of his library, or the bottom if he so chooses.
Wow. We'll see if he fights for it. He will have to take a lot of damage if he chooses to shock this turn for the dispute against a Ragavan. But if he can pull ahead on board, it doesn't matter in against Fournier's Jeskai Blink deck.
I know that Fournier has a Flasion hand, perhaps one more card, but that we're starting to see that Kevin, even with this kind of pain of the mulligan, Kevin, even with pitching cards and going down, is still going to have more cards available to him than Fournier.
And it looks like he has another subtlety also. Is
So is that the decision? Oh, he's looking at potentially the subtlety?
he could value the Mystical Dispute so highly that he would rather pitch subtlety plus another blue card and hold the dispute to protect the frog when it comes down on the next turn. Oh,
Looks like a
pitching.
pitcher dispute. That looks like the last card must be Quantum Riddler. That's got to be the only way to justify wanting to go so low on cards.
Oh yeah, that's really heads up from Kevin if he wants to start moving the cards out of his hand and get new ones.
But as you said, perhaps a little bit of a mistake in not getting that fetch land out. Maybe there's something we're missing, but feels like might have been a spot to get an Undercity Sewers perhaps off of on the end step with that trigger on the stack.
Did you see if Kevin took the Psychic Frog?
I think he did. I feel like the Psychic Frog is the card that was put on the top of the library. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, it was. So there was it's true, there was an opportunity to surveil, and then have the Psychic Frog go after.
And looks like we might get another very interesting kind of the Lightning Bolt Psychic Frog mini game might be something that we're going to get to see here with that Flage in hand. Always an interesting spot.
Oh, and actually the Surveil land might have been hit off the Ragavan in the early game. Now I remember seeing that it was just a land, but yeah, it matters which lands are hit off the Ragavan early.
Here we are. Kevin has to choose whether to pitch this Quantum Riddler to save the Psychic Frog or just let it go and take another potentially disastrous hit from this Ragavan.
Wow, and he held the land drop for turn in order for this scenario so that he can protect the Psychic Frog, valuing it that highly. Now there's still 3 damage marked on it, so this Ragavan can safely attack because given that he makes this play, he's not going to trade the Frog for the Ragavan. Another land hit, another treasure, and an Arena of Glory, the follow-up, which is very threatening with the Flage. We have 4 cards in the graveyard, so not for sure coming down next turn, but a fetch land, any spell that could be cast and go to the graveyard, and then still leave Fournier with enough mana to cast the Flage would immediately end the game at this point.
Already seems to be in the tank here. What is this card? Felia.
Wow. Is that blocking?
That
Oh, wow.
is an awesome play. That is a really nice line to get that 5th card in the bin for the Flage.
But we're going to say before blocks, give the Psychic Frog flying. Kevin really needing a good draw off of this. And so even though normally killing Ophelia would be, quite a good use of an attack, but he needs something better.
Looks like a Preordain and a Sephoric Springs. Not the answers to this Flage in the yard, and that looks like another 2 cards that are going to go to the bottom as he looks for potentially a piece of graveyard hate. I know there's a Surgical Extraction in the list. Perhaps more.
A Surgical Extraction, it would be good. It would take care of the Flage, but you're still behind on board, especially with Ophelia's ability to remove those 2 counters from the Psychic Frog. With Kevin so low on cards to juice it back up, he might, and look behind on life total, he might just lose a race, even if he's able to answer the Flage, which is looming.
It looks like there actually isn't even a Surgical in his list. I had the wrong list up. The
no.
Graveyard Hate is 1 Strategic Betrayal, 1 Ashiok, which you can't imagine comes into this matchup, and 1 Ghost Vacuum, which is effectively felt like the only out here.
And we did see the Strategic Betrayal in game 1, exiling that Goblin Shaman token. It's going to have to do a lot of work in this game if Kevin has a chance. Now picking up a Tameo also, and another Flage. Yeah, this one is going to end very soon.
And it feels like Fournier has managed to bounce back of a pretty dominant game, showcasing just really showcasing how impressive Ragavan is when it gets unanswered. That Ragavan was mana advantage and felt like a 4-for-1 really in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, Subtlety had to exile 2 cards. And swapping back over to our other game, it looks like Emrakul is resolving right now. So yeah, Emrakul had been cast, that Blood Moon still in play, no problem. No problem for the mono green Brute Scale deck.
Yeah, it does show, as we were kind of talking about as we left this match, that Blood Moon it isn't like playing Blood Moon against a traditional Tron deck where it has a little bit of an expiry date, and that it was on turn 3 on the draw in this game against the Kozilek's Command was just too slow, and you got to expect that Gabriel here will probably be able to bring this into a game 3.
Emrakul attacking, not a good sign for Tim.
I'm a bit, I'll be honest, a bit crushed. We didn't get to see the Emrakul turn play out, but I will manage.
Right, we come back right afterwards. The bombardment in play, always rough when you're going to get your turn taken control of. But we don't know the life total. Maybe this Flage. Oh, wow. Tim wins. He must have. We thought it was going to be all brute scale when we were looking at this game, but Flage, maybe off the top, maybe not, is going to take down the match. I mean, I saw a shake of the hand, so that must be the match for Tim.
And we didn't get to catch the post Emrakul game, but you have got to respect the grit on from Tim Foley here, being able to fight through an Emrakul. That is not an easy place to be, and he proceeds on to a really good record of 5-1, taking down this brute scale deck, and I believe was in 2 straight.
Yeah, wow. Just sitting there your entire turn taking control of, and you just know that you still have outs, you still have to keep fighting, and he does, and it pays off for him.
And here we finally get to see Kevin on the play, and that is not Ragavan, but it's got a similar feeling when it gets to attack in these kind of grindier matchups. And Fournier is already put to the test of having an answer, which it looks like he does with a galvanic discharge.
Yeah, he'll likely to snap that off right away. Kevin, unless he has a force negation, will go back to parity in terms of that. And let's count the cards in Fournier's hand first, just to make sure. Is it 7?
That looks like a 6-card hand. That looks like Daniel Fournier has been able to keep the full 7, which is something he's probably very thrilled about.
I'm very
Nice little
excited for
heads
this
up
game.
play is the upkeep galvanic discharge from Fournier, knowing that there's no 1-mana counterspell that Kevin could have to stop the galvanic discharge. The only out to protect that Tameo is the force of negation. Fournier is a veteran. He's a pro. He knows what's going on. And he is going to, again, we talk about this all the time when we watch these good players. It's Magic is a game of tiny edges and not, losing those little percentages. And they add up over the course of the event. There's a reason that both these players are 5-0.
And we have an interesting decision from Fournier. He has a Surveil land in hand and many 3-drops. I can't quite tell if he has a 4th land, but he chose to play Arid Mesa rather than Surveil. I believe he has a Mystical Dispute, valuing being able to use a Dispute on Kevin's turn 3 more than just slamming 3-drops on the next turn. Maybe he's happy to play this one slow out again. Land go in both directions.
And it is definitely an easier thing to stomach as you're, when you have that 7-card hand, and playing this kind of slower passive game is definitely more appealing and definitely easier to do when you know that you're not just down a bunch of cards from the jump.
And Kevin, similarly, doing the reverse of where he knows he needs to kill this Philia while Daniel's mana is tapped. Not giving any chance for anything to go with that Philia.
It looks like there was a Hollowed Fountain in Fournier's hand, so he didn't have to give up too much by playing that fetch land. It seems like he has all the untapped lands he needs. But again, we see this choice into 2 open mana from Kevin. He is not slamming these 3-drops, and he is trying to play for the longer game. In game 1, it didn't pan out, but maybe here with the 7-card hand, forcing Kevin to kind of lose that mana. He doesn't have, right? Wanchi Tong is effectively the only proactive play with 2 mana he has available to him, which is a 1-of. So this could be Fournier's kind of strategy to strand a bunch of mana.
Yeah, Kevin tapping some mana during his turn, going for a Psychic Frog. No more lies in hand, and we could see the same spot as in game 1. Now the texture is very different, whether as Kevin has a counterspell, whether he uses it to protect or not. This time he does. He wants to force through the Psychic Frog and try and get on board and let Daniel resolve whatever comes next. But just completely different setup in this game. He feels like he's the one who needs to get something going, and he can't just, trade 1 for 1 and be passive.
Yeah, unbelievably interesting that you get kind of back-to-back spots where effectively, in games where the exact same play happens, but Kevin has chosen to make the different things because he doesn't like his spot. And that is
And again,
wow.
a difference in game two. In game two, he discarded 2 cards to protect the frog. This game, he lets the frog go, valuing keeping that Quantum Riddler. And yeah, this is just goes to how complex Magic is that it's the same decision, but the number of cards you have, the number of cards your opponent have, who you feel needs to be the one to like what is you need to be prioritizing is completely different, even within the same matchup.
I find Fournier's decision last turn to choose to play the Flage as opposed to the Fable of the Mirror Breaker, kind of daring Kevin to discard the 2 cards to protect the frog, was a really interesting line that ended up kind of working out pretty well as he was able to get the frog off the board for very low cost.
Yeah, I think he must know that Kevin's last 2 cards are probably quite strong. Because if you think they're weak, if you think he's going to discard the cards to save the Psychic Frog at not too high of a cost, then you would definitely want to get that Fable down and try and fight, see whether your Fable versus their Frog, which can be more powerful. But if he thinks this Flage is going to get that Frog off the board, it makes a lot of sense what he chose to do.
And we're looking at Fournier's last 2 cards being both Mystical Dispute. That makes that Quantum Riddler in the Warp Zone feel very unlikely to resolve.
Wow. Is there a better 2 card last cards for him to have?
It's tough to imagine. And that Mystical Dispute looks to be promptly Mystical Disputed back from Fournier. He is not messing around. And Kevin, with a little bit of a nod, realizing that this game is it's not looking good for him.
And
And
it's tough because Fournier knows that the Riddler is in the warp zone, and Kevin knows that Fournier knows that. And if that was the only mystical dispute, maybe he would not have fired it off on the dispute so easily and saved it for the Riddler. And so Kevin has to be sweating knowing that, wow, he just immediately used mystical dispute.
you can kind of see it in Kevin. That's a sign of strength, a quick play of the Mystical Dispute. But Kevin's got to do something proactive because at the end of the day, we're seeing kind of one of the problems with this
Oh,
Grixis deck
wow.
is its limited answers to Flage, and it is looking to come out of the graveyard next turn and
Yeah. And he could
really
have cast a
try to close this game
Preordain
out.
and played or tried to play around this second dispute a little bit, but he knows that he would have to hit extremely well because that Flage would be coming down. Like he needed to have a strong board when the Flage come down and try and look for maybe an answer after that was his idea, to get the Quantum Riddler into play right away.
And now the Flage hits the stack. Even a strategic betrayal can't take it off the board. Would need a way to get the token out of play. And Daniel Fournier is in an excellent position.
Yep, 4 cards in hand for Kevin. Can he find the right ones to work his way back into this game?
That looks like, I believe there is Delirium, Artifact, Land, Instant Creature, and that is about as close to the right one as you can find. In Unholy Heat, Fournier's unable to bring this Flage back from the yard just yet, and
Wow, it
he
is
hopefully
Unholy
will
Heat.
have a turn of a reprieve. Maybe Kaido stun a Goblin Shaman that can kind of buy you some time
I
to
mean,
get some attacks in to swing the game in his favor.
that seems enough to have right away. I mean, Fournier drew a land, discarded it to Chapter 2 of Fable, and drew another land. And so, without a strong follow up, those 2 cards and into a preordain on the next turn might be what Kevin needed to come back from such a spot.
Yeah, and again, this is a spot where he can put himself in a decent position based on what Fournier is showing on the board. There are a huge manner of cards that feel basically lights out. Even does a fetch land is one off from getting the Flage back, so that's not enough. But a lot of the spells in his deck are just completely menacing. Any way to get this Kaido off the board, removal spell is great. It's really anything but a land from Daniel. Ragavan
Yeah.
kills the Kaido.
Probably no longer any consigns that we can draw to that are non-lands and be useless. It's going to be all gas left in Fournier's deck. And it's another
Speaking
Fable.
of gas, that is gas. And the Fable hits the board. Another token. This Kaido, there is some feeling as you look at the kind of value plans from both the decks. And it does feel like Fournier's just got the stronger engine here in some capacity.
Now, I don't know. Kaido is not one to sneeze at. If it attacks, it hits, looks at up to 3 more cards.
These
But it
tutus are
will need
just
support. It will need support. And interestingly, Kaito could be double blocked by the Shaman and the Reflection. It'd be a bit of a risky play, but if it works, you do kill the Kaito.
I'm not even gonna ask or try to figure out how Kaido and Dress Down works. That is severely beyond my pay grade. So I
Yeah.
will just pretend that interaction doesn't exist. And those look like 2 lands that are probably going to be promptly placed in the graveyard.
Yep.
Is that another land? Preordain, Mishra's Bauble, Dress Down?
Wow. All air, but all more looks. So we still is sweating to see, if he's gonna get what he needs to fight back this game.
It does feel to me that Kevin is almost on a bit of a clock here. This Flage is just sitting in the graveyard looming. Grixis has a lot of powerful things going for it. Life gain is not one of them, and 7 life is not a lot to play with. A couple shamans get into the red zone, a Flage activation, an attack here, a fetch there, and that 7 goes to 0 very quickly.
Yeah, just these incidental bodies. Well, I mean, it's almost disrespectful to Fable to call, the Reflection or the Goblin Shaman tutus incidental, but in terms of all the other heavy hitters that are swinging around, just this is what's left on the board. Kevin had the big answer, but there's still a lot of more work he needs to do to stabilize in this game.
And that looks like a Tameo and a Dress Down. Feels like these are bandages for a big bleed, and that appears to, I guess we have a judge call. Who knows? Possibly asking about how Kaido and Dress Down interact, as he looks like Kevin's probably going to cast that in his end step. That would be where my money's at.
Oh yeah, the end step Dress Down would be a way to prevent the Reflection from reflecting anything on the next turn. Yeah, so it is a question away from the table. Let's see how many cards Kevin has drawn this turn, because he did just deploy a Tameo. It was Kaito drew a card, then Preordain was cast, so we've had 3 cards drawn already. So Tameo won't be able to flip this turn.
Cameo, and I don't
Not
believe
that
it would flip
he would want
anyways.
to. Yeah.
The Dress Down, I think, even hypothetically, if that was the 3rd card, would stop things from flipping.
Oh yeah, if Dress Down was going to be the 3rd card, yeah. And so Fournier untapping means that he does not cast the Dress Down end of turn. He's going to save it maybe for when the Flage comes down to respond. Wow. And that Fable saving Fournier from another bad draw is turning a land into a counter spell, which is going to really hinder Kevin's ability to get back. But only 2 damage this turn. 1, the Shaman's still tapped. And Tameo presumably blocking another one, so that brings it down to 5. You mentioned the life gain is going to be hard to come by, but he's not.
You just got to take a Kaido off the board then with the 2 creatures.
Oh yeah, exactly. Of course, yeah. And before combat, the Dress Down is going to come down, prevent the treasures. It looks like, not that
this would
Fournier's choking on
remove
mana.
the haste, possibly, I believe, because the haste was given before the token was, or before the Dress Down's cast. I think that's how the layers work again.
Yeah, no, correct. Very heads up from Kevin, and that's why he didn't go for the end step Dress Down, because then Fournier would have just not used the reflection and attacked with it, and Kaito would have been taken out. Unfortunately, the downside is that he's gotten a draw step and has drawn a counterspell for the dress down, and now we don't even have a new card from it.
Yeah,
But
and
it
it
was
just
probably
go
the
ahead,
line you
sorry.
needed to take. No. It's probably the line you needed to take to be able to fight back. So really, impressive from Kevin fighting in a tough spot. He has a subtlety left, a preordain, facing down the
Maybe
same
there's a
board as before.
clue that the Tameo Plus does shrink the threat of damage by a lot, but at the end of the day, that is a Flage with 5 cards in the graveyard, and
Yeah, it'll
doesn't
save
take much.
it'll save a bit of damage on this turn, but Fournier is likely not to use Reflection on his Shamans on this turn. This next Fable is going to flip, and then he can, Reflection Twin, as I say, and create as many Reflection tokens as he has mana on Kevin's end step. And -1/-0 from Tameo will not save Kevin at the low life total that he's at.
It does not look like that Thundering Falls will be saving him either. Might have to
Wow.
get aggressive with this Tameo just to crack a clue to try to get something.
Yeah, Surveil first. So bottom, then bin, and then you get another look. So a lot of looks, but a Ragavan is not what he needs.
Kind of an aggressive send of that Tameo into the red zone, hoping for something. Maybe Strategic Betrayal feels like the only card that gives him another turn.
Now there's a Toxic Deluge in Kevin's sideboard, but I feel like he would be unlikely to have brought it in. But if he has, it's what he's looking for here. Although that would just allow Fournier to cast the Flage and promptly end the game.
Plus, and I'm seeing that looks like a counter spell. That it's a great card, but
No,
not here.
not here. No, the Reflection's uncontested. Maybe Tameo being more likely to take the hits than Kevin so that he cannot return a card from his graveyard on the next turn. And especially if the reflection works, then he doesn't have to care about the life total. But another turn, he won't be dead right away. No Flage this turn. Arena of Glory the draw, which means when this Flage comes, it'll be hasty. But it wasn't, a Surveil land, a Fetch land, a Galvanic Discharge, any of those cards that Daniel could have brought a Flage back with immediately. Now, of course, Kevin drew the counter spell, so that would have been hit, but he doesn't know that.
Yeah, Arena of Glory normally, got to be one of the best cards with Flage, but in here, it is one of the very few cards left in Daniel's deck that don't immediately return that. Might be looking at some own end-stepped making of Shamans in order to have tokens to target with the ability in the event that Kevin has removal spell, but Daniel chooses to not go with those.
Yeah, now, because he attacked the Tameo, Kevin's still at 7, which means that you do want to make as many reflections as possible, because if you make reflections now, those will be sacrificed on Kevin's end step, and you'll have less total going into your turn, but it would play around a drawn removal spell. So a trade-off that Daniel was not willing to make. He wants to get as many reflections as possible to make sure that Kevin actually does lose the game right away. But it does seem like an Unholy Heat was drawn, which is going to prevent all of them.
Yeah, here Kevin peels the removal spell. He has the counter spell to stop the Flage from coming back. Now that this Kiki Jiki hits the graveyard, the Flage will not hit the board. It still feels like Fournier with these fables and reflections is in a very commanding position, but there's getting a bit of light from the end of the tunnel here for Kevin with a counterspell, maybe a subtlety.
Subtlety, if the Flage comes down, the subtlety answers that immediately and then block. And he's done it. I think Kevin is ahead now.
That is another land from Fournier, and it's looking like a potential punish here. I'm not sure if he has another Surveil land. I believe he should have one in his deck, and now he's probably maybe regretting that he didn't fetch that land prior to putting this Flage back on top of his library.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. But if he keeps the Flage, then he can play the Arid Mesa after and Surveil after. So it's
Yeah, that may actually end up being
yeah.
better. But Kevin has with
I guess you could
you know,
Surveil
with-
first and then see if the card on top is better than Flage and choose to bottom Flage based off of that information.
now the counter spell to stop another Flage and a Psychic Frog drawn from Kevin. Oh
my god.
this
Wow.
is
Tamio
I
on
cannot
4.
believe it.
It can return another removal spell if needed.
Return a
But
removal, return a counter spell, but Kevin has his eyes on the prize, and that prize is an ultimate.
and we see that with Subtlety and Psychic Frog both staying behind to defend that Tamio. He knows that he has a counter spell, so he is safe. The counter spell can hit the Flage and then eat a reflection. Or sorry, not a reflection, a shaman on the attack, and that's what he's gonna do.
And Daniel might be forced to send a lot of Goblin Shamans to the Abyss in order to get
It would
a
only
few points.
only
Only gonna
one
end up
single
losing
point would get
one.
through, so probably unlikely to go for that, and gonna save it for next turn. But yeah, just
He
use
could
this one to create
copy.
a treasure.
Yeah. He did have the possibility of perhaps copying
Oh,
the
and going in with 2 this turn.
oh, could go in with 4. The Psychic Frog, there was no cards in hand. Psychic Frog couldn't discard, so it would bounce off of 1, and then 2 damage would get through, and you'd only lose 1.
Yeah, but then you'd be less a shaman on the next turn also. So
Yeah, definitely.
I guess maybe he'd
Fortnite
be
might be
more
saving up.
willing to do that once a Tamio gets up to ultimate range to ensure that damage comes in. But on this turn specifically, there was maybe no reason to uh, remove as much loyalty right away, and he can afford to wait. But I mean, an Unholy Heat in hand means not really. He cannot afford to wait very much, as he will lose this reflection and
Orny
not
has
be able
2
to make a
looks at some way to reduce this Tamio's loyalty. Otherwise, we will be seeing Kevin Anktel progress to 6-0. And as someone who has watched all the matches today, this has got to be the most back and forth exciting one. Oh my god.
Yeah, Kevin taking it back from a spot where he had cards and he needed to find the right cards, but he navigated it masterfully to give himself the chance to. And even if that Tamio was just removed from the board, it's not like Fournier's ahead, there's still the Psychic Frog, and he has no way of getting through on the ground.
As a way to remove 1 loyalty from Tamio at a pretty steep cost, which is dashing this Ragavan. But it feels like that is the forced line. Not the worst draw, but it's not pretty. Still 1
Yeah,
card away from this Flage coming back, which just feels like that's been the story of the game. Fournier's been 1 card away from getting the Flage back.
but reduces Tamio to 7, which it will still be able to ultimate.
Oh, is the ultimate 7?
The ultimate 7, it goes up to 8 by its own, and there we go. We see Tamio ultimate, and that does it. There's no way that he can recover from this.
And yeah, that is wow. That is incredible. This has been just a beautiful. I give Daniel his flowers. He played a great game. He's navigated some spots. He found his way, out of some tougher places. I think he played very well in all 3 games. But Kevin, this is someone who has played a lot of this deck and really understands what the matchups look like, right? That is, part of the appeal of playing a deck that, isn't the most played deck against the most played deck is you've played this matchup a ton of times. And
Yeah,
it shows.
No, absolutely. We knew this was going to be a clash of titans. Despite Daniel maybe taking some mulligans in the earlier games, we got a great one here, and so yeah, it was
It looks like
definitely
he's
great to
gonna
witness
probably
this.
discard 15 cards or so to the Psychic Frog and turn it
Oh,
sideways.
it's yeah. In this deck, you can win immediately. You don't have to durdle around. Convert all those cards into damage right away, and that's going to do it.
That is why you watch some Magic. That is awesome. That was an unbelievably fun match to watch.
Kevin improves to 6-0 with Grixis midrange. It feels like every tournament he brings something new and crushes with it. So really great to see. Excited to see how his tournament shapes up in the rest of the rounds. And of course, Daniel's not out. He's at 5-1, is still a great position, and perhaps we'll be seeing him again later also.
Right, there's a reason that you see the same names near the top of the standings when you watch these events, and that I think that was a great example of why Kevin Ankdal is someone that you frequently watch in the feature match area whenever you go to the RC or watch the RC from home. That is a name that if you're someone who's checking MTG Melee very often is very frequently near the top.
Yeah, not just at the regional championships, you see him at the Pro Tour and events of all levels as well.
Yeah. And it looks like we are going to head to just a little bit of a break before we get some more content. Should only be a couple of minutes. And I don't know about you, Liam, but I am excited to watch some more Magic.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I need a bit of a break after that game, but then that just makes me want to get right back into it after.
That's what you wrote down in my eyes. Maestro, maestro, conducting the show, committing my heart to tear me apart. Maestro, maestro, always in control. You chose the melody and play me like a symphony. Maestro, maestro, conducting the show. Now what? The tempo and start to crescendo. Maestro, maestro, always in control. You chose the melody and play me like a symphony. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, it's a bit time to let expression. 5 and 6 and 7, 8, I'm coming for some recognition. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, I'm feeling this sense of ambition. 5 and 6 and 7, 8, you play me like a symphony. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, no longer in your composition. 5 and 6 and 7, 8, it's time I make my own rendition. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, no longer will I ask permission. 5 and 6 and 7, 8, you play me like a symphony.
Welcome back after a very short break to the Canadian Regional Championships in lovely Calgary, Alberta. I am Jonny Guttman, joined by Liam Kane, and we have an incredible main feature match. Liam, who will be seeing this round?
We'll be seeing 2 previous RC winners facing off. Joseph Crony against Theo Jacques Griffin. This one is one to watch for sure. It's going to be Jeskai Blink against Simic Birthing Ritual. 2 interesting decks that well, it's going to be quite interesting to see how they line up against each other. I really have no idea. I have not tested that matchup before, I must confess. But yeah, good players, good decks. Yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah, I just as I scroll through Melee and look at the standings, I'm seeing a lot of Simic Birthing Ritual near the top tables. This could be the kind of breakout or, underrated, sneakily powerful deck of the tournament that really has a great showing. Jeskai Blink is the villain of the format. You got to think that if you're showing up to an event, you have to, with a kind of mid-rangey value pile like this, you have to think you have a good matchup here. And you'd assume the Simic Birthing Ritual contingent at least thinks that they have a strong matchup here.
Yeah, I've heard the whispers of the Simic Birthing Ritual being on the rise, and here it is out in force, and it's doing well. Yeah, my source says that Simic is feels usually a little ahead in the Jeskai Blink, but it's not so much of a knockout matchup. Mostly it's a deck choice to beat up on decks that are really vulnerable to either free counter spells or Harbinger of the Tide. So that's what this deck specializes in. For those of you who don't know the Simic Birthing Ritual deck, we saw Birthing Ritual before, but here we play more 2-mana creatures, and we want to flip into Abhorrent Oculus with it as our way to win. But we use these cheap blue creatures like Icefang Codal, and we can sack them to Flare of Denial, or turn it into Harbinger of the Tides, which turns all non-basic lands into islands. So it's really good against decks where that free counter magic is good, or Harbinger is especially powerful.
And
Which
now,
is, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, no, shifting over to just Joseph's list for a second here. This is, Jeskai, we've seen it a million times, but there's a pretty interesting deck building decision with 3 copies of March of Otherworldly Light in the main deck, which you'd think is something that's kind of geared at targeting Urza Saga, but has the, hidden added benefit of giving this Jeskai Blink deck a way to interact with a Birthing Ritual that's hit the battlefield, which is not something that's easy to do that often.
Oh, that is going to be huge. Yeah, we'll see if that comes up, but I definitely expect it to.
Yeah, and you can see one in Joseph Karani's hand right now. This is, as Liam said earlier, these are 2, former regional championships. We'll talk about this all weekend, but you'll see a lot of the same names that you recognize from events past rising to the top, and with good reason. These people play some incredible Magic. I'm excited to watch it.
NTO revealing a Shardless Agent here, so we still do have that card in our version, as all of our free counter spells or cheap cards, the Force of Negation and Flare of Denial both cost 3 mana. So Shardless Agent is not guaranteed to hit a Birthing Ritual like in the 4-color deck that we saw in a previous feature, but it is guaranteed to hit you something strong.
Yeah, this deck just, floods the board. You see how many decks are playing, cards like Ragavan and these 1/1 Coiling Oracles and Ice Fang Codals and, kind of little crappy little bodies can end up putting in a lot of work in some of these matchups as defensive tools. And we can see it here with Theo having a Coiling Oracle on 2, just getting some pressure down. And Quantum Riddler Go is not, exactly the most powerful start for this Jeskai Blink deck, going full shields down.
You might not think, but maybe in this matchup, you just want to set up, draw cards, hit land drops, play slow. It could be vulnerable to a fast birthing ritual here if Theo had one, but I think it's not as bad maybe to be just warping Riddler onto, not as costly as otherwise might be. But yeah, as you said, flooding the board, we have 3 creatures in play for Theo on turn 3. Those are going to get some chip damage unless Joseph plays to the board right away.
Yeah, it looks like you can see what is likely going to be a Fable. A kind of added benefit is that Joseph this game has naturally drawn basic plains and basic mountain, which against the Harbinger of the Tides strategy of the Simic Birthing Ritual, he is kind of just naturally pretty insulated from getting got by this powerful 3-drop that sometimes you can get these hands where you're forced to fetch really awkwardly, or you just get got before you have the chance to develop your mana, and it can really lock you out of the game, even in a deck that plays blue cards. But here it's an issue that Joseph at least will not have to deal with.
And really interesting, you noted that there's a Fable in the hand for Joseph, but he chose not to play it, and he's going to go for Flage instead. You think, oh, Fable can discard Flage, but in fact, it would have eaten a Force of Negation had Fable been the line. So that's going to be maybe highly rewarded. Making sure that Flage gets down in the graveyard, threatening later. It has to be one of Jeskai's best cards in the matchup, as with many matchups, of course. And so that's a huge thing that Joseph has already got going for him.
Yeah, that is a really heads up play from Joseph Karani, and we're seeing these Coiling Oracles. They're hitting cards, but they're not hitting lands in order to give Theo this huge mana advantage. The cards are still fantastic, but they haven't been able to convert to anything right now. He clearly has a bunch of interaction in hand, which is obviously, an excellent place to be, but there hasn't been that haymaker play of a birthing ritual or an important oculus or one of these very strong cards.
Did you call Fibblethip a fantastic Magic card?
No, I said it had not drawn the fantastic magic. I would describe Fibblethip as one of the least fantastic magic cards. But Theo has gotten 4 of a kind Coiling Oracles. I'm not sure the side bonus you get from that, but the damage is racking up, and Joseph is going to be forced to do something. And again, the discipline of holding that Fable is very commendable here.
Yeah, he knows that there's a birthing ritual was revealed, and so he's definitely not going to go shields down on this turn. But it's hard not to ever go shields down when you're getting attacked for 4 over and over. Although the Flage life gain and knowing that Flage is going to come down eventually makes him probably quite comfortable taking a decent amount of damage here for sure.
Yeah, this is kind of, awareness of the matchup. Joseph understands how these games go, and the real punish of jamming something like a Fable on turn 3 into potentials, but that Force of Negation has another mode. You can just tap 3 mana, and that is a birthing ritual that has hit the board, even with the March of Otherworldly Life being drawn by Joseph.
I didn't see an important Oculus, but I did see a Fibblethip, so that, well, being an incredible Magic card here and drawing 2 cards for Theo.
It does read a lot better when it draws 2 on ETB, that's for sure. And this position from Theo is just gonna continue, and that
It's over.
is
Wow. Game 1, I mean, Joseph knows this match could go quite long, and he wasn't winning that one, so packs it in. Game 1 going to Theo with Simic Ritual.
it didn't seem like Theo, really had to do much. It felt like maybe the onus is a bit on Joseph to make something happen, because if just Theo can sit there casting 1/1s that draw a card, that's really all it needs. And that game one did not feel inspiring. Hopefully these mystical disputes and more March of Otherworldly Lights are gonna provide some respite for Joseph in the post board games.
Do you think he'll go for the Wrath of the Skies as well?
It's possible. I would guess no. I would the way that I feel about this matchup just from watching those games is that Joseph is sort of the aggressor and needs to punish Theo for playing, you know, I'll call Fibblethip what it is, an underpowered modern quality magic card. And I think trying to wrath up a board of Coiling Oracles is not the approach. And getting to that 4 mana to deal with a birthing ritual seems to be a bit too difficult. But maybe
Yeah.
that's a thing that comes in. There are definitely some cards you want to cut here.
Well, Ragavan could be weak against all this deck full of 1/1s, but if you want to make something happen early on the play, I mean, that's the type of card that does that. Now, Wrath of the Skies is the only type of card that could easily bring you back from Birthing Ritual hitting a Port Oculus. But again, unless you have that Galvanic Discharge to produce energy, that's going to set you back 5 mana, which might be far too slow. And such an expensive sweeper is, especially at a sorcery, is very vulnerable to Theo's free counter magic of Flare of Denial and Force of Negation.
Yeah, I think we felt it a little bit in that game one where Fable is this incredibly powerful card. At the end of the day, it's a non-creature sorcery that costs 3 mana. You don't get a lot of spots to cast that one. And Theo's just, I'd like to just pay some attention. I don't know how Theo would board here, but this is one of the most beautiful sideboards I've ever seen. One of Propaganda, 3 Gemstone Caverns, the 1 Neoform to really turbo out that Harbinger maybe in a matchup where it's important, some Quantum Riddlers for the grindy matchups. This sideboard's got it all. This is a work of art.
This is beautiful. This is recognizing, hey, we're playing modern here, and I have a bunch of 2 mana 1/1s in my deck. If I'm going second, I need a card like Gemstone Cavern so that I can start doing what my deck wants to do faster. So yeah, I love to see the way he's built it, and 3 mystical disputes for each. So about parity for both players. They're both going to be excellent on both sides. Now, Joseph's probably a little bit stronger. Because a dispute can't hit a March of Otherworldly Light, but yeah, a little bit about even there. So I feel like in terms of who's favored, it won't be changing too much, but the dynamic of the game, the way it plays out, will probably change a lot. We'll see.
Yeah, we talked about the play draw shift could be massive, right? There's these Gemstone Caverns from Theo on the draw. There's also just the nature of maybe Ragavan is a card that's, central to Joseph's on the play plan, but maybe that Wrath of the Skies controlling posture is something that you're kind of required to do when you're on the draw. But then there's that whole possibility that you have a sideboard plan for being on the play, and your opponent opens with the Gemstone Caverns in their hand, and you don't feel like you're on the play anymore, that's for sure.
And we're going to take a jump into our backup feature match. We have Brady Kiesling playing Izzet Affinity against Asha Mills Emmett on Jeskai Blink. A bird token in play for Brady, which means he had an important spell countered by a Strict Serenade. Flage in the graveyard. Life total's unclear. This is anyone's game here.
You got to think this is a matchup that the longer it goes is probably leaning to a little bit better for Asha. A lot of more expensive cards. This affinity deck sometimes feels like it's just about dumping your hand onto the board and praying, but it does have a lot of staying power. And this Pinnacle Emissary, there's card draw spells. But looks like only a couple of cards in hand for Brady, but not many more for Asha.
Whoa, where are we in the turn? Tormod's Crypt, draw step. Okay, that makes sense. I was about to say so many cards in the graveyard spotted the Tormod's Crypt in play. Brady, of course, waiting till the last moment to use the Tormod's Crypt, as Flage or with Arena of Glory would have probably spelled Doom, but able to answer one of the most dominating cards in Modern right now, just with a 0-mana artifact that already is contributing to his game plan. That's some of the power of the Is It Affinity deck, is you play all these, weak, useless artifacts, but then when they come up, they really change the game.
Yeah, there's Tormod's Crypt, there's the engineered explosives, which is kind of blown up on the scene, especially combined with weapons manufacturing. We're seeing another couple of copies of No More Lies in Asher Mills Emmett's hand. That means they are clearly, from that kind of Fournier school of thought of how this Jeskai deck needs to be built. Maybe that kind of slower posturing position for these kind of longer, grindier games is how they view the deck.
Yeah, and we do have a treasure token available to cast that No More Lies if it comes to that.
And it doesn't seem like Brady has
A Metallic
a
Rebuke, potentially?
perhaps.
No, just the Memnite being saved by the bounce of the Aether Spellbomb.
Wow, that is a play that you will not see often. Memnite being returned back to hand with a Pinnacle Emissary in the Warp Zone. It makes sense. Asha now is kind of an interesting decision. They can choose to cast this Pinnacle Emissary, but it puts them down. They're two No More Lies, can't cast either of them. But the other problem is if they choose not to cast it, it's Brady's sick warning signs got to be going off. They must know something is up. They had the option to cast a free 3-drop and chose not to. There's got to be some instance in hand.
Yeah. All right. As that game, game 1 going grindy in that matchup is quite something. But we're gonna jump back into the start of game 2 of our main feature match. Theo go on the draw. No Gemstone Caverns. We don't know if he brought them in or not. Just a Hedge Maze being tapped on turn 2, facing down 2 open mana, an Arena of Glory, and is that a Sacred Foundry, I believe? So no blue mana being represented by Joseph.
Yeah, if that's the case, does narrow down the possibilities of what could be cast in this end step. Potentially a Felly. I see a March of Otherworldly Light, Teferi, Quantum Riddler.
It could have been turn 1 Arena tapped into Shock, Hollowed Fountain, but I think looking at that art closer, it's hard to tell with the alt art, but I believe it's a Sacred Foundry, and that would track with Joseph being at 20. So yeah, no blue mana in play for him, and I see a lot of blue cards in hand.
And that is not where you want to be. And if you're Joseph Karani, that is a bad way to get kind of run over in a matchup where you see that, yeah, it's a quote unquote grindy matchup, but you need to have, your finger on the pulse of things. Otherwise the game will get out of hand very quickly. If one turn of Birthing Ritual not being answered is almost feels like it's enough to really put him in a tough spot. So now he's really got to get a blue source in the next couple of draws, or this game is going to spiral quickly.
Yeah, we see a Coiling Oracle got binned off of the Surveil, so we know he at least has more of where that came from. So that could be set up as soon as next turn. And it was just a fetch land. So that makes sense. Arena of Glory played on turn 1 into turn 2 fetch land. So there's no mana worries. For Joseph, all that happened was he had to take turn 1 off for a tapped Arena of Glory. But him choosing that sequencing did mean that he didn't there's unlikely to be a red source already in hand. Otherwise, he could have led off the red and played the Arena later. So
Turn 1 Arena
at
Glory
least,
does feel like a land light decision. I would agree there.
yeah. But land light, I mean, that could get changed real quick if we warp a Quantum Riddler and then get to draw 2 cards off of it and the Philia Flicker, if that all just goes through.
Does look like there's a Flare of Denial in Theo's hand. So Joseph's kind of expects some level of interaction to be there, and he's deciding what spell he wants to get countered / which spell's the most dominant if it resolves. See 2 Riddlers, I would guess that means one of them's going to come down.
Yeah, that would make sense. Now, it's different than in other matchup. We saw in previous matches where players would pass to play around the counter spells and wait for the right moment to jam into the counter spell. But specifically against the Simic Birthing Ritual, you want to cast your important spell uh, as soon as possible, because now that that Coiling Oracle is in the graveyard, you're safe from Birthing Ritual on this next turn. If Birthing Ritual comes down, there'll be no creature. So moving that off the board is almost just as valuable as getting your spell to resolve in terms of tempo and like turns.
Yeah, this is kind of more what you'd imagine you'd want the games to look like from Joseph's side, applying some pressure with the Felia. Theo's, instead of just getting to develop things freely, is forced to be the reactive player and is taking this chip damage. And Joseph is threatening the ability of just slam a Quantum Riddler, and that is no third land drop from Theo, which is puts him in a pretty tough spot.
Oh, that's difficult to recover from. I
You can
think
see the interesting spot with a Coiling Oracle in hand, chose not to just cast it in the main phase looking for a land, possibly wants to represent some more cards.
yeah, that is interesting. I mean, it could be for Dismember on the Philia. I don't know if you got a better peek at his hand. It could be he's going for Ice Fang Codal instead, although with not enough snow to give it Death Touch, it wouldn't be too much different from a Coiling Oracle. But it's
This,
just ensuring that an Ice Fang resolves against a potential mystical dispute. So yeah, smart play from him.
yeah, very heads up, realizing it's okay to miss a land drop, just need this creature resolve, and Mystical Dispute is just such a blow. It knows Joseph has 3 of them, but it does feel like another spell is just going to hit the stack and deal with a creature, and this Felly is going to continue trucking.
Yeah, and choosing to go for the Flage over the Quantum Riddler. At this point, we want to guarantee that the creature is getting off the board and not allow the Flare to have another good target. So, and get that Flage in the bin set up. So similar play as Joseph made last time, but now he's much better spot on board for it to work out in his favor.
Yeah, this Felia is, not getting a ton of value, but is constantly a huge threat and is putting a lot of pressure. Can see that Theo drew back-to-back lands and maybe a little bit of a punish there by the choice of going with that end-step Quelling Oracle. Playing around the dispute, very heads up, but in this spot is against Joseph not having it, unable to make these land drops, and
Yeah.
that could put him just even further behind, even though Joseph's also missed the 4th land drop, so maybe the mana troubles don't feel as bad in comparison.
And we see similarly again, no Coiling Oracle coming down. That's going to wait. Joseph has a Teferi, another Flage, I believe a Strict Serenade, and a Wrath of the Skies, or is it a March in hand? So full of
I think it's a
action from there.
March. Yeah, that's a lot of powerful cards.
Yeah. As often happens when a player misses land drops, it means, they must have a lot of gas.
And both players do, but as Theo's life just falls lower and lower, Flages in the yard looming. We might see some spell get hard cast Flare of Denial as an answer. The secret cancel mode, this Teferi, this is a must answer. This is not a card
Yeah.
that you can allow resolve under any circumstance.
No, I agree, and we might be likely to see that Flare come down right now. I wonder if there's an Ice Fang if we choose to cycle it by playing it and then sacrificing it, or if we value it enough to just tap 3 for the cancel.
Yeah, these are choices. Theo's got a subtlety in hand, maybe wanting to go for kind of a less card advantage preservation play and a more tempo play of maybe going for that subtlety and then flashing in that coiling or that
Oh,
Ice Fang Codal end step.
and I thought I saw a Flare in his hand, but I believe it's actually a Sink into Stupor, and that removes a great option for him. Yeah, I think that is a Sink, not a Flare. When Sink onto
I
Fairy
think
is so much
that's got to be
weaker.
a flare, that front right
Really?
card. But
Okay,
we
well, he
shall see that.
chooses
Yeah, that was
Subtlety
Flare
Pitch
Denial
Flare.
exiled.
Oh,
There you
wow.
go.
Okay. Both MH3 cards, both kind of similar art, a little figure surrounded by blue.
Same mana cost. And this is a very heads up play from Theo. I kind of like this because this Teferi is incredibly threatening, but your opponent's missing land drops. This is not a
Yeah,
card they can afford to put on the top of the library. This has got to go to the bottom.
You would imagine so with the Flage in the graveyard, but also, I mean, what is Theo? I can imagine what Theo's next turn might be, and Teferi sounds good against anything he could be doing, right?
Yeah, it's tough. You got to know that Theo's gonna do something proactive with the last 3 mana. Maybe he's threatening, and a hard cast endurance could scare Joseph out of attacking.
I think I spotted a green card in his hand, so I think it is the endurance. Also, endurance, of course, tucking the Flage as well would just be a huge game changer. Even if Joseph doesn't attack into it, it means he's completely stabilized on the board, has a creature, can go Birthing Ritual, and Flage is now, no longer much of a worry. So Theo, with this play, with this subtlety, choosing not to cancel the Teferi, might have turned the game around quite a bit for him,
Let's
for
see if that's
himself.
an
It is.
yeah, but looks like heads up play from Joseph, going with the no attack, realizing what's up, and it's not the best spot in the world, but it's a heck of a lot better than if that endurance was ate the Felia.
And the endurance getting in, so we're saying no fear of Felia or damage. Theo wants to, start his own clock, start chipping in himself.
And that
And
it's because he's expecting to get rid of this endurance. Down to 7 though.
2 Birthing Rituals. Okay, so he's now a very good chance at finding an abhorrent Oculus.
Yeah, the odds are excellent, and maybe even the dream of getting a cycler into an Oculus would be
Yeah,
would be ideal.
that's why he attacked. So I think if Theo is thinking, because if you miss on Oculus, you've downgraded your endurance into an Ice Fang, which perhaps the body is not worth the card in his judgment. But if he knows that he's going to go for this line regardless to try and get an extra card if he finds Oculus on the second trigger, then that attack makes a lot of sense.
Not look like
But
there's an important Oculus in those. That looks like a Shardless Agent might be the best choice.
I mean, it does trade with a Felia or forces the Felia to blink it, but that is definitely not what he was looking for there. And we can see with the time spent on the decision that he's not hit his best possible off of this
That
Wither
is
Teferi.
not pretty.
No,
And
a 2/2.
now
Wow.
Joseph has a bit of a window of at least being able to get Theo down to 2, could blink this Shardless Agent and send a Flage upstairs. He's got options.
Going to choose to try to establish a Quantum Riddler, but that would result in trading off of the Felia, saving the
That
Flage
could be
for.
something he's okay with. In the face of these 2 Birthing Rituals, a Shardless Agent can represent, that the bottom 14 cards of the library don't contain an abhorrent Oculus. The next 14 have a good chance of involving one.
That's true. That's true. And Theo, depending on his hand, could choose not to block if he thinks he doesn't have any creature, but that is quite a risky proposition because even if you find the Oculus, the Philia would be able to remove it for the next combat. So I expect him to make the block, try and trade off, but no, he does take it because he isn't sure that he will have a creature.
And we can see it looks like I believe Theo is showing a Horn Oculus and a Quantum Riddler in hand. So kind of an interesting no block. I'm surprised there, but Theo's
I
got to
guess
have
he's
a
trying to get
reason.
double Oculus. What's better than one Oculus is two.
You're not wrong there. And that looks like a Hedge Maze drawn, which makes this play look pretty appealing. Because now we
Unfortunately,
get some
not an
sacks.
untapped land, as we would prefer to also warp the Riddler, draw 2 cards, and then turn it into another creature. But he'll be happy just to try and establish at the very least one Oculus. Oh, and he will be going for the Riddler line, saying, I will find what I need off these Birthing Ritual triggers. I want to draw more cards right now, which, makes sense.
Makes a lot of sense. There's an interesting position here for Joseph. We're seeing 2 March of Otherworldly Lights and an Ether Gust in hand, so a lot of potential targets for these removal spells. Are you supposed to go after the creatures? Are you supposed to go after the birthing ritual? Doesn't
I'm
look like there's enough white cards to pitch. If there doesn't seem like there's a fourth white card after the Flage, you can't go for the March pitch kill a birthing ritual, March pitch kill a birthing ritual.
But is it
Got
enough that
options.
if one Oculus is hit, you can March pitch kill the Oculus? It should be, yeah, one white card.
Yeah, that is definitely enough. You can kill the Oculus, and it does look relatively close to Joseph finding a way to squeeze out lethal with a Flage in hand. Feels like Theo needs something, but he's going
Ooh,
for
he's
it.
going for March on the birthing ritual. I didn't expect that. I think with his board, he would be most concerned about quantity of creatures. The double ritual and 2 creatures, he would be more concerned about the quantity of creatures rather than exactly which one they are if he can remove one Oculus afterwards. But he's choosing to try and deny getting that Oculus in the first place, because if Theo does not find an Oculus, then it's over immediately. So denying
Yeah,
a 7 looks at an Oculus and potentially denying a second Oculus depending on how the hits go. I like the
it
way Theo
feels
does
like
it. He
Theo
just
did
picks
not
out
see
6
it.
and then flips the 7th afterwards every time.
It
But
does
no
not look
Oculus
like Theo's
again.
system has been working with no Oculus. You see now 21 cards. We know there's one Oculus in hand. Maybe it's a card that gets trimmed post board, but you can't. It'd be tough to imagine that. It just seems like some really unfortunate
I could
rips
see
here.
potentially playing against a Solitude deck where you don't want to have so many, but if that is his plan, it's costing him here. And Joseph getting rewarded for trying to deny the birthing ritual, as his first one did miss. Or miss. It hits a Fibblethip, draw 2 cards, but 2 cards looking less impressive this game than it did last.
Joseph did make the choice to get rid of the Flage instead of the second copy of March, which means that the Riddler plus the Flage out of lethal is not an option, but
Yeah,
still.
a reasonable hedge, because then if you keep 1 March, if Theo does hit an Oculus, it's not game over. You can still remove it, but definitely going to cost him here, as I think he would rather have the Flage at this point, given what Theo did hit. But yeah, so take the middle ground of play try and deny double Oculus, but still be okay if they hit 1 with your line. So yeah.
In the world that Theo has no instant speed plays, it is still lethal from Joseph, but it does seem tough to want to go for that against the deck of almost entirely instant speed plays that had just drawn up a
Yeah,
fresh set of
exactly.
cards. I would feel too nervous trying to go for something like March the Fibblethip and Blink the Shardless Agent. That just seems like a recipe for disaster. Might just be the safe play. Go after the Shardless Agent, attack with both, try to get a chump block out of the Fibblethip, and get a March on the Birthing Ritual. Feels like putting you into a spot where you have a pretty tough time finding a loss from there.
Yeah, I think Joseph exactly might not be concerned about lethal, as if he removes a second birthing ritual, the game can go, 5, 10 more turns, but no birthing ritual, he doesn't feel threatened at all.
Yeah, it's just he's taking his time, looking at the spots, trying to figure out the best thing. It doesn't appear that Theo has anything in instant speed, but it just feels like the odds that he has one are so likely. I wonder where this Felly is going at. It's got to go for the Charles agent, you'd
Yeah,
assume.
Theo asking, okay, you declared attacks, where's it going? It's
It doesn't
going.
seem like he went after anything, which I guess doesn't change much, really. Like the Fibblethip is always going to block anyways, but
Yeah, maybe he was trying to bait Theo into a double block on the Felia, but yeah, Theo avoiding that scenario, going to 1 and trying to go for another look with his birthing ritual this time. And at the very least, he can cast the Port Oculus that's been in his hand. So he's actually, in an okay spot still. I believe with a flare in hand. Or is that a sink? That's a flare.
I believe it's a flare. And here, yeah, Theo's got some options. The all important third Snowland has hit the battlefield, so the future
Ice Fangs?
Coatls, yeah, we'll at least be able to trade off with this Riddler and maybe stabilize. But yeah, Theo, maybe a second Riddler in hand, if that's what that is, or a
He's,
second Oculus.
yeah, he still
Guess
needs
not.
Theo in hand, flare, land, yeah. March being cast on the birthing ritual. The Oculus is okay for Joseph because he knows the Felia will be able to flicker it.
It's looking tough for Theo here with the Riddler getting rid of, able to get rid of a flying block. You might have to let this go and try to hope to be able to at least endurance and chump block
Yeah,
the Oculus.
is that a... Oh, the Ether Gust that you mentioned before. Ether Gust on Shardless Agent. Oh, I can't say I've seen
That's
that interaction of cards before.
I think that is a line that mostly happens with people who are unfamiliar with the Cascade mechanic, but here it's just trying to draw a second card with the Riddler,
Yeah.
and that is a Oculus flipped.
Oh,
And
wow.
a little bit cheapish as you put the incredibly good Ice Fang Coatl into the yard.
Yeah, that one is like Joseph immediately knows that one is at least as good as an Ice Fang, which means it's either another Ice Fang or an Oculus.
Does seem unlikely that Joseph would want to flicker that one in the hopes of it being a spell of some sorts. That seems out of the question here. But
No,
it does
although
seem like a galvanic discharge was picked up, which might be able to create something with along with the Ragavan.
wait, Joseph has a Ragavan?
Maybe, maybe I see a red card. Looks like a Ragavan.
Oh. Oh, I've been
That
focused on Theo's side. I
well,
right, so you drew
Joseph drew
two
two
two new
cards.
cards,
The Ether
two new
Gust,
cards this
yeah.
turn, of course.
So it looks like it might be galvanic discharge Ragavan, which it asks a lot of questions of Theo if that's that's what the last couple of cards are.
Yeah. A quick little judge call going on right now. That's the reason for the pause. Perhaps clarifying about how discharge works against manifest. When you manifest, it flips it up. Sorry, when you want to flip up your manifest, it's like morph. It just happens immediately. There's no ability for Joseph to respond to flipping up the manifest with that galvanic discharge.
Here, it does seem like this is going to be lethal for Joseph Karani with just enough creatures, and the Felia is going to get rid of a blocker, and the Ragavan is required to get blocked, and the discharge is going to probably eat this Oculus because some mana is going to have to get tapped. Feels like it's got to be a lethal attack here.
Yeah, it's falling apart now for Theo. I mean, not that he was in a good spot before, but it might be the end of it.
Yeah, unless there's some Theo does keep his cards pretty close to his chest, so it's hard to see what he's got. Maybe some subtleties or force of negation, because the free spell and flare of the Nile is it's not exactly what you want to do when the only
No.
creature you can sacrifice is an important Oculus.
And Joseph taking his time to plan out the lethal as any good player should. You never want to rush into it and realize that you messed it up while you're in combat and no longer can take a play back.
But it does feel like beyond just dashing this Ragavan and moving to combat. Doesn't feel
Yeah,
like there's too many choices, and
too many.
Theo's
Yeah.
got to realize that this is not looking good.
Yeah, perhaps. What could save a consign on the Felia trigger and then a Ice Fang being cast could save Theo here. Now this is extremely or not too likely to be in his deck or hand, but
Yeah, it's got to be this Felia is just too many things, and
yeah.
even this is going to be probably lethal even without the galvanic discharge.
Yes.
And now you have to contend with that as well. Does not look like a great chances for the Quebecois Theo, but we shall see. Flare of
Endurance,
Denial,
flare.
not a spell being put on the stack, unfortunately.
anything that needs to tap 3 mana for is not enough on its own. It needs to be that plus something else. So
And with how kind of long and complex this second game has gone, you gotta give some kudos to Joseph for scooping it up very quickly in the first one.
oh,
'Cause
that's true.
this is
Conceded with 45 minutes on the time, and they're down to 18 now. So yeah,
that
heads up
shows
from
this.
him.
That's someone who's played the matchup before, right? It's a complicated matchup with a lot going on, and he realizes that and scoops up early to buy both of them some more thinking time down the road. But this looks to be the end of game two, even without the galvanic discharge. Perhaps we might have the
Life
wrong
totals,
life totals.
maybe.
No,
That's
never
because
mind.
otherwise, I don't feel like this wouldn't have taken so long with Theo at 1. But
Yeah,
yeah,
perhaps
who
Theo
knows?
was just a bit higher.
All right, well, we'll
Do-
move to game 3 in this match, and it didn't look like Theo had brought in any gemstone in this matchup, as it makes sense, Grindy, but they would come back out for game 3 with him going first.
Yeah, we saw the Ragavans from Joseph. It was kind of instrumental in the lethal. Maybe that's something that doesn't look to be a huge part of the game three strategy on the draw. See if we can get a glance of what if there's any changes, but
Yeah.
doesn't really look like it from the way things were going. Back
Right.
to this match between Asha and Brady. Ash on the draw, possibly this. We saw game one go pretty
Game 1
long.
was
This could
long.
this
This could
this
be
could
2
be
or
game
3.
three. It could be game two.
Yeah. Now, something to note is that we see Asha with Ragavan in their deck, and that one is, if you actually look at how the affinity deck is constructed, it's actually quite strong against them, even though you think, oh, make so many bodies, but getting that mana as fast as possible, and other than Memnite, there's not too many good ways to block it super early, so I like that one's still in their deck.
Yeah, for a good example of that be the Pinnacle Emissary drones can only block creatures with flying. Doesn't stop
Yep.
Ragavan. Ornithopter doesn't really stop Ragavan well. So that's a heads up decision. That's kind of especially the shifts from the decks away from playing. Maybe the full suite of Memnite. This could be a list that's gone down a few copies. This one is not. Brady's playing the full four, but there's definitely been some shifts there.
Yeah, and we see a bit of a weak start from Brady of just the Warp Pinnacle Emissary cast one single Mox Opal, but that could be setting up the like it could still be quite a strong follow-up if he just needed to get those first few artifacts to turn on the Opal if he had, say, a second Emissary. But as it goes, he just taps 3, puts the Emissary back into play. Almost looked like he was going to pass the turn, but still thinking, it seems, after resolving the Pinnacle Emissary. Or perhaps the Pinnacle Emissary is on the stack, although I thought Ash had indicated it resolved. Yeah, so the turn was passed, and then Solitude being cast going after the Pinnacle Emissary, pitching Supreme Verdict, which is a card you'd imagine is quite valuable in the matchup, but not here, not with a Ragavan in play versus this board. Supreme Verdict getting pitched away.
And that is not the best looking metallic rebuke, is it's getting effectively exchanged for a treasure. And Brady's left with, I believe, a Force of Negation and one other card,
Wow,
which
yeah,
is
just
not.
pay.
That is a very tough spot for Brady here. Doesn't
Yeah,
have a lot going on. This is to me an indication of how powerful Wrath of the Skies is. It's not drawn, it has not been cast, but it is warped the way that Brady has to sideboard with his affinity deck to play a bunch of these reactive cards, and that's part of the reason why you see this very slow, kind of awkward, clunky draw from the affinity deck because it's filled with these reactive cards, and it's
hitting a
really hurt Brady's chances here.
Ragavan hitting a Galvanic Blast means that this Mox Opal, if Asha chooses to remove the drone, is just so far away from producing mana. And we do
That
see
looks
that
like
come
a
down.
galvanic discharge being cast,
The blast from the Ragavan hit, yeah.
and this is just one of those spots. Asher with a consign, a Fellia in hand. This is just a we see the power of Ragavan across a bunch of decks, a bunch of matchups. It just gets value. It makes the mana to
Oh,
pay for the Metallic Rebuke. It
Fiery
got the
Islet.
removal spell.
Yeah. And I would like to note, with Asha having a Felia in hand, that Metallic Rebuke did prevent the Felia from getting down a turn before, so it was smart because once that Solitude resolved, Brady would not have had the ability to cast Metallic Rebuke at all, and so making it do something rather than nothing, even though it's like, well, why did he cast it just to destroy a treasure? It was actually doing a lot more than that, and not doing anything else.
It's doing a lot more, but it doesn't look like it's doing enough here. Asha is just continuing to snowball with these powerful Modern Horizons threats that have kind of just come to make up this Jeskai Blink deck that is, there's a reason it's the #1 most played deck in the format. It does some powerful things, including that one. That is incredible.
Yep. Quantum Riddler being established, Ragavan hitting in 4 damage. Weapons manufacturing is on the board, but Brady doesn't have only 2 cards in hand and facing down so much, even if he can sacrifice the munition. First of all, cast some artifacts, then sacrifice them he would need to, rather than, going at Asha's life total as weapons manufacturing often does, would need to go after the Ragavan and the Felia and the Quantum Riddler, and that's just too much.
It looks like Brady's sitting with a pile of counter spells in hand, and I would guess that game is over in short order. Back to the main feature match, Game 3 between these two. Another this is the same line from Theo.
I love it. We love the
playing
theme.
around the dispute. These are the small edges that change, and we can see that Joseph is mauled to 5.
Oh,
which
wow.
is we see not a
Oh.
recipe for success with the Blink deck, especially in these matchups that Quantum Riddler is definitely not guaranteed to resolve.
I would have liked the technically optimal play is for Theo to allow the Surveil to resolve before casting the Ice Fang, but with 11 minutes on the clock, I think you just want to make sure the game progresses as fast as possible in his spot.
Sacrificing some technical optimality for efficiency, nothing wrong with that, and Theo is looking in a good spot. I saw Fable, saw some good cards in hand, so it's definitely not over. And Theo hasn't had the most powerful proactive starts of Birthing Ritual plus creatures, so
We don't
it's
know.
definitely not over.
He could have all that and just be choosing not to go for it because his hand is set up so well to react. It could be Endurance, it could be a cancel here, and then he would untap and play the Birthing Ritual where it would be much more powerful. Wow, sync cast on the Quantum Riddler to deny a land. That is impressive. He must have sensed that Joseph was going to miss the land drop.
Felt that if you have the land, you'd always play it before the Quantum Riddler, especially in the face of both players are showing so many mystical disputes. Having that 1 mana up is such a powerful signal, and Theo makes an excellent read in going for that sync play. But again, it seems like there's a Birthing Ritual, but Theo is playing this unbelievably patiently. I love to see it.
Yeah, Joseph, if he doesn't find that land, needs to tap out again right now or be going to discard.
Looks like some unimpressive plays that are Joseph just passes, doesn't want to get the Quantum Riddler subtletyed, and tries to just make Theo waste some mana, but it's not looking great.
Yeah, I mean,
that's not where you want to be. Consign the Endurance trigger.
I mean, that
without
one
even a
is basically
flage.
going to discard. But
Yeah.
Joseph does have a flage in hand, and so he's looking ahead to how this game's going to go and says, okay, well, I would rather have these cards in the graveyard, and Consign was maybe the one he would have discarded anyway. So it's actually a fairly good use of the card, but that's looking at it the most optimistic possible way. This is a rough spot for Joseph.
Yeah, it is just I do like the play of not trying to go with the Quantum Riddler into the kind of almost face up subtlety, but it does feel just now that things are slipping away very quickly.
Continues to put on the squeeze. No Birthing Ritual, end step subtlety. This is I mean, Theo is a master of these blue creature flash decks. He won a regional championship in Toronto with a blue-white spirits deck in Pioneer. He's played blue tempo decks for a long time, and he plays them very well. And he's playing this Simic Birthing Ritual deck like one in this spot.
And is there maybe an ephemerate in Joseph's hand, something to get some tempo back? It doesn't seem that way.
There is not, but Theo doesn't know that, and so he might be tempted to subtlety this Solitude just to play around the ephemerate, but he doesn't, and is rewarded for that, because I think subtlety on the Solitude would not have been a good use of his cards, except if there was ephemerate. Then
Well,
it would have
actually,
been, but he doesn't
Theo
know.
does know that there is no ephemerate because Joseph is not playing any ephemerates in his 75.
Oh, okay. Well, yes.
There we go. That's the
Well,
cost of playing these all these March of Otherworldly Lights is something's got to give, and in this case, it's the powerful way to get back in the game of ephemerate is just not available to Joseph.
Yes, of course, and that is that makes a lot of sense. A little commentary moment, not to notice that, but for consigned to memory in Joseph's main deck and no ephemerates, that was honestly one of the weaknesses of the Jeskai deck. Before, in my opinion, is it played so many of these excellent, high quality reactive and proactive cards, and then you just had ephemerate, which didn't, stood out as kind of an individually weak card that really needed some specific things to go right, and it doesn't have the power of Felia, where, like we saw in the previous game, Felia just attack, attack, attack without even playing anything to target, and then removing blockers in the late game, and Ephemerate doesn't do that. So it's interesting decision from Joseph to not play any, but it makes a lot of sense. I can see why he was thinking that.
At the end of the day, this match is not looking great for Joseph, but he is 6-0. Things have
Yeah.
clearly been going right for him in this deck construction, and this endurance is finally not getting consigned. The cards will be put back to the bottom of his library, but it's looking to be the land finally comes off the top, but it does feel like it might be too little, too late in the face of this birthing ritual.
Well, I will never underestimate a Fable of the Mirror Breaker. I have absolute belief in its ability to turn around from any spot. But if Theo, maybe he used it up all his bad luck off the ritual in the last game. If he hits now, it will be quite tough.
Yeah, and it looks like there's maybe five, maybe not the full 6 cards in the graveyard, just 5, which is, I guess, Joseph's saving grace. Theo has an Oculus in hand that is not castable.
True, but he has a subtlety, so he might just prefer to be holding up all of these spells anyway, based on how
and it's just
patiently he's been playing all the games before. Draw 2 more cards. Wow. Unfortunately for Theo, it does look like the Shaman will be able to get in safely. Mana is exactly what Joseph needs. Being stuck on lands, it's going to be tapping a lot of mana on each of his turns. So the Shaman going to be very helpful at getting him back. And if it forces Theo to flash in a subtlety to try and block with no target, then that could be a way that he could turn it around. But no land hit off the Fable draw, and so it might be difficult to recover.
Yeah, that's tough. Another two loots, no land.
2 3-drops drawn.
Just feel like you need, lands plus cheap cards to make up the tempo that you're just behind in the spot, and drawing additional, redundant 3-drops does not seem to be the way back into it. Even with this treasure, you get to cast, a Fable or a Teferi plus a 1-mana spell. Does not feel like a recipe for a win in the face of Theo just drawing another 2 cards a turn.
Yeah, absolutely. Mystical Dispute in hand for Theo also, so he seems covered against a lot of different lines. And Subtlety coming down for this, 1 mana up, and even if Joseph had a dispute, it would promptly get disputed back.
Gets to discharge the subtlety for something, but it does feel that Theo is put, and that is the handshake. Put him in the squeeze.
Wow. Theo Jacques Griffin up to 7-0 with Simic Birthing Ritual. he's been here before, but still an impressive start from the the kid from Montreal.
When you're at 7-0, those thoughts do, they start to creep in for everyone. Some people are better at kind of handling those nerves, staying calm. We talked, Theo's been here before, that might help him stay calm, but you're looking at 7-0 and you're thinking dinner with my friends after round 9 is going to be a lot more fun if I'm 9-0 than if I'm 7-2, and it's easy to kind of let your mind wander. I think this is another place where these kind of experienced players who are really strong are able to lock in for these last 2 rounds. I think a lot of players they start to fade, they start to get sloppy, they start to get, maybe tilted a bit more easily or all sorts of things in these last 2 rounds of the day. 9 rounds is a lot of magic, and you gotta be tough to hang in there and play high quality magic the whole time.
Well, it's almost 9:30 in Calgary, and they started at 9 this morning, so it's been 12. Is that right? Been
I
12
believe you
hours?
might be
No.
off the other way around with the time
Oh,
zone. It's
oh yes,
5:30
yes.
in
It's
Calgary.
5:30. Okay, they're chilling then. Yeah, he should have a lots left in the tank. He will certainly be playing his best Magic these next 2 rounds. I have no doubt. But yeah, they might be home in time for dinner, or they will be home in time for dinner afterwards. Yeah. Um, so no worries
Yeah.
there. But still a long day, pretty grueling events. And you're totally right that these mistakes tend to accumulate in the later rounds. Me personally, I found that I usually play worse at the beginning of the day and then kind of improve as the day goes on. But I don't know. Do you have that experience also? Or?
I found kind of the similar thing. I think the first couple of rounds, especially in an all constructed event, that the first couple of rounds, my paper mechanics aren't the best. Things can get sloppy pretty early, and it takes a bit. But I've also found that especially in the pro tours, these days get really long, and those last couple of rounds that I'm kind of feeling malnourished and tired, things can often slip, and you need to really, especially when you're playing a deck like Dio's, like you're not getting short rounds. Like those are 30-40 minute rounds pretty frequently, and that adds up. That's a lot more magic than someone who's playing, the other Simic deck Neoform and can be, taking as many lunch breaks or washroom breaks as they want.
Uh, well, hopefully they have some good food options nearby in the Big Four Roadhouse in Calgary. We'll be headed to break. We'll have more for you in round 8.
Welcome back to the FacetoFace Regional Championships held in Calgary, sponsored by and organized by FacetoFace Games, the fantastic place to get all your Magic cards. I actually recently wanted to liquidate my childhood Pokemon card collection, and I spent 6 hours going through bins underneath my bed and found years worth of Pokemon cards and brought them all into FacetoFace Games, and they were incredibly kind and purchased them all for me despite the dubious condition that some of them were in. So go check out FacetoFace Games, and I'm joined as always by Liam Kane.
I have a order waiting for pickup, but I won't tell you what it is.
That's unfortunate because I've actually been using this casting opportunity to try to get reads on what Liam and his team will be playing at the World Championships in Seattle this year, but so far I've been unsuccessful. But I'll be working those into the try to catch him when he's slipping and get some reads on standard and avatar draft. But today, thankfully, we are watching some modern, and we're down to only two X&O players in the event, two 7-0s. We have Brett Steele playing Is It Affinity and Eduardo playing Simic Birthing Ritual, a deck that feels like it might be the deck of the tournament. Maybe it's a bit too early to say, but the top tables seem to be full of it.
Yeah, I mean, some of the top players thought that it was the right choice for the meta, and it's been paying off for them. Is It Affinity? I've noticed going up and up in the standings. I mean, that's one that a lot of people could have predicted. It had a solid representation, but we've seen people doing well with it, and this might be the spot where the Simic Ritual deck kind of luck runs out pairing into this affinity deck. Now, Simic Ritual is all about matchups. It's one of the decks that has a higher variance in terms of matchups. And I'm not a Ritual expert, but Affinity looks to be perhaps one of the tougher ones, as they can go wide and go bigger than you can. And you might not, the Simic Ritual deck might not have that much ability to stop it, but we'll see, because Eduardo is going to bring his A game, and that's something that you want to watch.
Yeah, so I'm curious. The for the people watching at home, the points that stick out, like what are we've seen the Simic Ritual do some winning on stream. We watched it win the last round in the hands of Theo. But what do the losing games look like? What are the bad matchups? If you're registering Simic at your LGS or your local event, what are you looking to dodge?
Well, I think first of all, it would be probably Boros Energy. That deck both can interact with you very effectively because you're relying on these cheap creatures going to your end step, but also it can outscale you. So decks that outscale you and where one well-timed free counterspell won't be too devastating to them, or decks that are really good at interacting with all your pieces. Affinity definitely can outscale this. Like Affinity as a deck could easily beat an Award Oculus being in play. However, they are quite reliant on that Kappa Cannoneer resolving. And so I think we could see a Simic Ritual having a good chance if they can get a flare at the right moment and then do something powerful afterwards. Otherwise, they're going to get drowned in constructs from Urza Saga, or go wide with the drone tokens with Pinnacle Emissary. You know, the drone tokens being 1/1s makes, attacks through the Ice Fangs and the Coiling Oracle quite easily.
Another thing I'd like to look at is this affinity list. It's not, the most boring stock affinity list. It's kind of the natural progression ever since weapons manufacturing broke onto the scene. At the most recent Pro Tour, this is a list that is playing the full 4 copies of it, along with 3 main deck copies of Arcbound Ravager. This is not just using this weapons manufacturing as a plan B that's this Wrath resistant. This is part of the plan A. This is arguably what the deck is built around. That is a lot of slots, right? You're looking at 4 weapons manufacturing, 3 engineered explosives, a clause of Gix, and kind of a blast from the past with the Arcbound Ravagers. So these munitions tokens are really looking to get sacrificed very efficiently.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see, because that angle, like, you don't even need to target the opponent. Like in here, just a few well-timed munitions tokens sacrificed on key creatures will really disrupt the Simic Ritual deck. But being a 4 of a 2-mana enchantment also provides a potential opportunity to get use out of those forced negations. If Affinity is going to play a little slower, hold for their manufacturing, in the right circumstance, that could be a liability. But overall, this version of it looks quite difficult to deal with for it. And so, yeah, I love to see the Arcbound Ravager coming back. That used to be the card that you think of Affinity and you think of Arcbound Ravager, and now it's back, and that makes you feel something.
It really is a work of art, and this is a nice looking deck. It as an Affinity deck is, it has 0 cards with the word Affinity on them, which is always a good sign. And
No thought cats. Yeah, those are long gone. But we do see Brett mulling to 5 on the draw. So if we're thinking what could a winning start look like for Eduardo, I mean, you have to imagine this is part of it. No turn 1 from Brett. I mean, in the Affinity deck, no turn 1 doesn't mean you don't have a lot of cheap spells. It just means you're waiting for the manufacturing or for the right setup. But still, you can't be too disappointed if you're Eduardo in this spot.
yeah, it's right in a bad matchup. You'll take anything you can get, and this is something you can get.
Yeah. A Coiling Oracle. That's a new art on the Coiling Oracle. Okay, I added that one to my register.
And Brett is, at turn 1 you can pass with some powerful cards because you're sandbagging for a play. But yeah, once turn 2 happens, you got to start. You can't pass again. You got to start slamming something, or else
Yeah.
you're gonna get steamrolled pretty quickly. And
And
that's
if
a
this
powerful
resolves,
card.
Eduardo's in trouble because that Urza Saga that was just played will be able to find on its Chapter 3 Claws of Gix, which allows Brett to sacrifice the munitions tokens that he's sure to create. And so even though this weapons manufacturing, it won't do anything right away, we know that it will do something guaranteed. It's not like Eduardo can counter the spell that would allow Brett to sacrifice the munitions tokens. The Urza Saga alone does it. And so he does fire off his Force Negation. As we talked about, Force Negation now being a useful spell where usually it is kind of useless against the Affinity deck. Not useless, but much weaker.
Yeah, you're much happier to trade for their 2-mana Haymaker than a Mox Opal or Springleaf Drum. Sometimes you take what you can get, but Eduardo does seem to have kind of a plethora of riches in terms of counterspells. He was tanking a little bit on the decision because he was choosing between Force of Negation
Yeah.
and the uh,
Wow,
Flare of
Boseiju.
Denial.
Boseiju in the draw step on the Urza Saga. Yeah, as he did. Yeah, sorry, to your point, using the force rather than the flare of denial to keep this 1/1 in play in case he drew. I think if Eduardo had a birthing ritual, he likely would have cast it on that turn. But playing using the force so that in case he does draw a birthing ritual, he can have his strongest start right away. And plus, the force negation is less likely to be good later than a flare of denial will do. So that makes sense also.
Yeah, there's also the angle that the Force of Negation, we talked about it. It's not always hitting the most powerful cards. It's not hitting the Pinnacle Emissary. It's not hitting the Kappa Cannoneer. The Flare of Denial is a catch-all, so it's generally a nice rule of thumb to use your more narrow counterspells first. But that's a second copy, and now the Flare's got to come out of Eduardo's hand.
Yeah, he makes that decision much quicker. Weapons manufacturing to the board, and Brett with the hand of zeros. It's Ornithopter, Memnite, Mishra's Bauble, and Engineered Explosives. So he's going to cycle this Mishra's Bauble and then probably play no cards and just hold them until he draws one of those affinity payoffs that the deck has a lot of, but not so many of them that when you get 2 countered, you just don't always have a third one.
Yeah, and again, these decks are powerful. They close the game quickly, and Brett needs to draw one soon. It's not like Brett has 5 turns to draw a payoff. Brett has maybe 1 or 2 turns before, Eduardo is kind of spinning wheels, but Eduardo can easily draw Birthing Ritual and Oculus or something and really take this game out of hand.
A powerful turn from Brett. Got a 2/1 haste that's going to trade off with the The Coiling Oracle. Not the Coiling Oracle. Is that Ice Fang? It's an Ice Fang.
Yeah. It's nice to see when we're watching, these are the two highest placing players right now in the event. They're both 7-0 and they're both just doing, you know, people say Modern is an incredibly powerful format and I understand why. These are bangers. They're trained, they're 1-1 for the 2-1. None of the cards do anything. It's just a beautiful game, really.
Yeah, but we only get to this spot thanks to the and Eduardo snaps off that block, trying to put as many cards in his graveyard as he possibly can, so that he can go for this Abhorrent Oculus, fanning out 6 cards. So yes, this is 6. Now I manifest Dread, and this is going to be tough for Brett to recover from. I think honestly, if he draws a Kappa here, right now, could he cast it? Yes, he would be okay. But I think it was a Urza Saga, and that's going to be probably too slow.
Yeah, you just think you're taking so much damage. You're taking 7 into 9 just off the Oculus alone, and that's without him hitting anything of relevance or drawing any cards with relevance. You might have to play an Arcbound Ravager, try to size it up into a 3/3 just to be able to block the 2/2 manifest tokens profitably. Like that is not what a winning game looks like for Brett Steele. We talked a lot about going into what does a winning game look like for this Birthing Ritual deck, and I think we're watching one right now.
Yeah, that's true. 1 card. He's up on cards. Arcbound Ravager is resolved. Now his zeros in hand are doing a little bit more. The Ornithopter and the explosives that we talked about before. Equip. Okay. But yeah, definitely the spot is heavily favored to Eduardo, and if he has any sort of powerful follow-up or more interaction, you should be able to take this game.
And this is, one of those games where, yeah, Eduardo a pretty good draw, all the right interaction, Brett mulligan to 5, but there is some level of, seeing that this Brett Steele is an affinity deck has gone kind of leveraging this weapons manufacturing has made them play, maybe some suboptimal cards in this Arcbound Ravager. If that was a Thoughtcast here, Brett's spot looks a little bit better, but right now it does not look super appealing.
Well, the Ravager is kind of strong. I mean, the Ornithopter almost wants to get into chump block mode anyway. That moves a counter over. Once we get the constructs, and if we can get a Shadow Spear in a few turns, I mean, it's not nothing.
Yeah, it's hard to see exactly how many cards Eduardo has in hand right now. But
1 card, yeah. He just
okay, 1 card. Yeah.
1 card, yeah.
I see. And then that's another manifest with a subtlety going to the graveyard, and that's another one of those telling ones where what do you think is the card face down? There ain't many creatures in the deck better than a subtlety. It could be subtlety number 2.
Brett
But
praying that it's an endurance, the 1 endurance main deck. Maybe it's that.
at the end of the day, there's we all kind of know what's going on underneath that, and that looks like 3 mana getting
It is,
tapped.
yeah. Abhorrent Oculus number 2, no attacks, 1 construct being made. This will be extremely difficult to recover from.
If you're Brett, you're thinking this is good. I'm getting all of my bad luck out of the way in this game. I multiply. If my opponent hit the Oculus off the manifest, everything is going as exactly as bad as it could possibly go for me. This is good. Moving it, I can just kind of. As if we end up scrapping this one out, we can go to the next one. But the Shadow Spear is something.
Do you think everything is going bad for me? This is good.
I think you have to succeed in Magic. I think you need to lie to yourself to some degree. I think that is an important part of success in Magic.
Yeah.
And I think, if you can tell yourself statistical fallacies, that's going to help you play a little bit better. Nothing wrong with that. That's the beautiful game.
That's an interesting perspective. Well, Brett still feels like he's in this game. Going to create maybe 2 constructs. If we do get a Shadow Spear down, it's going to be quite large. The Ice Fang having Death Touch, thanks to Eduardo's 3rd Snow Land, means that it will trade off with anything that any big creature that wants to get in, but not without gaining Brett a lot of life. Although he will need to pay 2 to equip, so maybe he doesn't make a construct this turn if he feels he really needs the life right now.
Yeah, I think with being at yeah, you have an ornithopter as your defensive metric, but that doesn't feel very promising. And a springs in hand as well is not exactly what you're looking for. I think you got to go with the Shadow Spear and Prey, but even then, you still have to trade off with the Ice Fang Kotal.
But
It's not a
Sha-
foolproof plan.
Shadow Spear and no and equip and skip out on a construct.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
that's
that's what I
the
noticed.
force line. You got no choice. This you've got to gain the life here, and even though you're going to trade off with a Kotal, looks like there were two Flare of Denials put in the graveyard off those two manifests, which is at least some level of hope here, but
Yeah,
it's not a lot.
yeah. Well, he'll take anything he can get at this moment. Um, the
At
sync.
least you don't think there's another copy, but looks like Brett's actually at 4 life. That is not that's not a appealing life total. The Shadow Spear's gotta get some work done.
Yeah, it has a big uphill battle for the Shadow Spear, but it does equip to a Saga 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 trample lifelink. Now 8/8.
Can move the boots over maybe.
Opts not to. Gonna leave it on the Ravager.
Maybe it's nice. You get to just you can move the Shadow Sphere back to the Ravager. Gives you a blocker, like a nice lifelink untapped blocker that forces
It
your
does.
opponent to get in the sky.
Yeah, it does prevent those two manifests from getting in on the next turn if you have that Ravager on lifelink, as he would surely not be profitable to attack a manifest into those.
That's a pretty big attack. That dealt what 8? Eduardo's down to 8, I believe.
Yeah. Oh my. Another Oculus.
Okay.
And a
Okay.
subtlety. Okay.
Sometimes
There
you
we
just want
go.
it more.
Simic Ritual. Wow. Impressive showing there from Eduardo, piloting it well. Got the tough choices in the early turns and then just turn it into dominance with the eyeball later on against Brett Steele's Is Infinity deck.
You got to think, looking at how the post sideboard games play out. Eduardo's got some good cards, pile of Force of Vigors, bunch of disputes. These are things going to help out. But I guess we're shifting gears here to the other feature match. You know, talk a little about what we're seeing here, what decks are going on.
Yeah, really interesting Azorius Blink versus Azorius Control matchup. How many games do you think all the players have tested against these two? But these are decks that we saw mostly pioneered, both of them actually, at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities, and do pretty well in those tournaments. But um, they fell out of favor a little bit since, but both these players are bringing them back, and it's worked out well for both of them so far. The Azorius Blink deck even featuring the new card, Wan Shi Tong, Librarian, a little avatar card already made it into the deck. So yeah, this is a slugfest from these two blue-white decks.
There's some other really nice part of this blue white blink deck where the new card Wan Shi Tong Librarian triggers whenever your opponent shuffles their library, and that has prompted Jonathan to bring 4 copies of Path to Exile in the main deck, a card that really feels like it's from another era, but
Wow.
in
For Path to Exile 2025 because of Wan Shi Tong. That is amazing.
4 Path to Exile, 2 Cryogen Relic, a card that I bet you did not expect to see in a round 8 at 6-1 in the Modern Regional Championships. But here we are. This deck is fascinating, and looking at the spot, Jonathan looks to be in a pretty good position. He's got the Felia down. Andrew's had to expend a lot of cards, subtletying away a Quantum Riddler, and I see a Wan Shi Tong in hand. There's some flash threats. You've got to be, if Jonathan, you've got to be happy with your position.
Yeah, but this control deck is really unlike most traditional control decks. It does main deck 4 copies of Orm's Chant. Now, to note, we're in game 2 here, so I don't know if Orm's Chant is the plan that Andrew wants to stick with against this Azorius Blink deck, but it's a lot more about using specific cards at the right time to lock your opponent out on key turns, and then make up the huge card advantage difference by casting like Days Undoing with Narset or with Teferi in play that are just honestly game-ending plays. So this control deck, it can 2-for-1 itself over and over and over again, and if it assembles the right combination, it's still going to win. It's almost like a combo deck in that way.
Yeah, but some pretty clunky draws. Andrew Kidston's looking at 3 copies of Narset in hand, forced to run one out into a Mystical Dispute, and this Velia is just ticking in 2 damage a turn. Does not blinking anything for any value, but a 2/2 is a 2/2, and that will close out the game eventually.
Instant response to the Wan Chi Tong of fetch land. Getting a surveil land there. Jonathan must want the creature to be in play. I mean, he probably has a lot of expensive cards in hand, so he wants to start getting this going. And it makes sense against a clunky draw. You just want to get it out and get that kind of lock piece almost, or value piece at the very least, into play right away.
Speeds the clock up as well, and that's now 4 a turn. Look at Jonathan's hand. The Alta Arts are making it difficult to parse what's going on, but can do our best. And there's Narset number 2 of 3.
With the Narset in play, Andrew can fetch all he wants. Well, not really. The Wan Chi Tong still gets a counter, and the game is conceded, and it looks like we'll be moving to game 3 over here. No handshake or anything, so assuming that Andrew won game 1. So with 32 minutes left on the clock, we'll get to fight it out all the way till the end, which I know actually brief first 2 games, much more than I would have expected just looking at the deck list, but I guess this is modern. Decks are capable of getting ahead early. It doesn't matter what deck you play. You can get that advantage, and you can, like, even the slowest deck can get these boards that are just not necessarily boards in the case of a control deck, but I mean, if Andrew established Orm's Chant under Scepter in game 1 or Narset Days Undoing, that could end the game in 5 minutes.
Yeah, you get this kind of the dichotomy of games. You get these incredibly long, grindy ones that take 40 minutes, but you just get, there's at the end of the day, there's a lot of games where one player's deck does the thing and the other player's deck doesn't, and that can move you on very quickly. It looks like we're going back to the starting match. Brett's giving Eduardo's decklist a last look, kind of looking and praying that those 3 copies of Force of Vigor are not going to be drawn in any of the post board games.
The more you stare at it, the sometimes just hoping maybe it just goes away, just disappears.
Yeah, you gotta hope so. I'm curious to hear your thoughts here. You're Eduardo. How many Mystical Disputes are you looking to bring in against this Affinity deck? How's that card in the matchup?
I love Mystical Dispute against Affinity. Now, I have to say, against Brett's particular build, it is much weaker. Affinity, Dispute against Affinity is fantastic when their key cards were Kappa, Pinnacle Emissary, and then that was kind of it. But now that Brett has this weapons manufacturing, Arcbound Ravager, I mean, there's definitely going to be games where a Mystical Dispute is in your hand and not doing anything relevant. Whereas when it was Thought Cast or Thought Monitor or, those type of cards, Dispute was just always the best thing you could have. But still, assuming that Brett boards back things like Metallic Rebuke, which I assume Brett would board in Metallic Rebuke, maybe not, I'm not sure, but assume he would, then I think you would want to play as many Mystical Disputes as you can.
Yeah, it seems to fight some of these grindier games. You get another, talking about Brett's list, no copies of Thoughtcast does just reduce the number of kind of very efficient targets for that Mystical Dispute. Looks like Eduardo has a sleeve-related emergency and something needs to get swapped out. But it looks like everything is going to be repaired and in good order to continue and move on to game 2. And what could be looking like it might be a relatively sizable upset in terms of matchups. We talked a lot about how poor this looked for the Simic Ritual deck, but things got to only get better after the post-board games begin, and Eduardo took the hard one.
Yeah, especially, wow, Force of Vigor against weapons manufacturing, and you think Affinity, oh, it's going to destroy all your best artifacts, but really its best targets are the enchantments. It's Urza Saga, it's weapons manufacturing, and that's how Brett started game 1. Turn 2 Urza Saga, turn 3 weapons manufacturing. If he has that hand in game 2, he just can't play it out that way because he will lose immediately if Eduardo has a force of vigor.
Yeah, and that changes things. Maybe you need to, lower your reliance on this weapons manufacturing. Like very expensive enchantment is just not an effective way to go against a 3 Force of Vigor. Maybe you have to lean your deck out a bit with a bit more cheap cards. You're not playing against one of these decks that has Wraths, so maybe you just want to go more low to the ground than kind of playing these more expensive enchantments.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to cut the manufacturing against such a creature deck, especially when you talked about the Mystical Dispute thing. Um, and Eduardo does have Gemstone Caverns in his sideboard, and I would imagine that maybe this is a matchup where you would board them in going second, but he doesn't have it this game at the very least.
Yeah, you've got to imagine that in these fast matchups, this is the place to have him, where being on the draw is so punishing and getting to kind of steal the play. But Brett is kind of going with another, similar kind of posturing of like that slow turn 1 into the play a ton of cards turn 2.
But this is an Urza Saga hand. It is specifically, and he's sequenced his artifacts in the right way so that the Mox Opal could not get targeted with a potential Force of Vigor, along with the Urza Saga, and prevent a construct. So if Eduardo wants to prevent a construct, he must cast Force of Vigor now, which would only hit a Torpor Orb rather than that Mox Opal. So heads up stuff from Brett Steele. He doesn't have the Kappa, or maybe he does have the Kappa, sorry, but he doesn't have the other thing as a payoff, but this is still a strong draw from him.
And your other thing is you're just looking at Eduardo's hand, and Brett's played around the Force of Vigor well, but it doesn't seem to be there. And these constructs are going to be huge, and it's hard. That's a difficult kind of creature for this Simic Birthing Ritual deck to deal with. They deal with the 1/1s better, as they can kind of block them more effectively in the chump blocking, but these are going to be some big constructs really before Eduardo can do anything but develop some sort of mopey 2-drop.
Yeah, Eduardo, he's got the subtlety in hand, praying that Brett would actually be relying on one of those creatures to resolve, but it seems to not be the case here. Yeah, Mystical Dispute doing nothing against this start, Subtlety doing nothing against this start. So Brett's made Eduardo's cards really ineffective.
It looks like Eduardo is considering going for a subtlety pitch and then sack to Flare of Denial to take the Mox Opal off the play.
Wow.
That's what it looks like to me.
I mean, it's incredible, but I don't think he could beat a construct.
Yeah, maybe that's the only way to you do that, and you hope that like
Because
that
it's not
you
just
draw
one
better.
construct, it's two. It's two because Brett won't have the mana on turn 3 to make a second construct if his Mox Opal is removed.
Yeah, it seems like Eduardo's probably forced to do it. Maybe gonna go with the
He really
fetch
doesn't want to,
first.
based off of the head.
Yeah, the body
reaction.
language.
Yeah.
Like at the end of the day, you're 3 for 1ing yourself to deal with a 0-drop, but there you go. That's the subtlety, and
Yeah.
this is. And now what if Brett just has another Mox Opal?
Oh well, that yeah.
What can you do there? But it doesn't
Look,
look like there is one. I see a Springleaf Drum, Fiery Islet, and a not sure the
Shadow
third
Spear.
card. Looks like a Shadow Spear,
which
yeah.
is nothing. So, I mean, you 3 for 1 yourself to deal with a Mox Opal, but you actually invalidated almost Brett's entire hand. So, what a play from Eduardo. He had the after much mulling and feeling bad about having to make this play, he does pull the trigger, and it's what he needs to do in this spot in order to have a chance.
Yeah, it's a tough play to make. You really, but again, you got to believe in your deck to some capacity. You have all these cards that can draw you more cards. Once one Birthing Ritual in play, and all the kind of card advantage you gave up is sort of out the window, and you just need time. And this 3 for 1 has bought himself that. And now we're thinking, what is Bailey looking to get with this Urza Saga? Choosing not to crack the bauble. That is another effectively blank card with no payoff.
Perhaps a Mox Opal that got countered. He can get out here, but he doesn't really need mana.
Maybe second Mishra's Bauble to draw, just to try to cycle into some action.
That's possible, yeah. If he was getting a second Mishra's Bauble, you'd think maybe he would have cracked the first one, but I'm sure he did the count on all his potential draws and thought that, no, I need this this Mishra's Bauble to be in place so that if I draw something like a Cannoneer, I didn't ruin my entire turn. Oh, it's Graph Digger's Cage that he goes for. Okay, well that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it stops a lot, right? Stops the Birthing Ritual. It stops the Oculus from putting the creatures into play, I think, is how that works.
Yes, that's true. And Eduardo just played the Boseiju as a second land, which would have been an answer to it. Now, of course, he probably had to do that because it's his only land. And it looks like we're gonna get a judge call about this.
I
yeah.
would guess it's asking about the Birthing Ritual or the Oculus or one of these weird interactions. Brett knows those interactions.
So Graph Digger's Cage, I'll read out the text of it. Creature cards in graveyards and libraries can't enter the battlefield. Players can't cast spells from graveyards or libraries. So Birthing Ritual, it does say you look at the top 7 cards of your library. So those cards are in your library. Then you put a creature from among a card in your library into play. So Graph Digger's Cage should prevent that from happening.
And it's a nice way to slow up what Eduardo's doing in his proactive game plan, but at the end of the day, Brett's gonna make something happen soon, even in the face of this Graph Digger's Cage.
Force of Vigor.
Eduardo's got a lot of powerful cards.
I see a green card in his hand, and I'm pretty
Oh,
sure
that's gotta be, yeah.
it is a
I was
Force
gonna be
of
happy
Vigor.
to see that one.
Wow. I wonder how patient he will be with it because there's no second target right away, and if he doesn't have the Birthing Ritual, he won't, slam it out.
Speaking of second target, that is what Brett could think is probably the best draw. Oh, interesting. Really patient.
No second green card, perhaps?
Yeah, it's got to be no second green card. Otherwise it's. But that's
or green card. Draw. Looks like 2 green cards in hand now. A card that was green was drawn for turn, so either it's a forest, Boseiju, or an actual green card.
Yeah, I doubt it's a land because
No, I don't think so.
Looks like there's passing back. Really interesting play, and that's it. Now you've got yourself another good target.
Oh wow, yeah, Brett will get 1 drone out of it. But Eduardo is sitting on these 2 mystical disputes that haven't been doing very much all game. So honestly, I could see him. Oh, this is in response, going after the Springleaf Drum, and he's saying, "Sure, I'm going to dispute this Kappa." Not Kappa, sorry, Pinnacle Emissary. And I just want to make sure I hit that Springleaf Drum also.
Yeah, and it does look like his patience is going to be somewhat rewarded. As Brett is sitting doing very little, but at the end of the day, Eduardo doesn't have a ton going on either. So there is some level of just a race to draw. That looks like an Oculus, but the graveyard was exiled.
Oh well, Oculus is probably what he'll need eventually, but this is super smart from Eduardo. So he starts with the Force of Vigor. I was like, why didn't you just dispute the Kappa and then do the thing? Just because then the Metallic Rebuke could hit his Force of Vigor, and so he want to ensure that his Force of Vigor resolves by starting with Force of Vigor. If there's a Rebuke, then he's more interested in disputing the Rebuke than encountering not the Kappa, sorry, the Pinnacle Emissary. So yeah, now that play makes sense to me.
That is an excellent play. What is not an excellent play is Eduardo's a Flare of Denial and 3 basic forests in hand, which is not the best combination, but that is an excellent draw. The Shardless Agent into the
Shardless
Codal.
Agent into Codal, wow. And you said that last card was Flare?
I believe it's Flare of Denial, and there's an important Oculus, but the graveyard was Tormod's Cryptid away, so there's not much. And now we're thinking this has got to be the turn. Brett needs something. And that was about as far from something as you can have, which is Spire Bluff Canal on turn 4. Is
Shadow Spear
effectively
not
nothing.
likely to eat the Flare.
With how patient Eduardo's been, you've got to imagine it's unlikely.
He did think about it. He did think about it, but ultimately it resolves. We're back to Eduardo's turn. He's got a blue source now. So Flare and Oculus in hand. The Oculus is very far away, but he's in a good.
That's a surprising card to see, which in this matchup, which I would not think is where you want to be, but Brett has brought in Ashiok.
Wow, I mean, yeah. I don't know.
It
It's
eats the
honestly,
graveyard.
it might eat a counterspell here.
Yeah, with the Oculus in hand, you'd think just you want to.
Yeah, you have to, and you have no path to attacking this Ashiok. Well, you
But
do, but he
there's
lets it resolve. Yeah, he does have a
yeah,
he can attack with both creatures, and then Ashiok will take one.
yeah, you have a. I think the way how incredibly just like patient that Eduardo's played these games, you felt like he's not giving up his counter spells easy and
Yeah,
countering the
absolutely.
Ashiok there, a card that really, yeah, it's on the board and it eats the graveyard, but it's not doing much. It's really it has very limited text. It's a
Well,
Tormod's Crypt.
that is true, but it might be more like if Eduardo's way of winning the game, not disagreeing. I think the line, the patience, of course, is warranted here. Especially with the Kappa coming down, you wouldn't want to waste a flare. Although this one will eat a mystical dispute. But what? No, not what he's doing, dude. Sorry. The if Eduardo's way of winning the game is with a poor Oculus, which of course is one of the cards his deck is built around, and which mills you to every turn, and Ashiok mills a lot of cards out of his deck, I could see a scenario where he gets pretty low on deck because the endurance is probably boarded out. Although I think we are very unlikely to hit that scenario, given that the Ashiok will only be able to mill a total of 12 cards. So really,
Yeah, you'd need maybe a second Ashiok to get into the mix to involve this, but without that, it does seem like a tough ask. And as the Ashiok ticks to 1,
and Eduardo realizing that he doesn't think that Brett will actually trade the Ornithopter for the Ice Fang, or that if he does, he's okay with that, and not choosing not to give Brett the 1 free life and leave the Shardless Agent back. So that's hard to realize also.
yeah, it's just again like this match has been showing the importance of patience when you're in these good spots, and Eduardo's been incredibly patient. And now when the real threats hit the stack, like this Pinnacle Emissary, he's just flush with answers because he didn't feel the need to rush out the Force of Vigor, didn't feel the need to rush out any of these counter spells, and now is more than happy to counter the really impactful cards that can change the game. Now they just have no chance of resolving.
The Ashiok not using it, not sacrificing itself to mill another 4, it's gonna, stay on 1 to force it to be attacked for 1 more turn.
Yeah, there's only one more card in the graveyard for Eduardo that you could eat. Eduardo's maybe making sure there's enough win cons left in the deck, so bad things don't happen. But
still does
with
have
this
the
Ashiok getting off the board, it's looking really, really tough for Brett in what we thought was, a great matchup.
Yeah, it's been impressive play to navigate to the spot. There we go,
And
another banger.
yeah.
The thing is, this one resolves now, so we counter, and then finally one gets through, and that one is definitely more powerful than anything Eduardo has on board at the moment.
But Eduardo's not too many cards off. Gets us, I guess no more Surveil lands, but must have been one maybe eaten
Hit by the
the
Ashiok, yeah.
yeah. But you get a
Otherwise
couple
you'd be
trades, you get a counter spell. Like it's not taking too long for this Oculus. You could even start throwing off sink into supers.
Yeah, that is one way. If the Ravager ever threatens to become good and you do have the sink, you can set it back down to 0. But another, well, not quite a banger at this stage of the game from Brett, but honestly, still probably good enough.
It's
Yeah, it's gonna do something.
not too bad.
It's
The
good, yeah.
problem is
I
it's
take it
probably
back.
gonna get you'd expect some countering to get like you just sink the weapons manufacturing back to hand so they don't make a munitions token is
Exactly.
probably what I'm looking at. So it's not at the end of the day, Eduardo's drawn very poorly in these last few turns, and he's probably happy to just have a reason to cast a sink into stupor. Just to get them out of his hand.
Enters on 2, so that explosive's threatening both the Codal and the Ravager. A little
Not
shaky
exactly the trade you're looking for in Brett Steele's spot, but the game continues. There are chances for some things you're gonna guess we'll see maybe another artifact drawn in the same kind of play before.
There's the
With Sink into Stupor targets the weapons manufacturing again, but Eduardo is kind of bricked out to the point where Brett has some chances here.
Absolutely. And we do see the sink. The clause resolves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 artifacts on board. I don't know, but Eduardo's up to 4 cards in his graveyard. He needs to draw. Wow.
That's what you need.
Oh, that's
a
a Shardless
powerful card.
Okay, that's good for Eduardo for sure. I saw green and I thought it was a Force of Vigor, although he wouldn't have fired that one off right away. You would say
So aggressively.
Yeah.
But you do see, Dismember hit off the. It's not really doing too much here.
No.
If Brett can start chaining some artifacts together,
I mean, Dismember is
maybe
going
there's things that can happen.
It's card 5.
Yeah.
I mean, Dismember in response on this Archbound Ravager forces a lot of artifacts to be sacrificed right now.
Yeah, you probably have to just let it go. I would assume.
What do you mean let it go?
Let the Ravager go, given the Dismember, but maybe you
sorry, because Brett still has the Claws of Gix that he drew last turn, and so even with the Ravager off the table, he will still be able to sacrifice the munitions token at will.
Yeah, and Eduardo's got a bunch of mopey creatures. If Brett can chain, really it's just one Pinnacle Emissary is feels like enough to put him in possibly the driver's seat. Gets to put a counter on this sizable Ornithopter. Maybe we counted out Brett Steele too early here. This game has got some more play to it.
Absolutely. 5 cards in graveyard. At what point do we start sending some creatures just to try and get them down?
The answer is that looks like a Force of Vigor.
Well, now that is no longer necessary. That is what we wanted to see.
And that may change Brett's tune here. Maybe go after the Ornithopter.
It really is.
Maybe
Whenever
Shadow Spear.
You've been like commentators cursing these players. Like,
yeah, I need to stop talking. I need to just say, just let it happen, because I've been proven wrong about 100 times in a row. Every time I think someone has a chance, they immediately go to in what looks like a completely brutal spot. And now you see, like, whenever someone's playing the Simic Birthing Ritual deck and they pick up 3 creatures and get into the red zone, not a great spot for Brett. And now you gotta think again, with no thought cast in the deck. What do the powerful top decks that get you back in with no board look like?
I mean, it's purely Kappa Cannoneer at this point for Brett. Urza Saga maybe, but that one probably too slow. Kappa Cannoneer also may be too slow. Passing the turn is not going to do it.
Passing the turn is definitely too slow, and Eduardo had some tough decisions that took some time earlier in this match, but this is definitely not one of them. And those creatures getting in the red zone immediately.
Oh, he's moving fast now. He can sense it.
And Eduardo looks to be going to be the lone truly undefeated player. No draws, 8-0. Eduardo's another one of those names we talk about at the top of the standings all the time. And Eduardo, for a player who's really known for his limited prowess and being one of the best, really one of the best limited minds in the kind of modern era of the game in terms of what he can do in terms of innovating teams' approach to limited. He is looking excellent and constructed here right now.
Yeah, if I'm correct, think right, he's already qualified for this upcoming Pro Tour. So just playing for fun and crushing.
Yeah, this
And
is
money
all
and world.
gravy.
So there's a lot to be winning at this RC. Not to take that away. There's a lot up for grabs for even the qualified players. But yeah, he's one who's already earned it and is looking to get even more.
Yeah, it's looking fantastic for Eduardo here. And yeah, I believe Eduardo had a qualification for the last one deferred to the subsequent event.
Yeah, for off of the mocks.
That looks like that's things are good when you fetch and immediately go to shuffle your library because you don't care about the card in your deck and just cast the Oculus. That's nice. That's efficient.
Yeah. There we go. And Eduardo takes it down 2-0 against the deck we said might be the tough matchup for Simic Birthing Ritual. Improving to 8-0. One more round in the day, but as of right now, he's our lone undefeated player.
Yeah, really just impressive stuff from not only Eduardo, but this, the talk of the day has to be this Simic Birthing Ritual deck. If you're looking at the top tables, table 1, Simic Birthing Ritual there, table 2, Simic Birthing Ritual there. The deck seems to be a lot. There's even all sorts of, there's the 5-color Birthing Ritual deck that we got to watch earlier, also doing quite well. So there's this Birthing Ritual card is incredibly powerful in a variety of shells, and it's really being showed out here.
Yeah. And looking at the other top tables, we see a collision course with some of its best matchups, maybe Simic Neoform, Amulet Titan. Those are the decks that Birthing Ritual is kind of built to prey upon.
Yeah, it really seems like that one of those decks where you talk about the matchup variance, and the deck has the power to win those bad matchups we just saw, but some of these really scary matchups like Is It Prowess may not be doing as well this weekend, and if you can kind of dodge those in the earlier rounds and catch the better performing good matchups, there is kind of a top tables metagame developing here, and it seems to look really, really favorable for Eduardo and Theo and some of the other Birthing Ritual players. So it's really been a cool deck to see, and I will be very surprised if we're not seeing more of it next round. And looking to tomorrow, right at 8-0, your chances of making a run to the top 8, obviously you shouldn't be looking at it too much, but are pretty appealing.
I mean, we've seen in some of the previous regional championships that there have been some very incredible starts that turn into devastating closes, but that's not what Eduardo was thinking about. He is not getting ahead of himself at all, and he's just, can take every match one at a time and play as well as he did in that match going forward. And I'm excited to see how the metagame shapes up over the next few rounds, and we'll be back with round 9 after a break.
Can you feel the storm heading our way? Feel chaos and war, the echoes of rage. I still feel the home, the madness and pain. We'll carry it home. The damage is made.
dream inside is all I've ever known. Run till I gotta walk, crawl till I hit a wall. Never see me fall, I'ma get it all. Climb till my feet are raw, push till I see the top. I won't ever stop, never see me drop. I was born to be a legend, and I will not surrender. My legacy remembered. I was born to be a legend. I'm a legend. Time is running out. Don't waste another second. This is the moment. You gotta take it. Come on. Fly till I'm out of faith. Die on another day. Still I'm not afraid. Scars on my runway. Never been man-made. God-like renegade. Fire in my veins. I was born to be a legend, and I will not surrender. My legacy remembered. I was born to be a legend. I'm a legend. Come on. I was born to be a legend. Come on. I will not surrender. I'm a legend. Come on. I'm a legend. Come on. I was born to be a legend, and I will not surrender. My legacy remembered. I was born to be a legend. I'm a legend. I was born to be a legend.
I wanna feel a rush, tell them turn the pressure up. I'll be setting fires for
Been here before a million times, caught in between the truth and the lies. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger.
And we are back with the final match of day one of the Canadian Regional Championships, round 10, in lovely, gorgeous, definitely not gross and cold, Calgary, Alberta. And you've seen some Simic birthing ritual for the last two rounds. You're going to be seeing it again. And the reason is pretty simple, is that it's been winning a lot. Eduardo is 8-0 up against Aiden Mirabelli playing Boros Energy, who's 7-1. This is a kind of an interesting match for you, I believe, Liam, because this is your former teammate versus your current teammate. Who are you rooting for?
I'm a perfectly neutral commentator. You're the one that's biased, always cheering for the guy from Ontario. Me, I'm cheering for the love of the game. I hope Magic wins.
That's correct. I'll be cheering for Aiden because he's from Ontario.
Yeah, I will also be cheering for Aiden. Yeah, hate to see it, but
go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So last round, we talked about. No, I'll talk about that later. Yeah, let's talk about the people. Yeah, so Aiden, played the last modern Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. Eduardo playing the next Pro Tour. So this is a high caliber match here. Both of them on good teams. So as you mentioned, so yeah, this is the top of Canadian Magic, and we're seeing it play out in round 9 of this tournament. Right now we're penned on our backup feature. We'll see that later. But in terms of the matchup, yeah, Simic Ritual, again, been winning, been super impressive, playing as Boros Energy, which if you recall, last round I described Boros Energy as maybe the deck that can take down Simic Ritual. That's one of its bad matchups. Not the worst matchup, maybe the worst matchup is Prowess. But one of the decks that it is poor against is Boros Energy. However, Aiden, 7-1 right now. I looked at his tournament path. His one loss was against Simic Ritual. So what do I know? We are in store for a real well fought and competitive match because, yeah, this matchup I guess can go either way.
Aiden's 1-1 in the matchup. Eduardo has not played against Boros Energy yet this tournament, so it's unclear how this matchup's supposed to shake out in terms of the list. Apart from, it doesn't look like there's a ton of sideboard cards in Eduardo's deck for the matchup beyond those gemstone caverns on the draw. It looks like the game one plan is what's going to be going for, and yeah, it looks like here that Eduardo has gotten the play and is out to basically this is the dream start, right? This is
Yeah. If this is the
kill the
game one
guide.
plan, you certainly want to repeat this in the post-board games too. Kill your turn one answer, go first, play a creature on turn two, and if you notice in Eduardo's hand, there is a Harbinger of the Tides there, and that card is really effective against Boros Energy. If Aiden does not fetch a mountain or play a mountain on this turn, which he does, then I would say the game would be almost over. But he's covered himself against that with this mountain that was just played.
And this mountain is a contentious mountain. I know not even all the Boros Energy lists are even playing the basic mountain right now, saying that it's kind of unnecessary in your Blood Moon deck. But here, the naturally drawing it has been big for Aiden, has given him at least some ability to fight back. And given if Eduardo plays a Harbinger, he has, a bunch of potential answers. And that's why Eduardo goes for this Shardless Agent instead of it, because it's just not what you're looking for here.
And yeah, you can see from Aiden's reaction that this birthing ritual hit here is massive. Will we finally see? Yes, we see the nuts here. Abhorrent Oculus put into play. Turn one, removal. Turn two, creature. Turn three, Shardless plus Abhorrent Oculus. And no mountain will save you from this.
Yeah, you're just looking at it. If the Civic Birthing Ritual does this every time, you'd be a fool to play anything else. But this game, and you're on the draw. It's possible. It could take some probably something involving a Jonny is how you get out of this.
Yeah.
If you're Aiden, but
Maybe
the
this
Oculus
turn...
sticking around for 2 turns, maybe you can have a static prison or something, some answer.
Well, the other thing is that you see this Guide of Souls was answered. If it was not answered, if we had Guide and Pride, that can outscale Oculus. So Boros Energy is capable of beating an Oculus without removing it, just by going over the top, going wider, gaining a bunch of life, and making it irrelevant. However, with that Guide of Souls removed, and a free interaction spell on the Seasoned Pyromancer, there's just no chance.
Yeah, this feels like almost a formality.
Yeah.
Eduardo is very ready to move on. Looks like another Dismember was drawn just in case Aiden could muster up some level of board. It's just all going away, and that's another Birthing Ritual hit coming in.
Yeah, I ready to say it has definitely been the deck of the day. We'll see how the rest of this game plays out, and then games 2 and 3. But I mean, there's going to be a Birthing Ritual trigger end of turn. This one is lost.
Right, they call the deck Civic Birthing Ritual for a reason, and Birthing Ritual is great when it costs 2 mana, but it is even better when it costs 0 mana. And yeah, this is a very tough position for Aiden to be in. Even in, right, we're talking about it. These are the matchups that you're probably not excited to see when you're getting paired into them with Birthing Ritual. You're looking for kind of more of those combo decks that are really, really soft to subtlety, but like you see with a lot of these kind of quote unquote mid-range or control decks in the format, you just need to have the ability you need a broken thing. Even right, we talked about the control deck that plays Narset Days Undoing and Scepter Chant, because just doing something fair is not enough. And this is an example of this quote unquote mid-range deck doing something incredibly unfair.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, this start could beat anything really. With the subtlety there, the only way to beat this kind of start would be a certain spell combo that's immune to subtlety and just pray that he particularly missed on this form of interaction. But the Boros Energy, maybe the premier fair deck of the format, other than Jeskai Blink, is has really no moves against this. Flage into the graveyard is good, but too late.
And Aiden had excellent start with a bunch of 1-drops, 1-drop into 1-drop, 1-drop into 3-drop is like that's about as you can't ask for much more. And just to add insult to injury, Eduardo shows another Oculus off the manifest, which seems to be a pattern, and that is quick game one.
Yeah, as you mentioned, probably the Neoform coming in, but beyond that, maybe the Endurance to if Flage is the best card out of energy in this matchup. But beyond that, not too many moves for the Simic Ritual deck. So Eduardo's gonna be mostly running things back the same.
Those caverns are the only thing that stick out to me as something.
Oh yeah, that for sure is that's actually I guess the best. When you need to speed up, you just board in the Gemstone Caverns and go a turn faster. But I have to say from Aiden's side, the Boros Energy deck is not going to sideboard all too much either. So we're going to see mostly the game ones just ran back. You see the Boros Energy sideboard, because it's such a fair main deck where you just like creature removal. Your sideboard is so taxed with hate cards for unfair matchups. So you see, the Blood Moons, the Wear Tear, Surgical, Orm's Chant, and then the removal that like you can see the 5 removal spots for Wrath Skies, Celestial Purge. Those ones are not the ones that are going to be at their best against Simic Ritual. So yeah, not many moves to improve in the sideboard either. So we're going to just be jamming the same type of things in game 2 and 3.
Yeah, maybe a couple of wear tears from Aiden's side as an out. Maybe the Blood Moons are where you want to be on the play in this match. It's unclear to me. The deck is so basic oriented that
Yeah,
Blood Moon maybe just
it
not where
could
you
be
want to
wear
be.
and tear. I think it's definitely not Blood Moon, but it could be wear and tear.
Maybe it's a grindy Legend of Roku matchup. Who knows? This card is, I was looking at the data at the European RC, and that was the most played card from the new set at the regional championship. So this is a powerful card that has largely overtaken Shadow Scald's role as this kind of long game plan in your Boros Energy sideboard. And maybe this is, those games were not long, but maybe the mean game in this matchup is a lot, longer of a slog fest, and that could be the plan.
Yeah, definitely. All right, we're gonna jump into our backup feature match where we see Mono Green Eldrazi from Clement Harvey against Nicholas Cosgrove playing Mono Blue Belcher. There's a lot of cards on the table right now. That was an
Yeah,
Emrakul.
that looked like
Oh my.
we just narrowly missed the Emrakul being resolved again on coverage. I'm not sure. I'm crushed on that opportunity, but
I missed it. I was reading the names and the deck names, and I missed the Emrakul going on. I hope you guys caught it.
We only caught I caught the last end of the Emrakul, and a deck that is capable of dealing 40 damage to any target is probably uniquely quite vulnerable to the Emrakul deck. And I hope that the play ended with a Belcher target myself, but it does seem unlikely.
Yeah, and this mono green Eldrazi deck is maybe better than any other Eldrazi build at going fast to Emrakul. It's got the Utopia Sprawl, Malevolent Rumble, plus the Mana Rocks, plus the Kozilek's Command, which are, we saw also in the Brood Scale deck, but also just Ice Still Explorer, play multiple lands per turn. Maybe Ice Still is how we one of the most effective things against the Belcher matchup, because Belcher plays no basic lands in the deck. So maybe that's how enough time was stalled to reach the Emrakul before the Belcher player, before Nicholas was able to deal 40 damage first.
That does look like a tough matchup, especially in losing game one from the Belcher side. I'm looking at that mono green Eldrazi list, has 4 Consign and 2 Condescend in the sideboard. So that's a lot of answers to just try to slam some big spells. Nature's Claim got it all, and then that's before considering the Ghost Quarter Ice Tail package. So that matchup looks very tough for Nicholas, and maybe they get some games back in the post board. Nick is an excellent Belcher player, been effectively one-tricking that deck for over a year in Modern, and Looks like
Uh,
Eduardo's taking a mulligan here.
Yeah. Maybe looking for the Gemstone Caverns if he thinks that's a, or he just had an unplayable hand. But maybe he has the angle of, okay, I need just Gemstone to win on the draw or Dismember, and wants to look really aggressively for one of those.
Yeah, Gemstone's definitely one of those interesting cards where it's so amazing when you see on your 7 on the draw, but once you go to 6, the value that Gemstone Caverns goes down quite drastically.
Absolutely.
I'll see Aiden already off to a better start is getting to be on the play here, and one of those incredible snowballing threats, which is how Energy Team gets their bread and butter.
Ocelot Pride hitting the board. Would you rather have turn 1 Pride or turn 1 Guide?
It's gotta be the Pride, right? I think.
Yeah, I agree.
In general.
Well, I mean, if you have both, you lead Guide, right? But
yeah,
Pride
but
is definitely
that's
better.
assuming you could have one like the one you'd rather to draw. But yeah, here it's just it's one of those cards we talk about like how could they go over this Abhorrent Oculus? Onslaught Pride is one of the main ways that you can do that, where you can just easily make a board that a 5/5 flyer with a couple of 2/2s coming out is just not going to hack it. And you can see Aiden aware of the threat of the Harbinger, proactively fetching basics. You'll see that, very commonly, but it's not the follow-up you're looking for. That is not the most appealing turn 2 play from the Boros Energy side.
Oh, I would say it is the most appealing.
You think?
Bombardment is excellent. You like, it's so hard for a Simic Ritual deck to establish any sort of, like, you go to their end step, they have a 1/1 or a 2/2, and you just shoot it down, and then their Birthing Ritual can't do anything.
So your read on this play is that Aiden's likely to have other good proactive plays, but it's just choosing to get this one down first before there's a chance for it to get flare denialed, or you think this is a card that you would generally sandbag until after your 2-drop?
Well, in a removal matchup, Boros Energy generally play out the bombardment before your other creatures. Now, this is not really a removal matchup, but it is a Flare of Denial matchup where if you think, because the thing about Flare of Denial is that in this deck, it only works on turn 2. So if you're going first, you know that this first spell is going to resolve. Well, I mean, it could get Force of Negation, but it's possible that Aiden still hasn't a Jonny, but chose to prioritize getting the bombardment down because it's actually more important to his game. Now, the other possibility is that, he's going to go Pride into a bombardment into Seasoned Pyromancer, which is basically one of the best things this deck could do, especially in this matchup. And then, bombardment would be your turn 2 play in that scenario. So it's either one of those things. I don't think this is not a sign of weakness.
Okay, very
Yeah.
interesting. That is good to know. There's a reason that I am sitting at home watching, and we get to watch them in the feature match. This Boros deck is out of my complexity range.
Yeah, you can only handle simple decks like Goryo's Vengeance.
It's more my speed.
How would you think the Goryo's versus Simic Birthing Ritual matchup would be?
I would have to guess that the Simic Birthing Ritual deck is probably very good against Goryo's. It just interacts with all the right spots. But we have really not seen a lot of Goryo's. Not a ton of, and this is showing that Eduardo, Aiden, and you are all on the same page of the importance of this Goblin Bombardment. That is a aggressive Boseiju on turn 2.
Well, that's funny because I was about to say that this proved you right in that it was a weak turn, because turn 2 bombardment, turn 3 Tapland go is definitely not the kind of start you want. You really wanted to play a creature to follow up. This mana is basically going to go to waste because it's the end step.
Yeah, definitely not ideal in terms of that, but it definitely shows just the threat that just a bombardment plus an Ocelot Pride provides is something
absolutely.
that Eduardo is already, you've seen that your opponent probably doesn't have great proactive threats, and you're still giving them another Surveil and, another land drop, and that's just totally fine just to get rid of this incredibly powerful enchantment.
Yeah, if Eduardo had began deploying creatures first, then the Ocelot Pride would just ping it off and then make the token back, and you would Eduardo would just be falling further and further behind. Goes for Coiling Oracle here. He does have the Birthing Ritual in hand, and he's doing it in this order to set it up. But if it were the other way around, he would be forced to go Ritual first, then on turn 4, maybe Boseiju plus play a creature in order to get it back. And wow, this Coiling Oracle is going to eat a Galvanic Discharge, so probably no more Bombardment in hand for Aiden. Maybe he's seen a Seasoned Pyromancer on top and just knows that he wants to turn over his hand, and so he just wants to be efficient.
Be a sign of just a lot more removal to come, maybe more copies, but
Oh, something very important to note is that this discharge took out a 1-drop, which means Aiden's gonna have 2 energy left. That means if an important Oculus comes down, a Galvanic Discharge will be able to kill it.
and that's a huge setup because when you look at how most of the wins involve in this matchup, they're off the back of the Oculus. That's the play, and you called it 100%. That is a Seasoned Pyromancer in hand for Aiden Mirabelli, and that is exactly what he's looking for here.
Yeah, subtlety in Eduardo's hand definitely gonna come down because otherwise, draw 2 more cards, gain the City's Blessing, Ocelot Pride create 4 total tokens, 3 additional tokens, versus if this were to not resolve. It's huge difference. So this subtlety, yeah, Eduardo immediately putting down the subtlety, that is beyond question. Now he thinks about which blue card to pitch.
And now looking at this possibility of if Eduardo can get a fetch land, that's the 6th card for the Oculus, and the play that you just talked about could really just swing the game back in Aiden's favor and cause him to just close this game out.
Yeah, I have to wonder. I know Eduardo has the Birthing Ritual. If he goes for a creature plus Birthing Ritual, if Aiden will just let the ritual resolve and then just discharge Oculus after, or if he'll just, use the discharge first. Assuming he has a second one, we still don't know. He keeps his hand face down on the table, so.
The first Galvanic Discharge, I guess with the Seasoned Pyromancer on top, doesn't guarantee that there's more removal in hand, but it does feel like one of those lines you take when
Yeah,
you're
absolutely.
showing more. Aiden also just had, that turn 3 of no proactive play, and you gotta think the hands, unless the hands all lands, which is possible, there's got to be some instant speed interaction there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's likely. Also, he did a bit of a pause after putting the Seasoned Pyromancer on top, and that could indicate that he has another 1-drop plus a discharge in hand and was maybe gonna tap out, play the other 1-drop, and he's chosen to hold it up. Or it could just, I don't know, mean that he was counting his permanence for the City's Blessing and realizing he doesn't have it. I'm not sure.
Or maybe just a bit of Hollywooding. Nothing wrong with that. And there's
Love to see that.
this is what you got to do. This is Eduardo who needs to get the Oculus in play, and that's willing to pitch 2 things. But it looks like
Wow.
this discharge is going to be a complete blowout and probably end the game on the spot, if I'd have to think. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow, you called it. And Aiden takes game 2 in a convincing fashion, although I would say an interesting game. Also.
Yeah, it was, of just that Ocelot Pride, the amount of pressure, and you can kind of see how important Gemstone Caverns is in this matchup. The amount of pressure that a turn 1 Ocelot Pride, if it's not met by exactly Dismember or Gemstone Caverns, it just runs away with the game, and it puts on so much pressure on the way. Like, that bombardment just became a huge threat, and now we go back to Nicholas Cosgrove versus Clement, as Nicholas is going to need to fight through double Vexing Bauble, which is not the easiest thing. But that's a good way to start it off. That's a card that beats a lot of interaction.
What card is that?
That's Tameshi.
Oh, that's Tameshi. Oh, wow. Just very nice. Let the Lotus Bloom get countered by the Vexing Bauble. Okay, it's safe in my graveyard where it can be returned by Tameshi. The alt art got me on that one, yeah. Nick caught a very nice looking deck. As you mentioned, he's played Belger for a long time, so he's had the time to make his deck look very beautiful, and he does have, nice versions of the cards, but he does have to pass the turn here and face a Kozilek's Command.
This is an interesting spot. And you can also see a kind of a big one is that basic island plus the Ghost Quarter. And there, the Flusterstorm And this is, Nick is clearly prepared for what these post-board matchups against these decks look like and has set himself up in a very good spot to be able to grind this one out. And now untapping with Tameshi, you almost think that's a very tough position to lose from. It is so much mana, so many cards.
Well, it comes at quite a cost though. Like if you return all your lands and then you don't win that turn, it takes a while to play it all back out.
Yeah. And we'll see. That's I think why Nick was very patient, not picking up that second land, only picking up one per turn.
Yeah, absolutely. You keep the cards flowing. You draw because Tameshi does draw you when you on your first Lotus Bloom. You draw an additional card, and so he'll probably stay on 2 lands forever, just to keep drawing 2 cards a turn every single turn. Because it's not worth it to skip just to do that. And there, he just finds it immediately and declares victory.
There we go. Nick was able to. Those were 2 vexing baubles in play, which is you think of as kind of the perfect hate card for this matchup. And they sat there and they did basically nothing to stop the Tameshi combo, and kind
Yeah.
of shows the Belcher deck. It has fallen out of favor a fair bit, but there's a reason why it put multiple copies in the top 8 of the Pro Tour and won the event. It's full of incredibly powerful cards and is a very resilient combo deck despite not being the fastest.
Yeah, absolutely. We go back to our main feature for game 3. Aiden on a mulligan to 6, it looks like. Eduardo keeping 7 on the play. And let's see if we can get a peek at his hand. If he can recreate that game 1 magic.
You see a birthing ritual, which is the start of a lot of magic, but seeing birthing ritual and a flare of denial.
A land. Those are good ones. I gotta say, that is a good few cards to have in the opening hand.
That's good. Anything that, and once your opponent's mulligan, you think just how much more effective the strategy of trading cards off is. So you're always looking at that.
Yeah, we saw in game 1 how the disruption is quite potent against the Boros Energy deck. The Guide of Souls removed, and then the Ragavan and the Ocelot Pride both stonewalled by the creatures on board, where that would not have been the case had the Guide stuck around.
And I think on the play, a card like Ragavan is quite powerful from the Boros Energy side, as it can connect pretty early, and then you can snowball that. But on the draw, it does almost feel like Ocelot Pride is just in a league of its own, as being the only 1-drop that you have that can really attack profitably and make some things happen against the 2-drops of the Civic Birthing Ritual deck. So might be part of the motivation behind Aiden, mulliging a little bit more aggressively here, is that card just seems so incredibly important in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Ragavan can it's such a poor interaction against the Coiling Oracle that you almost like against those decks that are full of 1/1s. Historically, many times people boarded Ragavan out. I don't think that will happen here because even trading with them is, not that bad because the ritual deck actually does need them to be in play. It uses their bodies very well. And so you do, if your Ragavan trades off for their 2-drop, it's you're down a card, but okay, whatever, you play on. But yeah, it's really mitigating the strength of Ragavan that we've seen in the other matches.
Yeah, and Aiden is in the tank on turn 1. You gotta think, gotta have multiple different 1-drops and sweating which one to play. Not obvious in a bunch of these hands.
Oh, we're on turn 1. I thought he was still thinking about the mulligan decision, but no, Eduardo left up with a tapped Soporific Springs. Aiden drawing a card that perhaps threw his whole plan into disarray and having to figure things out again right now. But it's always a good sign when you are thinking on turn 1. If you have the multiple 1-drops, that is what he's looking for.
You gotta think there's 2 reasons the Aiden's most likely to tank on turn 1. One is multiple 1-drops, awesome. One is a hand that involves like Elegant Parlor plus Arid Mesa as your 2 lands, and you're deciding how to best sequence, and that is a less appealing proposition. So hopefully for Aiden's case, it's the former, not the latter.
Oh, absolutely. That Elegant Parlor, that awkwardness, big part of the motivation of why people have tried to change up the mana base a little bit. So he has 23 with 2 Elegant Parlors, which is the stock number. Yeah, exactly, stock mana base, which makes sense. But yeah, those Parlors. I've played a lot of Boros Energy, and I mean, Yeah, there's nothing you can say about it.
When you hit a Flage, it feels a little bit nicer, but
That's true.
here we're seeing Aiden maybe kind of hoping maybe that sideboard wear and tears come in and is able to answer this birthing ritual, because on the draw it can just snowball so incredibly quickly, and without incredibly powerful play, Aiden doesn't have something like second Guide of Souls plus other one drop, because otherwise would have happened pre-combat, means the options are a bit more limited, and maybe you can just try to keep creatures off the board and that's enough. That's a pretty good one.
Pride is good, yeah. He needs to
Notably,
stop
no
me.
land before. This could be kind of part of the humming and hawing. Maybe it's a one land from Aiden, considering whether he wants to go for the turn one Elegant Parlor. But it's all unclear right now.
Top. Any follow-up is a mountain. Okay. I see. I see what the idea is here. Yeah, interesting. The birthing ritual being led over the creature meant that Eduardo can't have flare. It actually might not have a creature. Yeah, it's Hedge Maze
Feels
tap.
like Eduardo's. Yeah, it seems like it's a Flare of Denial, another Forest, and I'm not sure. Then I can't get the last card, but
Do you see what card Eduardo pitched to the subtlety?
yeah, it's a Flare of Denial.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so maybe that perhaps some number of 2-drops got boarded out, and now he's been unable to draw one, or maybe just
Yeah,
can't
it
draw
looks
one,
like it might
has
just
them
be
all he could
Counterspell,
draw.
land in
This
hand.
counterspell with the Hedge Maze is extremely awkward. If this Ocelot Pride resolves, it could become too late for Eduardo really fast.
And Aiden is in the tank.
Yeah, probably not very many more lands left for him. You're with the mountain being played on turn 2, you wouldn't play that one over very many of the others. Perhaps you'd play over Elegant Parlor if you were thinking specifically to hold up Discharge, and now he has a Parlor here, or it's just no land 3 and he has to go Pride again.
That's like maybe an Arena of Glory is what looks like is in hand, which is not exactly the optimal situation, but it looks like that's going to come down. And Eduardo is without a creature and is kind of hurting. And again, we've seen what Ocelot Pride can do. It can take over the game incredibly quickly. These decks in Modern just don't give your opponent much time.
But he has Flare. He has Flare and what is it? Does he have an interaction?
I see Flare Forest +1. Maybe that one is Dismember. It's kind of unclear what that
I would
last
expect the
card is.
Dismember to be cast on the Ocelot Pride if that were to be the case. Like resolves, you can gain 1, and then I'll dismember the Pride and leave the guide alone.
That's my best guess in what it is, but it's not 100%. Yeah, it's like an
Yeah,
Arena
it
of Glory.
is an
Not
Arena
the
of
most
Glory.
pretty mana situation for
Yeah.
Aiden here. But no, it's definitely not a Dismember.
Wow. It's a end of turn Ice Fang Codal. So trying to make his mana situation awkward. Very heads up from Eduardo, because he leads the mountain, and let's say Aiden had a 3-drop that he wanted to play, or another 2. Then he would top down, the Ice Fang would come in end of turn, and then Eduardo would get to resolve a Birthing Ritual trigger with a creature in play.
Yeah, a really nice play from Eduardo, realizing that Aiden probably has this Galvanic Discharge and decides he doesn't want to try to go for that thing. But yes, no discharge from Aiden. That's not looking good. And that last one is
That
the
last
Oculus.
card, the Abhorrent Oculus.
Oh my
Wow.
goodness. And
Maybe it's discharging now.
you got to think you discharge. Oh.
Yeah.
That is definitely
Very
a tough spot for
interesting.
Aiden. I believe Eduardo's last 2 cards are Misty Rainforest, Dismember. And that Dismember is going to hope, we talked a lot about that Ocelot Pride can fight through these really powerful Oculus boards. But that is no longer an option. And this game is looking rapidly coming out of grip for Aiden.
Yeah, so I totally understand the reason he didn't. He could have discharged that Ice Fang while Eduardo was tapped out, but the reason not to do that is if Eduardo just plays a follow-up creature and then turns it into Oculus, now you have no move, so it's fine to let him, let him do do that thing, and if he hits, then you discharge. If he doesn't hit, you didn't spew your discharge on this 1/1 when he could easily play another creature, but this Flare of Denial completely punished that.
Yeah, now it feels like we need another discharge from Aiden or something to fight through this Oculus, because it will close the game quickly, especially with a ritual in play.
It's going to be difficult with this mana situation. Yeah, because you have to go over both the Oculus or the Ritual, or else it'll just come back. 2 lands being tapped.
It
We'll
looks like
see.
something's got to be exerted. Oh, wow.
Voice of Victory. Wow.
That's a play that forces a bit of action from Eduardo.
No, it's not. It can't be
Potentially.
exerted. It can't be exerted.
Oh yeah, 'cause the last mountain's not
The
tapped.
mountain would need to be tapped for
Yeah.
it to be exerted.
It's weird.
But it all resolved, and if you
Yeah.
say you dismember, resolving is strange. But
A discharge could, if that would be the perfect one.
that would be incredible if there was another discharge up his sleeve. So now the coast is clear. There's a lot of thinking on this combat. Yeah, there we go. We does not have another discharge, as that would make
It
it
just moves to end
much
step,
easier turn.
and
Subtlety, the draw there.
now it just feels like, especially if there's something to be flipped up here from Eduardo, this game could get really messy really quickly.
The fact that he fetched right away looking for something is like, okay, or you got to be looking to spend that mana. Maybe just thinning out prior to the birthing ritual trigger.
Very possible that Eduardo saw some very good, saw Oculus plus some other cards that he liked on that last birthing ritual, and also just wants to shuffle his library.
Yeah, there was an endurance in there that I remember seeing, and I don't know, endurance just seems okay here, but I guess it's good enough of the manifests are zeros, right? So they can't
Yeah,
be
you can't
plotted
be
into anything.
sacrificed, so there
So
might
this
not be
birthing
any
ritual is not going to
sacrifices.
do very much. Yeah, it's going to do nothing, in fact. But the voice of victory is taken out, and subtlety being represented is gonna mean a Jonny one way to claw back in the game is not going to work, or it's going to be quite delayed.
Another spot
So
for a galvanic discharge that could be really huge to get back in the game before these manifests can just take over the game. You eventually just get a manifest that flips over another Oculus, and that could almost wrap it up. So the clock is just dwindling, and Aiden only has so much white mana, which is causing some problems. That is a card that is going to eat a subtlety immediately.
that was the fastest subtlety I've seen all
When
day.
Eduardo's got a nice play, that card hits the table incredibly quickly, and can you blame him? He's on the verge of being the only undefeated player. He already is the only undefeated player, but could be
Of ending the day as a
9-0
9.
ending the
Oh
day.
wow. Yeah, it's looking likely unless Aiden can pull off you know, I don't know. I mean, Goblin Bombardment could begin to do something, but you didn't have it before unless he just drew it.
It's so tough looking at this hand with all this red mana. It's just so unappealing.
I definitely would not prefer to be in his spot right now, but
This
yeah,
also spread's amazing, but you have to bottom it because your spot is so poor. Like maybe you're just looking at Seasoned Pyromancers, you're only out.
yeah, counting up 7 permanents, no way to gain life. Because assuming we don't have another follow-up creature off of red.
Yeah, you need last 2 cards to be land Pyromancer, but that seems like a sandbag that's not really in Aiden's range. Jumping.
Yeah.
What?
All right, going for something here. This is going to eat a block.
What does this represent? Why is Eduardo not just immediately moving his abhorrent Oculus in front of this cat?
because if you have discharge, is it what's no? Yeah, it's not really a credible bluff. I have to see exactly how much energy he has, but the double block means that if he does have discharge, you know, it's not getting you into a better spot. But if he's saying I need to find a way to gain life this turn, the only way to do that is to jump my guy and attack like that. At least he's trading off with the subtlety.
Yeah, it looks like there's got to be a discharge.
Yeah, it has to be discharged.
Maybe a land flage last 2 cards.
Yeah, exactly. And
Yeah, there we
that
go.
could be what he needs. Flage coming down now, Flage again the next turn with under Arena of Glory, and maybe we counted it out too soon. I mean, that is
That's a very good one. That's
yeah.
exactly enough cards. Even the Ocelot Pride's off. Kudos to Aiden, seeing the kind of the only out, realizing even though Ocelot Pride is such a fantastic card in this position, it's just not enough. And now Eduardo is, if assuming those manifests are both bad, I believe they're both spells in the graveyard, so there's no guarantee they're creatures,
Yeah.
but
Oh,
and that
another
is
ritual. Okay.
another ritual, but
Yeah.
you can only turn the subtlety unless there's
Well, you
a
can flip up a 2,
yeah, it
and
looks like
then
there's
turn
gotta be a
that.
2 here. You
But
kinda
Aiden
need
had the opportunity last turn to just flage the subtlety and then leave the pride in play, but yeah, deciding to make that trade-off, spend a bunch of energy to do so, but this way, the subtlety will like flage will come down and terrorize the next board. Even if an Oculus is put into play, flage off of its ETB and attack trigger can
yeah.
kill it.
This is 14 cards at an endurance to really put the screws in Aiden, though. That would just be just a backbreaker.
Endurance? Oh yeah, endurance is another possible hit. And this manifest not being turned up means that it is likely to just be a 2/2. And then Eduardo will turn up some manifest that probably could be turned into another creature.
I just feel like the one that is not attacking is a 2-drop creature.
Yeah, that seems the most obvious
Eduardo
scenario.
could be just putting on some. They could both be not creatures, but it does. It has the feeling that one is. I'm not really sure the appeal of the block from Aiden
Yeah,
here.
you would rather keep tokens on the board as energy deck, and it's not a significant amount of life total. So
Unless you
and
think Eduardo made some very made a poor attack and attacked with the creature that was supposed to flip up, but it doesn't feel like that's very likely with how Eduardo's been very precise here.
yeah, I wouldn't be counting on that for sure. But it looks, yeah, I don't know. We're 50-50 on whether we're gonna do it. And we do.
Wow, interesting.
Yeah.
And let's see.
It was an Ice Fang, and we have a second Ice Fang.
Oh, there's just a second one, so it doesn't matter.
And now we
And
see
now
we're gonna
we see
need
it's got to be
some
endurance.
missing. 6, 7, and
See, just
there's
says
an Ice
Kotal.
Fang. Yeah, it's an Ice
That's
Fang
good,
total.
but not what you want. And now Eduardo, if this is not a
Oh, it's a Coiling Oracle, I
endurance,
see.
okay. Do you see
And
what
he
the
flips the
top card
card
was?
very fast. It was blue. I think it was like subtlety, but
I
let's feel
don't see an
confident.
endurance here. That's an Oculus, which is good, but
It's
it's
food.
not
No,
amazing.
wait, that is a Coiling Oracle, not an Ice Fang, right? Either way, it
What?
does not have Death Touch, so
Yeah, not 3 permanents. And this is a game.
Aiden could be clawing his way back into this one.
This Flage card, Flage Arena, is just so incredibly powerful. I believe this is only to 1 energy, so it can't get jumped.
Wow, that jumped Flage would be impossible to deal with.
But it could easily get jumped soon. And now you're looking at probably just targeting this Oculus twice upstairs.
Wow, upstairs.
and that's saying that that's interesting because with a bunch of chump blockers, I don't know if I see the path forward super well.
He'll figure it out. He'll do the math, get to the spot. I could have seen potentially a merit in going for subtlety plus the coiling oracle and say you're gonna have less creatures to pot off your birthing rituals next turn and leave the Oculus alone. The problem with that is then the Oculus and the 2/2 could double block the Flage and trade Oculus for Flage, and then Aiden would be really far behind, leaving a 2/2 back against 2 birthing rituals. So I think the most likely thing is that the Oculus needs to get pinged twice.
Looking like there's a chance that Eduardo may have forgot to sacrifice a creature to the. Yeah, there we go. Eduardo forgot to sacrifice the creature to the birthing ritual. That was looking like they looked like an extra creature on board, but
Oh, the one that the Oculus came into
yeah,
play
the Oculus came off of
that Codal, yeah, and it just gets it into play. Awkward moment here. We'll see what the judges come to as a
I
resolution.
believe so. I could be off. I thought he sacrificed a Codal.
There is a Ice Fang being put into
Okay, there we go.
graveyard right now.
Yeah. And now I wonder if this maybe changes Aiden's approach here.
Yeah, that's. It looks like they're just gonna, try and play on from this spot.
Yeah, these are high pressure matches. Mistakes happen. Looks like now Aiden has decided to go after the Oculus twice. Oh,
And does have enough energy to jump
Okay, that is
the
huge.
Flage. That is a really, really big difference in the spot. As Flage won't get chump block, will take 8. Wow.
And now you're looking at there are not a lot of ways to take an 8/8 Flage off the board.
Yeah, it's sink into stupor for this Simic Ritual deck, and that's it.
And that's
It's
not
gonna
a card you can find off Birthing Ritual. Like a lot of the Birthing Ritual hits seem very they buy time. But there aren't a lot of creatures to turn into other creatures. There isn't. We watched that game with that 5-color Birthing Ritual deck earlier, and that's a deck that can, off of one Birthing Ritual, hit a creature that does like a huge thing, and then
Solitude, right? Yeah.
Yeah, get it, and then turn that into something else and do another huge ETB. This deck is nickel and diming. It's a much, smaller scale thing, and the deck is plans are to keep the Flage from hitting the battlefield, and things get really dicey when a Flage is in the battlefield, especially when the creatures in your list of things that can block the Flage go down drastically when it has flying.
Misty, this is a Coiling Oracle turned up as we prepare to move to end step to this, and we're going to need to get some really good hits. Fetching out the forest, trying to shuffle some things back in, it seems, off this Birthing Ritual. But even some of the better hits, Flage, when it attacks, it deals 3 damage. That's going to take out, at the very least, a subtlety. It's an 8/8. So even it might take double Oculus just for Eduardo to stay in this game, and then then both of them would trade off with the Flage, which is not the ideal scenario. He gets a subtlety here. That is it.
And that's horrible because you can't even turn the. And Aiden is kind of, rubbing his hands together, realizing that this might be. And is that an endurance?
And I believe he has another endurance in hand. There some hand gestures being made. Fibblethip? Okay, that is a draw 2. That is certainly. And we sacrifice the creature this time.
Okay.
Draw, forest, or Misty Rainforest. And one
perhaps
unknown.
Quantum Riddler, maybe it looked like?
It looked like a Quantum Riddler, but let's check if Quantum Riddler
It's in
is
the sideboard. It's in the sideboard.
Yeah, I believe it was a Quantum Riddler. I thought for a moment it was the Ice Fang Codal, which would be devastating, as Eduardo does have 3
It might be
spell
the
lands.
it is. It is the Codal. Oh my
Oh
goodness.
my god.
And
Another Flage!
And
that's
that's
gonna
just
force a
6.
subtlety.
Is that there's subtlety in
We
hand?
just saw Eduardo's life total get adjusted from 14 down to 6 off the attack from Flage on the last turn.
Does Oro have anything, or is that just 6 damage on
Oh, just 6.
targets?
Maybe I imagined a subtlety in his hand, but this.
Looks like you target upstairs and go to combat
I mean, he must respond with the Ice Fang, try and draw a
into
flare, but
subtlety.
even if
or
he hit
counterspell.
a counterspell, but even if he hits, that means the creature is dying in combat, and he draws another one, and he draws
Wow. Nothing.
nothing.
Holy cow. Eduardo falls to 3. And
Flage
wow.
finishes it off. Aiden Mirabelli takes the match with Boros Energy, improving to 8-1. Finally, no more undefeated players. Eduardo has taken his first loss of the tournament in round 9.
That was an unbelievable way to finish it off. Oh my, that was crazy.
Yeah.
Aiden scrapped through in a spot that felt really hopeless, candidly. But
Yeah, missed land on
the
turn
Flages
4
were
with
just brutal.
Mountain Arena of Glory, and somehow grinded through with the Ocelot Pride, made the tokens, traded off, got enough stuff in the graveyard for Flage, and then miraculously had enough energy to give it flying and get in that huge hit for 8, which allowed him to finish the game in the next turn with a second copy of Flage.
And yeah, those were the kind that kind of decision to jump the Onslaught Pride when it looked like really Aiden's best hope to kind of overcome the Oculus, but made the read, had the exact last 2 cards of land Flage, which was pretty unlikely, so Eduardo makes the block, and it all exactly lines up. Wow.
Big smile for the camera there for Aiden as he takes out, gets even against Simic Birthing Ritual, moves to 8-1. We'll see him tomorrow. We'll still see Eduardo tomorrow. He will be 8-1 and also sitting probably still at the top spot and play lots of high stakes matches to come. But what an incredible way to close day 1.
Yeah, just a nail biter match. We got a lot of nail biter matches, and I know a lot of people love how diverse the format is. For me, I couldn't care less. I'm fine watching the same deck all day, but I am thrilled with just the quality and interest of the matches we got to watch today. This format produces a lot of really cool games, and we're seeing a lot of names that we know can play some really good Magic, and they proved it today, and I am thrilled to get to do some more coverage tomorrow and see who can maybe become the champion of Regional Championship Calgary.
Our new Canadian champion will be crowned tomorrow. Join us again. I'll be super excited to see how it develops, how it plays out. Thank you for tuning in today. See you tomorrow.